Good morning, everybody. If I could ask you all to take your seats. Boy, that gets quieter than the gaggle in Congress. Can't keep those people quiet, so. Welcome everybody to now our third Water Summit, and my gosh, I think we've set a record easily with the number of folks attending. I think I was just told that there are over 200 here. Those are in place, and plus the individuals who are online. So everybody give yourself a hand of applause because this is a big deal. It's a big deal. So we have a great show for you today. I just would like to do a few housekeeping things. Everybody knows where the breakfasts and every food are, restrooms around the hall here. We'll give a few breaks, but if you've been at one of these before, you know I kind of like to run these things like an operating room. We're going to be on time, and I will ask you to step off the stage if you've taken any more than your time. It's just the way that we keep things moving, and just so all the contestants know that we're all equal footing and we're going to run this thing quickly so it doesn't overrun like so many other types of things can go on. So quickly, I will tell you, it's my honor to do this. Today is our third annual summit. I'm grateful that my good friend, colleague, and mentor, David Rouzer, is here to help. He's coming in from Wilmington. And then we're going to have Thom Tillis speak via video, as well as Senator Budd. And Congressman Don Davis is going to be joining us for the first time because he now has a good portion of the northeast corner. Speaker Moore is going to be here. I just saw him a second ago. And he's going to speak for a little bit. And Majority Leader John Bell is going to speak, but it's going to be from video. But then throughout the morning, we're going to have folks, academics, policymakers, members of the community speak on really what's happening in Eastern North Carolina. Today, we're going to focus, remember, our first year, we pretty much tried to set the problem. This is what's going on in Eastern North Carolina. But you can't just set one problem because we're dealing with marine, we're dealing with ocean, we're dealing with rivers, streams, we're dealing with farms, we're dealing on such a large basis. And I've always thought that this is best kept to one day. It doesn't need to be a couple-day conference, just so we really are laser focused, we're centered on what we're doing, doesn't drag on, and we always remain a little bit hungry for the next year. So I want to thank specifically my good friend, Chairman Jay Faison. Where are you, Jay? Jay's going to come up and talk for a second. Jay heads the American Flood Coalition for the entire state, and has been absolutely crucial for helping flooding issues in other states. There he is. Sorry, such as Florida, Louisiana. We're a couple decades behind, but that doesn't mean we can't catch up. I also want to really thank. I want to point out a couple of my staff. Where's Alex? Alex Crane has been our communications director, and Ray Celeste on my staff has really just done a yeoman's job. I know that there's several other that Congressman Rouzer will select. So I'm going to be the master of ceremonies with this. I'm going to hand the mic over to my good friend David Rouzer, and we're going to get going. So thank you all again. This is just a fabulous showing.
Well, thank you, Greg, and thank each of you for being here today. We're excited about our third annual conference here. Of course, 2 years ago we started here. Last year we were in Wilmington. And hopefully, I guess maybe technically later this year we might be back in Wilmington. You know, this was supposed to be back in October. And we had a couple little mishaps, you might say, in Congress. And everything got kind of wired up, rolled around, tied up and tied down. And, we couldn't make it work. And so then we looked at right before Christmas. Never a good idea to do anything right before Christmas. And so we settled on January. And so here we are, although just a few months late due to a little dysfunction. But that's kind of the nature of the beast these days. I want to thank each of you for your work in this particular realm. And I want to just make a couple key points that I think might be beneficial as we move forward. We do a tremendous amount of work with the American Flood Coalition. I want to thank Jay and his team. I chair the Water Resources Subcommittee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Every 2 years we do what we call a Water Resources Development Act. And that legislation we try to include as many provisions as possible to help keep the Army Corps on track with Congress's priorities. But also dovetail that with the needs here in North Carolina. The American Flood Coalition has been a key partner in that effort and helping to identify things that we can do to move the ball forward to address flood mitigation and resiliency, not only in Eastern North Carolina but throughout the state and quite honestly throughout the country. This past water bill, we included a provision that directed the Army Corps as a pilot for the state of North Carolina to map our coastal and inland waterways so that we know where the debris is, we know where the sedimentation is, and obviously you got to know where those choke points are in order to know where to go to relieve that water supply and let it drain out, because obviously and very clearly that is an issue for Eastern North Carolina and like I said at the outset, really statewide. These rivers, creeks, and streams have not been maintained over the years the way they should be maintained, and there are a lot of reasons for that. We also have the Farm Bill, which usually expires every 5 years. Expiration for this farm bill was extended to September 30th. But that's also a vehicle that we might be able to incorporate some provisions to help. You know, the nexus of agriculture to this issue is really critically important. Agriculture is a $100 billion industry plus in North Carolina, and obviously critically important to eastern North Carolina. So I just want to highlight those two specific pieces of legislation in terms of helping to advance the ball. And I appreciate your work in collaboration with us and the many other partners that are here today to make the most of those opportunities. And in conclusion, I want to recognize my staff, Abigail. Raise your hand, Abigail, or stand up, Abigail, so everybody can see who you are. Abigail handles all my transportation and infrastructure work, and Erin is here as well. She handles all my communications work. You know, when you get elected to Congress, and I knew this as a former staffer on the Senate side years ago, you have about 18 bosses in addition to the 850,000 that you represent. And so anyhow, they help to keep me straight, and I appreciate their work. Thank you very much for being here. Look forward to a great day.
Thanks, David. You know, it's funny, people ask, a few of the reporters asked about what this is, and remember, water, wind, and sand don't care anything about politics. This is not a political issue. So I'm very happy to welcome our next speaker, Congressman Don Davis. He's a freshman in Congress, a newbie, and we had to show him the bathrooms were around because I'm still looking for him in Congress. So with that, Don, come on up. Thank you.
Well, good morning. So good to see you, and welcome to Eastern North Carolina. We love having each and every one of you here today. Don Davis, represent the 1st Congressional District. And thank you, Doc Murphy, for showing me where those restrooms were. I needed it at the time. And to David Rouzer, Representative Rouzer, he's been a great leader, a friend. We date back to the state senate here and work with Doc Murphy in the Pitt County delegation. And let me share with you, both of them went to D.C. before I did. So I was trying to figure out what they were up to, so I ran for Congress. And I just want to thank y'all for showing me, you know, work that you're doing and your commitment to Eastern North Carolina. And it's important for me right now to just pause and say, Doc Murphy, I really appreciate the vision, and David, because this is a crucial issue that impacts all of us. And I was sharing the story at the reception last night. I remember when the last disaster came and we opened up the shelter, and I was right here at Welcome Middle School and talking to one individual and in tears, and I just don't know if I can do this anymore. So many of those stories riding around. This is about protecting lives, saving lives, protecting property, and this is hugely important for not only Eastern North Carolina but our state. One thing I would say, as the new kid on the block, I'm rolling up the sleeves ready to go to work. As a former small-town mayor, I get it, Lawrence, and that is we don't always have the connection to resources. And not only that, we have to become smarter at how do we mitigate and manage our risk. And when we talk about agriculture, and I work with Representative Rouzer on the Ag Committee, I get it right now, and our farmers are getting pounded in so many ways, that it is important for us to study and better understand water and flooding and what's taking place. So I would simply say, in summary, I really appreciate this opportunity of being here in this capacity. This is not my first to participate in the summit. Actually, I joined in before virtually, and I just wanted to pause here and reemphasize, because people need to see this. You see us fighting all the time in D.C., but we don't see enough of this partnership working, because when those floods came, it wasn't on Democrats or Republicans only. And the beauty of this is it reminds us in a humbling way, when these events have come, it's brought our communities closer together. And sometimes after the events, we begin to drift back apart. But it's this summit, Rep. Murphy, that's bringing communities closer together. So thank each and every one of you for being here today. And may God bless each and every one of you. And may God bless this conference, this summit, and may God bless America.
Thank you, Pastor Davis. Don is a good member, and if you guys look at the map, and it's always interesting when I get other members to come, or when I have folks come in the office in D.C., we look at the map for eastern North Carolina, and remember, waterfront runs downhill. Everything that happens in the center of the state, or even at the Virginia border on their eastern side, comes down. And in Don's district, in my district, and in David's district, things go downhill. So it's always good to, as Don said, do things in an apolitical manner. So with that, I have the pleasure of welcoming, or asking rather, Mayor Conley, who is the great mayor of Greenville, come up and do a welcome to the city. Mayor, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the city of Greenville. I'm Mayor P.J. Connolly. It's great to be here today. It's great to see so many faces out here. I hope that you're having a great time in Greenville. If you're visiting here, hopefully you'll be able to see some of the great things that are happening throughout our city. I think that as a local leader, it is always very important to have events like this in our community, but also to come up with solutions to be able to fix the problems that we're seeing here in eastern North Carolina. Just like everybody here, we all have our own stories as far as how we were impacted by water. And I can vividly remember back in 2016 when we had the hurricane that hit here and we had localized flooding throughout our community. It was very frustrating as a local leader to think about how it was impacting our city and not have solutions for it. So these events like this one here today are very vitally important for us to be able to sit down, have conversations, come up with solutions, and make sure that it doesn't happen again. Because I think we can all agree that hurricanes are not going away. They're going to continue to come. They're probably going to get more ferocious as time comes on. So it's very important for us to come up with those solutions. And it's going to take local, state, and federal leaders working hand in hand with one another to come up with those solutions to fix the problem. So on behalf of the city of Greenville, thank you so much for being here today. I hope that everyone has a great time. If there's anything that we can do to help you out during your stay here, please don't hesitate to reach out. I want to say thank you to Congressman Murphy, Congressman Rouzer as well for putting this on. It's outstanding to be able to have that here in eastern North Carolina, and I'm thankful for everyone for being here today. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Now we're going to actually start with our movie time. Senator Tillis as well as Senator Budd have sent a message, and we're going to have that on video because they could not be here in person. The senators tend to spend more time in Washington than the members of Congress because we actually like the people we represent. So anyway, with that, Ray, if we can, I say that, they're just kidding. Those are great members of the Senate, and we worked very, very well across the aisle and everything, and they're two great guys that are serving this state very well. So with that, Ray, I guess you'll run Senator Tillis. Okay, thanks.
Hi, I'm Senator Thom Tillis. Thank you to Representatives Murphy and Rouzer for convening this forum on such an important topic for North Carolina and our nation. I also want to thank key stakeholders, including the American Flood Coalition, the Golden Leaf Foundation, the North Carolina Farm Bureau, our state universities, and our state and local officials who all play an important role in improving our state's preparedness. Flood events have become an all too frequent occurrence in North Carolina, and we must work at all levels of government to leverage private industry expertise to be prepared for the next one. I've been proud to work to deliver resources like those in the bipartisan infrastructure bill that are now being invested in North Carolina and will help ensure North Carolina is resilient and ready before the next storm. Today, North Carolina has been awarded $144 million for infrastructure resiliency, including flood mitigation investment to deepen waterways and to make our coast better prepared for future storms. But there's still work to be done. Hurricane Matthew made landfall in North Carolina 7 years ago, and it's been over 5 years since Hurricane Florence made Wilmington an island. Although we've made great strides towards rebuilding and reuniting as a state, many communities to this day have not fully recovered, and families have not returned home. We must continue to refine our federal programs to work better for North Carolinians, and we must leverage partnerships like the ones here today to invest in our state's resiliency and move the needle on flood mitigation. I look forward to continuing to work with all of the partners here today and making sure North Carolina is best prepared against future storms. Thanks. I hope to see you soon.
I didn't know that Senator Tillis had Steven Spielberg on his staff. So anyway, that's a great message. Tom's been a great member to help work with, and so again, we're all in this together. Next, I believe we have Senator Budd's message. Again, both the senators could not attend in person, so I think Ted will now speak. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. This is Senator Ted Budd. I want to start by thanking Dr. Greg Murphy for organizing this event in Greenville. Flood mitigation and recovery is an important job for lawmakers at all levels of government, and conversations like these help policymakers make better decisions and develop better solutions. Creative strategies to reduce the impact of flooding on the front end help communities plan ahead and respond quickly to rising water. Funding critical projects, reducing the effects of coastal erosion, and working constructively with landowners are all part of the equation. Eastern North Carolina is blessed with a long coastline and many miles of navigable waterways. These resources are critical to our state's economy, and I'm excited to see what innovative solutions this year's Water Summit produces. Thank you again to Congressman Greg Murphy for organizing this bipartisan meeting. Thanks again for the opportunity to address all of you today. Enjoy your time in Greenville.
Okay, that's Senator Ted Budd, and he's also, as a junior member of the Senate, done a lot. Just you drink from a fire hose when you move from one chamber to the other, so he's done a great job. So next I have the pleasure of introducing a good friend of mine, Speaker Tim Moore. Tim was the Speaker in the House when I first got there and was a good friend, a good colleague, good mentor. And he's helped lead the General Assembly in North Carolina in the House to help work on these issues. So, Tim, I question his sanity sometime. He's going to run for Congress now, which I question again. But with that, I would like to bring up my good friend, House Member Tim Moore.
I tell Greg when I get to Congress and I'm chairing his committee, I recognize him to speak occasionally. He's been giving me a lot of grief. If you only knew David, he's already started the hazing pretty early, so I don't know how that. Well, good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here today, and I do want to give you guys a shout out, Greg, David, for y'all doing this, for you being here as well. It is really great to bring attention to the issue of water and of flooding and ways that we can deal with this, and it is something that in the General Assembly we've taken very seriously. I know Jay Fason's here, he's going to be speaking, and really cultivating a relationship and finding what the American Flood Coalition is doing, of course an organization that has a significant presence in North Carolina, is something that we should be very grateful for. And it's good to have folks out there who understand the importance of melding the science with the political process and trying to strike that balance. So thank you for the work that all of you are doing. A couple of my colleagues are here today that I also want to introduce. I want to make sure you see that they're here. Of course, John Bell, I think, is going to be by remote, and Representative Bell has done a great job really taking the lead on this issue at the state legislative level with our oversight committee, and I know he'll be updating you about that as well. But Representative Celeste Cairns, who is here, right here. Celeste, good to see you as well. I think Jimmy Dixon either is here now or is on his way in. And then I saw Chris Humphrey. Chris, we're right here, right in front of me, fellow Carolina alum. We're having a good time right now. And then he's not in the house, but he used to be before he stepped over in the other chamber. My good buddy, Bobby Hanning. Bobby, where are you? Right here. He's kind of hard to pick out most of the time. So got here. Were there any of the legislators who came in that I didn't see over here? Come on, Representative. Good to see you here today as well. So got you back here in your district as well. Thank you. So anybody else? Who was that in the back there? Well, that's Mark Pless. You came okay, you win the travel award. You came from the mountains. All right, I thought I was winning so far. So came all the way from the western part of the state. So we do have, anybody else? Okay, well, there we go. So it is good to see here. And I think you see the commitment by members of the legislature who are here that this is something they care a lot about. I, like many of you, were here and saw the flooding that hit our state several years in a row, saw this region being impacted significantly, saw other areas where the rivers couldn't flow quick enough and the water was backing up and the floodings had happened. And it really put an exclamation point on the issue and the fact that we needed to deal with it. As a result, the North Carolina legislature appointed several committees to look at this. We've adopted legislation. We've also put our money where our mouth is. We've actually spent, I believe, around $2 billion in disaster recovery, flood mitigation, and resiliency since Hurricane Matthew and Florence. What does that mean? I'll just run through them. In the Disaster Recovery Act of 2016, we put over $200 million in. In the Disaster Recovery Act of 2017, another $100 million. The Hurricane Florence Recovery Act, $850 million. These are state dollars, y'all. The Storm Recovery Act of 2019, $258 million. And in our budget in 2021 for the Tropical Storm Fund, with Fred, we put $124 million in. The Disaster Recovery Resiliency Act, $800 million. Our state budget in 2022, another $216 million, and our state budget this past year in 2023, another $52.8 million. A significant investment of money. But we know it's not just a money issue, it also is coming up with a framework, a state framework that can be brought through with what we call the North Carolina Blueprint. Many of you have seen it. If not, you will probably hear about it even more today. But a way where the state can create a framework that melds with the federal law and really importantly melds with what's happening at the local level to provide that framework, that assistance that's needed so that good policy is adopted. Because we know it is very often a careful balance that has to be struck between what we do on growth, what we do on keeping the rivers clean, and what we do ensuring the allowing other processes that prevent the flooding from being so acute. Just yesterday, by the way, the Joint Legislative Committee on Government Operations met, and they actually looked at the $20 million investment in the North Carolina Flood Resiliency Blueprint. That's basically the structure that we're talking about trying to get in there. So those of you here from local government, and I see a lot of faces, just know that the North Carolina General Assembly is taking this very seriously. It is an issue that's not, once and done in terms of the funding. It's not an idea we just pass something and move on down the road. This is going to be a continuing conversation. And events like this today where stakeholders are involved, where information is shared, is going to be one of those things to keep moving North Carolina down the road. I think the mayor said it perfectly a minute ago. We know that these issues aren't just going to get better over time. With the growth we have, with so many other things, we know that these issues are only going to become more acute. And we have to plan now and be prepared for tomorrow. So again, Greg, I want to thank you for what you guys are doing. This is a great program, and just know we're glad to be a partner with you at the state level anytime. Thank you all.
Thank you, Speaker Moore. And this actually goes to show that I think we're making a difference being here and what we've done in the last 3 years, getting the state involved. We have so many good folks from local levels that have needs, especially in communities that literally don't have the funding that they need. And I think bringing this from the basic level of what you need in a sewer system, if you need a creek drained out to prevent flooding in the smaller town, this is where I believe we as a body are coming together and actually making a difference. Not there yet, but we're sure on the move with this. So next I'm going to introduce another video. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to introduce my good friend. Next is Mr. Jay Faison. Jay is the head of the American Flood Coalition, a very good friend and absolutely instrumental in what's happened in other states for controlling flooding mitigation, and I couldn't be happier really to introduce my good friend. So thank you so much. All right, so this is forward, backward. There's a laser pointer if you don't like somebody.
Okay.
And so, okay.
All right, I might have some fun with the laser pointer here, but anyway, I'm a little ADD and don't do well behind the podium, so actually I'm on my phone and my clicker here. So anyway, thanks for having me. I'm Jay Faison, chair of American Flood. Chair means that I kind of swoop in and swoop out, but I don't really do a whole lot of the hard work. The executive director who leads the organization day to day is Melissa Roberts. She was not able to be here today, but I would like to recognize Juliana, Julie Seeger, Brianna Woods, and Tony McEwen, who runs North and South Carolina for American Flood. They've done a fantastic job setting this up. I'd also like to thank Congressman Rouzer and Murphy and their staff for doing a fantastic job. A particular call out to Speaker Tim Moore. I mean, we started this in North Carolina about 4 or 5 years ago with an idea that North Carolina needed to take a leadership role in flooding. And Speaker Moore and Leader Bell and many others have done a lot of work putting together great policies, setting the framework with the blueprint, and a lot of appropriation dollars that are on the way. So quick round of applause for the legislature, just tremendous work. Thank you. American Flood works at all jurisdictional levels. We're nonpartisan. We have over 400 members now, and lots of those members in North Carolina, both mayors and county commissioners, legislators, members of Congress, senators. Let's see your slide. All right, so let's say that you are the governor of North Carolina, and you come into office, and you know flooding's a big problem, but you kind of want to know where we are. So what would you ask of your team to fill you in? Well, I would ask, perhaps, what is the level of flood risk in North Carolina? How big is the problem? How big do we quantify? How do we quantify it? Where are we? Who's at risk? How much risk? Next question I would ask is, okay, that's where we are. Where do we need to be? Where do we need to be? What is the right level of risk? We can't protect everywhere all the time, everybody all the time, but what's an appropriate level of risk that balances cost and a lower flood risk? Okay, great. Got a picture of that. Now, how much does it cost to get there? I mean, if you're an executive, that's probably what you would ask, I would think. Where are we? Where are we going? How are we going to get there? The reality is that there's no state in the country that can answer that question. There's no state in the country that can answer that question. And that's a problem, and it's a complicated answer. But it starts with understanding water, understanding where water moves. And it starts by understanding how water moves in and out of a water basin, because water does not respect political boundaries. So, you have hydrology, how much water is coming into a system, hydraulics, how we move water out of the system. And when you have those two things, you have a model. Now, it helps if that model is the same everywhere, because if it's not, you can't compare. One project over here may look different than another project over there. Another thing is, if you don't have this data, you might do a project upstream, and you might be damaging a community downstream. But again, if you don't know this data, you don't know. You could clear a river, that might move the water through faster, but could damage a downstream community. So the data and the model is the key. That is the foundation. And that's what the blueprint is all about, and North Carolina is on its way. But flood policy in general is a bit of a mess. And it starts at the federal level. We have 17 government programs and 91 pay streams. I'll say that again. I don't think I misquoted. 17 government programs, 91 pay streams. One of those programs, for example, is the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. That, if your home's flooded out and you want the government and you weren't in the floodplain, but you flooded anyway and it wasn't your fault and you lost your kids' college savings and you want your, some reimbursement from the federal government, that's a 500-plus page form, takes on average 5 years to get your money. That's just one, right? There are lots of them. The program is built on lots of government agencies that have sort of ossified over the years, and they depend on local government that is generally, besides the biggest cities, understaffed, under-resourced, underfunded. You have to have engineers and lots of consultants and plenty of money, and sometimes, as some of you can probably appreciate that work on these issues at local levels, the council is not necessarily all on board for spending lots of money to plan all the time, right? So we could kind of follow the Federal Highway Administration sort of model here, where the states take the lead, and they partner with local government, and the federal government really relies on the states to be the primary allocator of funding across the system. This is not going to happen overnight. But if we do this, we will have an apples-to-apples comparison on project to project. I think we'll get a much better return on our money. And the good news is that we're on our way. North Carolina has laid a foundation for this. North Carolina is one of the more flood-affected states in the country. And American Flood Coalition works across some of these states, the ones that you're seeing up here on the screen, the ones that are most affected. And we study what's going on in each state. We're pushing this state framework and trying to help where we can, and we're taking best practices across one state and then applying it to the next state and vice versa. I've got a lot going on here in my hands here, so it's a little challenging. So here's what we need to do. Basic and high level. That's really my role here today, is to stay high level. That's what I do. I don't, not smart enough to get super in the weeds here, but we do have to, I think we have to have a framework. We have to have an organizational system by which we apply all the hard work, the science, and the policy. The first thing, I think fairly obvious, is you need to have a leadership structure. Who's in charge? Do you have the resources? Right? Again, if I'm the governor and I ask these questions, whose tie am I going to grab? Who's in charge? Second, data and risk assessment. What's at risk? I just kind of covered that, but we have to have the models. Strategic planning. Once we know what the list is, once we've identified the risk, how do we prioritize? Fourth thing, financing and funding. Again, North Carolina has taken a lot of opportunity, some with federal funds, some with state funds, and like I said, we're on our way. But we have to make that consistent. We have to hire people. We need vendors that can rely on these funding streams, not just this year, but into the future. And thirdly, what are statewide standards? We have a lot. For every one flood home we take out of the floodplain in North Carolina, we put 10 homes in the floodplain. Put 10 homes in the floodplain for every one that we take out. So we don't want to put policies in place that make things worse. But like I said, North Carolina is making a lot of progress, and we made a lot of progress this session. We recognize that it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of technical capability to get this done, and I think we're starting to put the resources in the planning side of things. Again, planning is sort of the non-glamorous portion, but arguably the most important portion, and over the long term, I think it'll save us the most amount of money. Now, if we're looking at different states and what they're doing and who we can learn from, I would posit that potentially Texas is the most important, or the furthest along. I mean, Harvey for them in 2016, as we all remember, with Houston practically underwater in many areas, was a huge catalyst for them to start their programs, to really get serious about this. And they have. But it also tells you how long it is. That was 8 years ago. But they're making a lot, and we can learn a lot from them. We've done a lot of stuff right. They're just a little bit further ahead. Also a very big state. Leadership and accountability, data and risk. They've kind of got all these major things mapped and covered. They're not all the way there, but they're on their way. In the leadership category, we have two primary departments. INCOR, North Carolina Office of Recovery, generally works on post-disaster, but we do have two departments that are going there, and they're staffing up. Texas, on the other hand, has the Texas Water Development Board, and to give you an idea, like they have 86 full-time employees. I mean, that's a lot, but when you figure out what it takes to not only plan for each basin and to get cost estimates for each basin, and then to assist local communities on each basin, you need people. You need highly capable people. You need people that can depend on an opportunity year in and year out and stake a career on it. This is not a part-time job. This is very difficult work. And then you need people in the region that know that region and know the people, can navigate the politics. So they have these regional groups that are building capacity from the ground up. Data and risk assessment. This is basically, again, back to the foundation of it all is having good data. And now that we had the blueprint that should be out and complete, at least in the pilot areas by the end of the year, we hope to have that. Texas is well on its way on this. They've used a little bit different structure. They're using 3D models where they have the data, but they're using 2D models, which means they're not on the ground validating conduits and whatnot. With this program called Fathom, they're building a quilt system to develop theirs. It's actually a really good idea. We could go into more detail on that. And then funding and financing, we have to have ongoing funding and financing. I've covered that. And they've got a little bit bigger checkbook than we do, but we're kind of in the same ballpark. And then finally, one idea in Texas is they have flood disclosure. If you sell a house or a property in Texas and it's flooded, you have to disclose that. Unfortunately, the FEMA maps, the firm maps that we have, are only about half right, and many homeowners go into owning a house without actually knowing the flood risk, and the previous owner could have known and not disclosed. So that's just one idea of something that we could do. Texas has done that. So the vision for North Carolina, let's go back to where we started. What is the level of flood risk we have today? What is the level of flood risk that we can reasonably have in the future? And what is it going to cost to get there? In order to get there, we have to do all this hard work. And our vision is, by 2030, that we will have all the systems in place to be able to answer all those three questions, and we will be well down the road in solving that problem and fixing these problems basin by basin, river by river, lake by lake. This is a great state. I mentioned this last night, and there's going to be a lot of people up here today talking about how this problem is going to get worse, and it will. And I think we owe it to the great state of North Carolina and our citizens to keep at it. And we are fully committed to that, and thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jay. Jay absolutely underestimates his influential role in doing all this. It's wonderful to have an individual like all of us who've taken his resources and put his money where his mouth is to try to make things better. Just so you know that things don't happen in a vacuum, we're just not doing this once a year. I traveled with the American Flood Coalition with Jay and Julie over to the Netherlands earlier this year, and we spent about 5 days looking to see how they've done it right. There's no reason for us to reinvent the wheel. I've said this many, many times. And while everything that's happening in the Netherlands does not extrapolate to what's happening in eastern North Carolina, it's amazing to see what other countries have done. And so, sadly enough, Saskia Pardans, who is was going to speak with us today, is from the Netherlands and has been integral in helping us. Fortunately, had a fall and could not come today. I'm assuming Saskia is listening to this online, so it's a big vacancy that we're going to have today. Right now, I am just as of 2 weeks ago was appointed as a vice chairman of our Congressional Climate Caucus. It's a big deal for us, for the Conservative Climate Caucus. Sadly enough, this seems to be sometimes folks on the Republican side are saying we don't care about the climate. It's absolutely not true. We have a large contingency, actually the second largest caucus in the Republican conference is the Climate Caucus, and these are things that we are working on. And, you know, guys, I don't think anybody in this room doubts the fact that the way weather has affected us, increasingly, especially here in North Carolina. Sadly enough, everybody who has a place in eastern North Carolina, if you looked at your insurance rates, North Carolina as a whole, our insurance rates are going up 42%. Eastern North Carolina has now experienced close to double 99% of what's happening for homes at the beach or at the river or anything else like that. Believe me, I know we're getting the calls. And we've had discussions really with the insurance Commissioner Mike Causey. The sad fact is if they don't increase the rates, they won't be insured. And God forbid, here we are trying to mitigate what's happening with some of these storms. If, God forbid, people don't have the resources to rebuild them, it'd be a tragic state. So again, working all together, but not working just here, but year-round to try to make a difference, try to do things that are going to be right for North Carolina as well as our constituents who are elected official. So thank you, Jay, for doing this. Next, I have the honor of introducing virtually my good friend John Bell. John is the majority leader for the Republican Party in the North Carolina House and is a member from Goldsboro. John, unfortunately, was not able to be with us today. He spent a lot of time working on these issues, especially with agriculture, and as the speaker pointed out, has really headed a huge task force in the legislature for helping us get funding. With that, I believe we're going to run Majority Leader Bell's video.
Hello, I'm Representative John Bell, the House Majority Leader, and I have the privilege of representing Wayne County in the North Carolina House of Representatives. I'm sorry that I could not be there with you in person today, but I want to thank my good friends, Congressman Greg Murphy and Congressman David Rouzer, for once again organizing this important event and providing me with the opportunity to give an update of our efforts in the General Assembly to mitigate flooding and to improve storm preparedness. Sadly, another hurricane or storm is just on the horizon. However, we are positioning ourselves to now be more prepared than ever before. In the 2023 state budget, it was packed with funding for projects that will help our state to continue to recover from Hurricane Matthew and Florence, and also prepare us for what we may face in other natural disasters or even the next rainstorm. A total of $156 million will be used to help with disaster recovery and flood mitigation efforts across the state. One thing I wanted to focus on in this budget was to ensure that areas across the state receive what they need to address the flooding concerns. Flooding is not just an eastern North Carolina issue, but most of our river basins in the state have flooding problems. Many times western North Carolina also gets hit with awful flooding depending on the hurricane's path or a major storm. That's why we allocated over $25 million to Golden Leaf for grants that local governments can apply for. I've been extremely impressed with the projects that Golden Leaf has helped oversee since we first designated them with funds in a previous budget. Golden Leaf has shown they can effectively manage this grant process, and we are very thankful for their work. In this last budget, we also set out the task of creating a blueprint to help us better understand flooding in our state so that we can spend funds wisely and prioritize issues that we're seeing. In fact, I just left a meeting on the blueprint where I advocated to cut down on the state bureaucracy, get government out of the way so we can deliver quicker and faster results. Too many North Carolinians continue to be impacted by flooding after storms that are not even hurricanes. It is past time to start delivering for these people. There is currently $96 million allocated and ready to go once the blueprint draft is complete, which we hope is in the next couple of weeks. More than likely, most of this funding will be spent on stream debris removal in the Neuse River, which serves as the pilot project for this very important study. Flooding looks different in many areas of our state. The flooding blueprint will show us how we address these issues and designate specific projects to help local communities. I will continue to be a huge advocate of this blueprint plan for our state, and we must make sure that we are completing it as quickly and accurately as possible. Again, thank you to Congressman Murphy and Congressman Rouzer and everyone that helped put today's event together. I'm proud to work with all of our local elected officials and stakeholders in ensuring a more resilient North Carolina. Thank you and God bless.
Okay, so you can see our guys at the state are really kind of kicking this in high gear. Next, I have the honor of introducing a good friend of mine, Dr. Reed Corbett. Dr. Corbett was raised here in eastern North Carolina, actually at the coast, received his PhD from Florida State in oceanography. Dr. Corbett is now the Dean of the Integrated Coastal Programs. Had a great time visiting with him, and is Executive Director of the Coastal Studies Institute, Professor in the Department of Coastal Studies at ECU. Welcome, Dr. Corbett. We're going to talk about recent flooding across eastern North Carolina. Thank you, sir. Good to see you. All right, so front, back, or forward, backward, laser, if you want. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to sort of speak today, and I was asked to address the history of flooding in North Carolina, and that's hard to do in 15 minutes, and I will keep us on time, which means I got an extra 8 minutes. So what I wanted to sort of speak to is, give you some background on the drivers of flooding. Maybe this will be sort of an intro course and review for most of you, and I appreciate some of the introductory statements because I will sort of hit on some of those, reiterate some of the things that have already been said. So my goals today are for providing a quick background as it focuses on flooding, thinking about the landscape of North Carolina, the different types of flooding, and then provide a climate perspective. Where are we today and potentially where are we going? And then think about some of the recent examples of flooding, many that you have lived through and won't provide much new information. But again, I think the context on using that background and the types of flooding for thinking about the storms that we have recently lived through. And then move on and to think about a little bit of the direction that maybe we should go based on these experiences. So you can't start without thinking about, the state of North Carolina and the different watersheds that we do have. And I'm focusing solely on eastern North Carolina, so think of east of 95. And it's not the only place in North Carolina where we have flooding, and I recognize that, particularly those that did come from the mountains. But thinking about some of the recent flood events and some of the major flood events that North Carolina has had, many of those have been east of 95. And when you think about the watersheds in eastern North Carolina, we do have 8. As was already mentioned, they don't follow state boundaries, they don't follow county boundaries, right? We all sort of need to think about this together and collectively as we move forward. And then we have these different types of flooding, and I will sort of bring this back in when I sort of think about the drivers of flooding. So you have fluvial flooding, so think of rivers and streams that are being overtopped, their banks are being overtopped. But pluvial flooding is also pretty significant when you have major rain events where either the natural infrastructure or our engineered infrastructure just can't handle the volume of water, which leads to ponding and often many feet of water in different areas. And then we're seeing flooding along the coast that might not have to do with a storm at all, and I will hit that right at the end. But where does all the water come from? And so when we think about flooding, we are often dealing with precipitation events. Hans Perl with UNC Institute of Marine Science put a paper out not too long ago in 2019 that used a very long precipitation record from Kinston, a record from Kinston that spans almost 120 years. And when you look at these precipitation events, and so these are events that had almost 2 inches of rain in a single day, and sometimes multiple days of at least 2 inches of rain. When you look at those, This is that top graph. When you look at this time series of these events, what we saw, or what they saw, was most of these major events, these precipitation events, were associated with tropical cyclones, with hurricanes. And we know that North Carolina sort of sits out here in the Atlantic and does have a fairly short return frequency of these major storms. These are not surprises, but I think it's important to recognize the significance that these hurricanes do play on these major precipitation events. And I'll come back to that in just a minute. We've seen changes in the cyclicity of how many hurricanes we have, and we know that this is at least partially driven by changes in sea surface temperatures of the North Atlantic, right? That does cycle through time, that does cycle through time as far as what temperatures, these temperature anomalies in the North Atlantic, that does drive the number of storms, it drives the intensity of these storms. This is not new science, but I think it's important to recognize that we have seen some changes in the number of these major systems, these hurricanes, through time. That said, it's also important to recognize that we are likely to see some climate-related changes in particularly the amount of rainfall, but potentially the intensity of these storms moving forward. So again, thinking about these storms, the drivers that they are for major precipitation events in North Carolina, what's interesting is that we do see in the last 20 years, most of the largest events are associated with these tropical cyclones. And when you look at these tropical cyclones and sort of the events that they are driving, we are seeing that they are getting worse, they are getting more intense, they are bringing more rain through time. Certainly in North Carolina. Again, this data is solely from North Carolina, driven by a rain gauge in Kinston. And one of the things that Hans Perl and his group suggested is, are we seeing a regime shift? Are we seeing these storms being more significant in driving these precipitation events in eastern North Carolina, and also driving flood events? This is from the Neuse River Basin, driving these flood events. These are significant. They are certainly going to drive more flood events moving forward. So focusing on these, understanding these, and the drivers is pretty significant. And then coming back to the significance of these storms, right, so the hurricanes, and the types of flooding. This is a schematic that Chip Conrad put together from UNC Chapel Hill, presented it, I think, maybe last year at this conference, that tried to sort of bring together different attributes of these hurricanes and the types of flooding that we might have. And the reason I wanted to present it again is because I am going to go through a couple storms, a couple examples, and some of this will come back up. The idea that when a hurricane interacts with a front, and depending on the types of attributes of the land surface, do you have a lot of impermeable surfaces? Have you already got saturated soils and high water levels in a stream? Could lead to pluvial or river flooding. If you have a slow-moving storm, could lead to river flooding. And so the types of storms, the direction that they follow, how quick they move, and the interactions with other meteorological systems along the coast really will be important for driving the types of flooding and the amount of flooding that we have in eastern North Carolina. So with that, I sort of want to start with, or move into specific examples and thinking about the drivers, what really drove that sort of flooding for those different examples. When looking at sort of the history of flooding in North Carolina, there really are 5 major systems that are often talked about. 2 of those were in the mountains, 1916, 1940. And the other 3 major flood events were in eastern North Carolina. And the names, of course, you know. And I'll start with Hurricane Floyd, the one that sort of started it all. The one that maybe opened our eyes to flooding and what systems like this could do to eastern North Carolina. This was a large storm, but it was a fast-moving storm. It actually was only in North Carolina, at least the eye was only in North Carolina for about 8 hours. So fairly quick-moving storm for eastern North Carolina. The challenges with this storm is it did interact with a stalled front as it approached our coast, and that stalled front led to an intensification of the amount of rain that was laid out in North Carolina. That, and the fact that we had Hurricane Dennis just 2 weeks prior that laid down, several inches of rain in eastern North Carolina, saturated the soils, filled the banks. And so when Hurricane Floyd came through with an additional up to 18 inches of rain, it was, sort of the straw that broke the camel's back. And that did lead to a storm that we had never experienced in this state before. This was the first tropical cyclone, the first hurricane that had ever impacted eastern North Carolina to this extent. And for each storm I'm going to talk about, I'll have sort of some of these facts, many of these facts you already know. And I've tried to lay it out in the same place so you can make your own comparisons. I do think it is significant that, for me, when I moved back into the state, this is the question that I was always asking somebody as I was looking for a house. Did it get water during Floyd? And I think we used that, right, for years, right? It was the standard for eastern North Carolina. Did it have water during Floyd? But then there was Matthew in 2016. And again, Matthew was a fairly large storm. There wasn't anything too unique about Matthew, although, like Floyd, it interacted with a stalled front, and it had some precipitation prior, this antecedent precipitation prior. We had several inches leading up to Hurricane Matthew. So again, soils were saturated, riverbanks were full, and then you had Matthew bring in, 15, 18 inches of rain. This, I think, 17 years after Floyd, was a wake-up call for North Carolina. Floyd was that storm that we always referenced, but it seemed like a one-off. We had never experienced anything like that before. It was a 500-year storm. Granted, that's just probabilities. But it was, at this point, years in the past. And we weren't necessarily, during that time, in between, we weren't necessarily preparing for the next storm. So Matthew really was a wake-up call to North Carolina. The impacts that these storms can have, the talk about climate change, the drivers of climate, the potential impacts of these storms, and the changes that these storms might have. And so we saw some of the worst flooding that we had seen since Floyd during Matthew. And then there was Florence, just 2 years later. And Florence has changed the background, right? It's changed the narrative in North Carolina. And now Florence has become that storm that we refer to on and over and over. And Florence was an interesting storm. The previous two were very similar in their approach, very similar in that interaction with a stalled front, the preceding rain that we had had. Florence was a different storm. It was different in its approach to the coast compared to previous storms. It was different once it came to shore, the direction, its path that it took, how it slowed. It was in a single county, for almost 12 hours. A very different storm that laid down more rain than North Carolina had ever seen in a single day. And in fact, the amount of rain that was put down, and so these are two different graphs. The graph on the right basically shows that the frequency, if we think about the probability, this is the amount of rain in some areas, what it was a 1 in 1,000, a 1,000-year storm. Again, probabilities, it's not to say that you couldn't have a 1,000-year storm 2 days in a row, but the probabilities aren't very high. But it gives you some scale of the type of storm Florence was for North Carolina. As was already mentioned, it turned Wilmington into an island. The amount of road closures following Hurricane Florence was unprecedented. And the fact is that this is Interstate 40 heading to Wilmington that was literally a stream after the storm with fish that had to be cleaned up after the storm. This storm has redefined North Carolina. And in fact, many of the things that you've already heard about what is being done are drivers from not just Florence, but Matthew and Florence. Having these two back-to-back has changed people's perspective of what these storms can do, but more importantly, what they might do moving forward. So I think it is important to think about what changes that these storms have done. Most importantly, it's important to think sort of what they've changed, how they've impacted people in this room, but certainly people all across eastern North Carolina, not just after the storm, but even today. And that is ultimately what our goal should be, is thinking about the people, thinking about the property, and looking for solutions to better protect people and property. There have been some great things that have come out post-storm, things that we have changed to better respond, to better prepare for these storms moving forward, including what we'll likely hear a lot about, which is the Flood Resiliency Blueprint, which was just released recently. And so although we've done some things better, I think it's important, and Jay mentioned it just a few minutes ago, is we aren't doing everything right. And Miyuki Hinu posted from UNC Chapel Hill, published a paper just last year that did show that for every one home in the floodplain that we are buying out, 10 homes have been built. And those homes have been built with building codes from 2015 or older. And so we need to think about how we are moving forward. We need to think about things that we can do today that will make a difference moving forward, that will ultimately make a difference in protecting people and property. And those are sort of the storms, the major storms, but I do think it's important to recognize that it's not just these major storms that are leading to flooding. So the idea of pluvial flooding. This is an example of a 2-day rain on the northern side of Roanoke Island that led to, because of stormwater infrastructure that wasn't quite right, led to significant flooding on the north end of Roanoke Island. This is an image I took of the town of Manteo. And so, sunny day flooding, this was wind-driven. And floods like this in coastal systems are going to become more frequent moving forward, given sea level rise, given some of the changes that are not likely to happen, that will happen, that are happening today. So these are things that we need to think about. These are things that we need to plan for. And I think we do it in a way that does consider what's referred to as the triple bottom line, that does consider people, that considers the planet, the ecosystem, things we are dependent on, and profit, the ecosystem, the environment, and the economics. We have to consider that holistically to develop sustainable plans moving forward. This is key for us if we are going to do this in a way that does protect people, that does protect property. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Corbett. I don't know if y'all picked up on that one slide where it said Florence, $17 billion. You know, some of that was going to happen regardless, but just think if we could invest a fraction of that in trying to ameliorate some of the things. Next, honor of introducing Dr. Stephen Moisey. Dr. Moisey is the professor of geological sciences and director of the ECU Water Resources Center. Dr. Moisey is currently working on several grants from the National Science Foundation to look at community resilience to water hazards in eastern North Carolina. Obviously, this is a large tint of what we're talking about in the East today. So, Dr. Moisey, thank you, and I'll actually keep you more on time than Dr. Corbett was. So.
Great.
So thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here for sure. And many of you may not be familiar with the Water Resources Center at ECU because it's a fairly new thing that's just started in the last few years. But we've really invested a lot in terms of trying to make a big impact in workforce development, community resilience, focused around addressing those water issues in Eastern North Carolina. So we've had a lot of investment from the National Science Foundation, as Dr. Murphy had mentioned, and we're excited to move forward. So I'm here today, though, to talk really about, I was asked to talk about where does flooding happen in North Carolina? And that's a pretty big question, pretty hard question to try and answer in a 15-minute talk, as Dean Corbett had just mentioned. And so I guess for me, I wanted to just maybe focus in on a picture like this that maybe can start you thinking about what does that flooding really mean? Where is it happening? What does that mean to us as a state, as communities? And so this picture here, right, people raising their houses to get out of that risk of these flood waters. Many of you might be thinking about places like seeing this kind of thing happening in the Outer Banks. But in fact, this particular picture was taken in the town of Princeville, which is far inland, right around Tarboro. And so that's a historical community, as an extreme example maybe of some of the issues with flooding, because they've had a long history of flood issues. But I've selected this map to show you here because that issue they face, right, is one we face around the entire state. This particular picture is a screenshot from FIMAN, the North Carolina Flood Inundation Monitoring and Alert Network, and is one of the amazing tools, that we have available to us in North Carolina to help us understand flood risks. All of these sites, right, are sites being monitored to look for these flood risks in our area. In addition to showing you, the breadth of where this happens, it's kind of where all this flooding happens, or where all this monitoring is going on, indicates to us, right, where it rains, it can flood, and Dr. Corbett brought that up earlier, right, with this idea of pluvial flooding. We don't need to be right next to a surface water body to be concerned with or have those risks from flooding. So we really need to start thinking broadly about where these flooding risks happen, why they happen. I'm going to focus in and showing a little bit more with FIMAN and the great tool it is and things we can do with it by showing you an example from where we are today here in Greenville and looking at what does that actually mean for fluvial flooding and the risks that we see and what are some of the drivers of that here in our region. And so this map is showing us Greenville. The airport is up here, the Tar River coming through the center, and then we would be located just off the map down there. On a typical day, right, we have the river flowing through town, we have these wetland areas around us, and if we were to take a cross-section and look at what does this actually look like for us here in this area, I'm just going to pull this off. What does it look like when we look at a cross-section of this region? We can see, right, that there's a big change in topography as we go across the river. But on a nice typical day, the river is confined in this channel and we have the wetlands right over there. But as we start to get towards flooding events, right, we fill in those floodplains. So at a typical flood stage, we've filled in all those low-lying areas. And really, right, that's what the floodplain is meant to do, is protect us from those floodwaters and store that floodwater when we have too much. As we start to get above flood stage, so this is the example of what we might expect from, or what we saw with a hurricane like Ada just a couple years ago, all right, we fill in a little more. And so at that point, I'm going to go back just for a second, we're going beyond just the floodplain. We're starting to impact people who have put buildings and houses and properties, in some of these more risky kind of areas. And so a nice thing about FIMAN is that we can look at what is the actual cost associated with that flooding. As we flood a little bit more, so we get to more of a Hurricane Matthew type event, right? The stage has gone up and we've inundated even a greater area of this region, and our costs, right, those impacts are going up. So again, this is not surprising to any of us, I don't think, when we look at this and we think about flooding is going to impact more areas, more people. But one of the things we might want to think about as we look at who is being impacted is what is the value of those properties? Who are the people that are actually being impacted as these flood risks start to come in? And so this is a histogram just showing us the difference between areas, the value of properties that were flooded versus those that were not in orange. And you can see it's really those lower valued properties that are being impacted to a much greater extent. And if we think about those people, right, who might be impacted, do they have those resources to be able to adapt or change or recover from these events? So thinking about who is being impacted becomes really important. So if we go further beyond a Hurricane Matthew stage event, we can get to more of like a Hurricane Floyd type of event. And so we have this really massive inundation and millions of dollars of damage impacted. And so the point I want to make by walking you through this quick view of this flood scenario is to get you thinking, right, about these risks are not distributed equally everywhere. So in our case, right, the natural topography, the geology of our area really influences who is going to be impacted. And everyone in Greenville knows north of the river is an area that floods a lot. But not everybody knows, right, as we move south of the river, we have this big difference in topography that's actually protecting us and helping us. And so that's something we need to know about. And we also need to be thinking about, in these more at-risk areas, what kind of management activities are we doing to protect them? Who are we allowing to be in those areas? How are we actually deciding how to manage them, what infrastructure we're going to put in place to protect and use and save those areas? In this event of infrastructure, right, these choices we make about infrastructure are really critical, and this is just one example showing the impact that infrastructure choices can have on resilience. And so this is work from Barbara Dahl at NC State, who's done really amazing work over the years around infrastructure. And we can see here, right, that with looking at channelized flood infrastructure, right, where we aren't maintaining the natural floodplain, leads to more flood risk. When we actually bring those floodplains back, we protect them, we protect that natural infrastructure, and in parallel, we maintain the built infrastructure that we have, making sure that stream crossings are fit properly for storm events and so forth. It really reduces the risk. So in Goldsboro here, around Big Ditch, you can see that black hashed area is the region where taking proper infrastructure choices, making proper infrastructure choices is going to really reduce that risk of flooding. So, natural systems, the choices we make about management, the infrastructure choices we make all make a huge difference to how resilient we're going to be. But of course, flooding is fundamentally an issue about having too much water. And so when we think about that, we can look at increasing rainfall intensities is something that we all know and has been mentioned many times here already that's going to be an issue increasing with flooding. So that is something we're going to have to deal with and live with. But in addition to knowing that we're going to have increased precipitation frequency, intensity, more hurricanes, we can look further at, do we have enough storage space in our watersheds to actually store that water that's coming in? And so I just graphed here for the last 5 years or so the stage of the Tar River, and these dots are showing times when we went above flood stage in just the last 5 years. And so if you look at these events, you can see actually that Dr. Corbett just pointed out, right? Hurricanes are a huge driver of floods. However, most of these events, in fact, 80% of them, are not occurring in the hurricane season, right? These are happening outside of the hurricane season. And so why is that? there's something else going on. Maybe is it that we're wrong and there's not so much rainfall happening in the hurricane season? Well, if we look at precipitation, that's not true because they are getting most of these big events, most of the rainfall in the hurricane season. So there's something else going on in the system we have to understand. And so if we were to look at groundwater levels in these times as well, we also know that groundwater levels are going to be the lowest during the hurricane season because that's when we have the most demands for water, the most evaporation, the most vegetation, taking up water, taking water out of the system, lowering those water tables. And so if you compare, just real quickly here, some of these events, even though we have big rainfall events, because the water tables are so low, we're not getting big storm flow events happening in our rivers. And so we have to be thinking about what is that storage capacity. We have to go beyond just thinking about what is the rainfall, what is the infrastructure it interacts with, but think about that natural infrastructure, including soils and groundwater, and think about a system as a whole. Dr. Corbett mentioned already the importance of compound events, right? The idea that Floyd wasn't Floyd just because there was a lot of rainfall. It was Floyd because there was Dennis 2 weeks before that. And so this idea of compound events becomes really critical to how much impact we're going to have. And it ties right back to that idea of how much storage capacity do we have in the system to deal with these events. So again, thinking holistically about these systems. All of those three things I just mentioned have to do with the local rainfall generation, and so does lack of or increases of impervious area, often driven by development, the management choices we have about stormwater infrastructure and so forth. But all of these, right, that massive amount of growth that we have happening, I chose Greenville, and you can see tons of growth in Greenville contributing to these red impervious areas, but it's happening throughout the state. And so, as Dr. Murphy, Representative Murphy has said, right, we know that water is flowing from west to east. And so all of that activity inland is impacting us and contributing to the flooding that's going to be happening out east. So thinking not just about locally what's generating rainfall, but also thinking about those other developments and things that are happening throughout the state becomes really critical. And then finally, the issues that have nothing to do with rainfall at all that are contributing to the flooding that we have. Right? And again, things like storm surge, high tides, sea level rise that are impacting our coastal areas. And I could give a whole talk about all of the risks that are happening out right in our eastern part of the states associated with these. But the point I want to make today is beyond all of those issues. Look at Greenville, impacted by storm surge, predicted to be impacted by storm surge, right, from a hurricane event. Way inland, right? We are not a coastal community in Greenville, we're an inland community. And yet these coastal processes can be contributing to this flooding that we could have. And think about, again, compound events. What if we're having a big flooding event in combination with a big rainfall event, or a big storm surge event in combination with a big rainfall event? Together now we have inward pressures from the coast, and we have these rainfall waters coming down. And together, those are going to lead to even more massive kinds of flood events that we have to start to deal with throughout our region. And so I'm going to end off here talking about really what does that mean we need to do to protect life, property, and livelihood, right? How do we bring all these things together? And what it means is that we have to take holistic views of watershed processes, right? We can't just think about this one river and the channel and how it's going to be overtopped. We have to be thinking about how that water got there in the first place and not just the rainfall that happened. We need the data to come in and identify where these issues are going to be. Feynman is a great example of really good data, but it doesn't cover everywhere. And is it monitoring all the right things that we need to know, right? Are we monitoring those groundwater levels to actually be predictive to risk? Rather, it said becomes really critical so that we can make those apples to apples comparisons. Because this is not one place or another, making the regional partnerships, right, is critical to find solutions. And of course, thinking about these solutions being for all, right? And who are we including in those decision-making processes and making sure that we represent not just the people Obviously we need to protect and support our economic investments, but we also need to help and support those people who may not have the infrastructure and resources to be adaptive or to respond to these large events in the future. And so finally, I'll just say flooding challenges cannot be solved by or for just one community. And so we have to be working all together to address these problems, as a state and as a group. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
They're free. Thank you, Dr. Moise. That was excellent. Honestly, I'd never thought about the water levels in the winter versus the hurricane season. That makes actually a lot of sense. So thank you for bringing that to light. It's going to be very interesting. I was just thinking when the maps were going up, we're all in D.C. and a lot of other places, we're starting to talk so much about artificial intelligence. And while this isn't going to clean out our rivers and everything else, it's going to absolutely help us in so many areas of society, but I think it will actually help us identify risks moving forward. Next, I have the honor of introducing Zane Hedgecott. Just again, things not done in a vacuum. We went down to Louisiana in August of 22, I believe it was, but just so we missed the conference here. Basically, again, to see what's being done in other places and where they've succeeded. Louisiana is decades ahead of us, but they also have a little bit different problem than we do. But again, just making sure we learn from other states and what other places are doing so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Went down there with Zane, had a excellent visit. It absolutely poured the entire time we were there, so it was actually a good time to see how they handle water. So with that, Zane, I will give you the floor, and thank you. Green forward, back red, laser pointer. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman and Congressman Rouzer. This conference was started or planned in October, and the Department of Agriculture, we have a million people coming to the state fairgrounds. And at the time when we planned that, the commissioner normally gives these speeches, and so we planned for Zane to come, and then here we are this time afterwards, and the commissioner's here actually. And he said, get up there. And it's just kind of creeping me out a little bit that I'm giving the commissioner's speech, and he's sitting right there. So really happy to be a part of this. Two excellent, oh my gosh, those two presentations. I think we need y'all's number. We need to bring in and drill down on some of that, because what agriculture is seeing is so crucial. And this information, this group that gets together, we're all living this dream together, right? We're all trying to come up with solutions. And Congressman Rouzer mentioned agriculture just hit a milestone. Commissioner predicted this several years ago. In fact, when he was elected in 2005, the agribusiness community, the dollar amount that it brings into North Carolina was about $58 billion, and we just topped $103 billion. And this fact actually is a couple years back, the figures, so we feel like next year would even be higher. So you can see the importance of agriculture and agribusiness to this state and the investment that farmers put on their land. We talk about the cities, and I know there's mayors here. I met a mayor from Canton last night, and he was talking about the problems there. So this is truly a North Carolina issue that we're all working together on. Agriculture property, land, forest land, and is beautiful, right? We got all these people moving into North Carolina, and a lot of it's because of the business climate. The General Assembly has done a great job, and I think we've done a great job bragging about North Carolina, the beauty, the importance of it, the opportunities in North Carolina. With that, people say, hey, we want to become a North Carolinian. So they come here, and it's causing issues that we all got to deal with. One of the great things about agriculture is we just got more mouths that we're going to feed. And the Lord created us to consume food, and agriculture is the guys, the farm families. Lawrence is here. He's going to speak later. And Lawrence, I don't know, I imagine you all probably got 4 generations, multiple farm families on that one farm. You might have some of those guys 5. You might have some in pedal tractors, right? But the knowledge and the things that they've seen in Lawrence's lifetime, probably from mules to we see these huge tractors now. So how important agriculture is to this state and why we're at that $103 billion. As the population increases, also increases problems, surely opportunities. Today in the panel, and I'm sort of like the caddy, I'm trying to set the ball on the tee, and these guys are just going to hit it out of the park. Representative Rouzer is going to be asking them questions, and those guys are going to get in the weeds. And thinking about what I got to say, and then hearing those 2 other presentations, I wish I'd have heard them yesterday, right? Because those guys I've already thought about and studied and got in a slide things that I was, why is this happening? And we got to deal with it. We got education folks here, and of course government, private ownership, those that just care, and the room's full of you folks, and we're all in this together, and it's important. David Williams heads our Soil and Water Division. He's going to speak. John Langdon heads our Soil and Water Commission. He's appointed by the governor, and John's been appointed by actually 2 governors, John, and look forward to his continued support. The General Assembly members talked about the investment they've made, and just us, one of our parts about helping with flood water is cleaning out the river, the channel, and it was mentioned here very well. Also, the speaker talked about the investment. So Department of Agriculture has received $38 million in the storm flow rehabilitation assistance program, and then just the last session, we're given another $20 million for 2024. We're in that period of gathering applications from towns and communities that will apply for this, and that period will be ending that period of applications is February the 23rd. So if you're applying, get your application in quick, and then John and David and them is going to be looking it over, and unfortunately, just in the last cycle, I think there was $311 million request. So the request and the amount of money that they have is outpaced, and then they got to look through there and figure out the best ones. Debris removal is, again, a part of what this money goes to, and our soil and water divisions in the districts help with that. So far, they've cleared 435 miles of cleaning out the rivers, making the channel clear. Lawrence is going to talk about sediment. You're cleaning out the logs and stuff, but all the sand and the soil and the things, the rocks and things. I live in the Piedmont, and we had 3.5 inches of rain in about 30 minutes. And on my farm, I can step across the little stream there, and I went down there to see how it fared during this storm. And it's not as wide as this here, but it was like 10 feet deep. 3.5 inches, and I'm going to talk about what rooftops and asphalt and things, development, roads that we have to build, the infrastructure for all these people that's coming into North Carolina and how it affects it. But in this small creek that's on my farm, I know where it starts. And there's not been any houses and things built, but to the point that the doctors just made, it's changed. I used to farm, and the commissioner says this all the time. Farmers deal with it's too hot, it's too cold, it's too wet, and it's too dry. It's a constant that agriculture deals with. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we all are dealing with the same thing as landowners. It's important to have a good crop, and it's important for that farmer to be able to put the food on the table. we mentioned, Dr. Murphy mentioned when we went to Louisiana, and I see Jimmy Dixon's here. He went along with us. Senator Perry went, and Senator Jackson went, and we went down there along with Congressman Rouzer and Murphy's staff. I want to just give Ray a plug. Ray Celeste, oh my gosh, what a public servant. I don't know where you found that guy. I don't know how you kept him this long. We got good people, and people steal them all the time, right, as employees. But that is one good public servant. So Ray, I know what you've done for this conference, and I know you got folks that help you, but I appreciate your care, and as a public servant, you deserve a lot of credit. We talked about infrastructure, and you're going to hear them talk about that. I'm trying to find it here, Kendall. Kendall Paramore is going to be speaking after I do. Here it is. I get all worked up here and, get ahead of my, Commissioner never gets ahead in his notes. But Kendall Paramore is a director of, where is that? Oh, here it is. Anyway, he's the director of a local drainage district. And I got to know Kendall a couple years ago. Lawrence actually come and met with the commissioner and mentioned Kendall. And I went down there, and I was so impressed with his knowledge of understanding his drainage district, the complexity of it. And those drainage districts in North Carolina and eastern North Carolina, quite frankly, I don't think the state's invested money to help keep them channels and things that was created to drain water off of farmland. And until 2 years ago, when Kendall told me, and hopefully he's going to tell you news, if he had funding, he could help clean some of those channels out better. I've seen some that they did clean out. They worked along with DQ and I guess the Corps, maybe, I don't know where they get all their funding. But I saw the effects of what good management meant. And then I saw a canal, and this is man-made, that's just full of water. And Kendall could get it cleaned out. He just needed funding. And he has infrastructure that was built in the 50s and 60s. And I think we have that all across North Carolina. So as we work on this blueprint and look to the future, I think we have things in place. Kendall and other drainage districts in eastern North Carolina has those channels and those canals. And we just need to kind of focus on getting those cleaned out as we're waiting on a blueprint. I heard the point where he said, well, you don't want to clean out this stream and what may happen. That's a good statement, but it's complicated. Because if I'm a mayor or I'm a county commissioner, I don't have enough time in the day to think about what's happening in eastern North Carolina. And us folks in the Piedmont, we're causing your problem. We are. And we need to be a part of the solution, right? So this is a statewide issue. And I'm grateful that this conference brings that to life. I think I'm finishing up. The commissioner is here. He's going to be here. One thing he said, you give the speech and I'm going to work the crowd afterwards. So if you haven't met the commissioner, if you hadn't met him, then please meet him. And please know that Department of Agriculture, our main thing is to provide a safe and affordable food supply. And it's crucially important that we concentrate on that. But we also, Dr. Murphy, are a big part of the cleanup, the mortality of animals and things that happen during a flood event, and that we could go on and have another panel about things that we've done in the state. And I don't know that we capture those dollars to spend in that regard, but with helps of FEMA and emergency management things, folks that help the aftermath of that. And so I thank you very much. This is very important. And if I don't have your card, let us know. Look at the Department of Agriculture, and we'd love to talk to you. Thank you very much.
I think I've said this before. I think with all the building, especially going on in the Triangle, that it's also been done in other places where there's cisterns that go on houses. And think about all the water runoff on all the roofs that that could be collected, at least kept and parked for a little while. So not much one for adding more regulation, but sometimes it actually makes a good thing. Well, thank you, Zane, for introducing our next guest. I had the pleasure of meeting Kendall a couple months ago, and Kendall he gave me a viewing of some of the eastern North Carolina drainage districts. To be honest with you guys, again, I don't have the degrees here, but part of my job is to help learn about this and to learn what he's doing and actually making the efflux of water move better for eastern North Carolina. So Kendall, thank you, and he's the district manager of the Eastern Drainage System. So thanks, buddy. Good to see you. Appreciate that. All right. So that's a forward, backward laser pointer. Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. Let me take this. Commissioner Zane said that doing your speech, it creeped him out. Well, following Zane creeps me out. Today I want to talk to you guys about drainage districts and the Southeastern Drainage Office and what we do and how we benefit the state of North Carolina. A lot of people don't know about us or know about drainage districts, so hopefully today is informative. Drainage districts were established back in the 1900s, the early 1900s. They were established for agricultural purposes only. Basically what happened, a group of farmers who were tending the property realized that they needed drainage. And so they got together and they established the drainage district. Most of the channels that we have are only designed to handle a 2 to 5 year storm. And you will realize that most drainage districts, you will find them from the Piedmont to the coast. A lot of them right here in coastal eastern North Carolina. This is a picture of a drainage district of a typical canal. You can see the ditch, as most people would call it. We call it a canal. It's on the right. And then you have the travelway, which is our easement on the left. That's how we get down to do the maintenance and perform the maintenance on that canal. Now that brings me to our office and what my office actually does. We were established in 1994 as a nonprofit to come alongside drainage districts to help them. We are the only entity in the state of North Carolina that is, our sole purpose is to help drainage districts. We have 13 districts that fall underneath our umbrella, and we are not run by a county. A lot of people think county commissioners or the county that the district is in is run by the county. Canals and drainage systems, we have many canals that flow through multiple counties. So when the general statutes were set up, they were given to drainage commissioners, which are appointed by the clerk of court. We have 452 miles of canal that we manage. Over 18,350 parcels are involved in that, and that's how we generate tax revenue. We operate under the guidelines of the PL 566 and the General Statute number 156. We are committed to assisting North Carolina drainage districts with the management of land ownership, financial records, maintenance, and project management of their projects. This is a recent project. Zane talked about the stream debris removal. You can see this is the recent project that we finished and how we were able to get in there and clean the canal. Our officers, we have 7 officers. We just added an additional one. Ephraim Smith is our president. He's here in Pitt County. Wayne Lofton's also in Pitt County. Tommy Harrell, he is from Chowan County. Johnny Penner is from Edgecombe. Benji Forrest is Beaufort Pitt. And then Lou Lewis he is from Lenore, Craven, and Jones. These are the counties that are affected by underneath our umbrella. There's 12 counties from Wayne County to the coast, all parts in between. River basins that we affect. The Chowan, the Tar Pamlico, and the Neuse River Basin. We work in all river basins, and all 3 of those river basins, those are the main ones that we focus on. Our roles, what do we do for drainage districts? We assist them with their maintenance. I'll talk in a minute about what kind of maintenance we actually do. We prepare tax assessments. When the engineer, back when the when the districts were created, an engineer came in and set that district up. There's a tax assessment that is given to each parcel. We go through and figure out, after the commissioners set the rate, we figure out how much each parcel owes. We prepare and manage grants for drainage district. Currently, we have a number of grants that we are seeking. We prepare yearly budgets for them to help them stay on task and stay in budget. Budget's a big deal. We assist drainage districts with their financial management and planning, day-to-day operations of that. We work with legislation. I've had an opportunity to work with a number of the guys here in the room, and the folks here in the room, and it's a pleasure to work with them on behalf of the drainage districts. We assist drainage districts with their plans by municipalities. Municipalities will send us the plans on things that are being built, and we are able to review. We can advise, we cannot direct. We are not a regulatory agency. Our partnerships. Zane talked about our partnerships. The North Carolina Department of Agriculture, Commissioner Troxler, they have been a great friend to us. Currently, we have $2.2 million worth of work that we're doing through the STRAP program, and we could use, Commissioner, we could use a lot more, just saying. North Carolina Department of Public Safety, $1.1 million. This is a significant job in Lenore, Craven Jones. Drainage area. This is a bank stabilization, a lot of erosion after Hurricane Florence. That was talked about earlier. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, currently working with Jim and his team on planning for some dam rehabilitations. We have 12 dams on Bear Creek. The average cost to replace one dam right now is between $4 and $5 million. When we touch that dam, we're going to have to be prepared to bring it up to standard. So there's a lot of money involved, and these are high-risk areas. We also have a partnership with DEQ. It's been talked about, the Neuse River Advisory Group. I do serve on that group with the blueprint that everyone's talked about this morning, and that's going well. North Carolina Farm Bureau. Keith Larrick and his team, we work with them to help our farmers and our ag communities. What do we do from a maintenance standpoint? Mowing, spraying. I'm going to talk about beaver management in a second. Beaver management is a major deal. People do not understand how much disaster that they actually cause and how much effort goes into that. Erosion control, culvert management. We have a lot of pipes in these drainage districts. A lot of them need to be replaced. They wear out over time. Inspections. We help drainage districts with their yearly inspections. What is the benefit of a drainage district? I want you to look at this picture. This picture was taken after Hurricane Floyd by a community that was heavily impacted by Floyd. This was a choke point of that community. The community lost half of its town. After a lot of permitting and a lot of work with DEQ and agriculture and all of our friends through the court system, this is now the drainage district. We are now able to service that community because of those efforts, and you can see we no longer have a choke point, and that's a big deal. Common issues that we face. Large storms. Everybody, we've talked about hurricanes. Our friends from East Carolina have really pointed that out. Reduced river capacity. Zane talked about that a while ago. Beavers, invasive species. Interesting topic. The general public. Now, wait till you see that. Impervious surfaces and development. Here's a list of the storms since 1996 that have all come through eastern North Carolina. There's 23 storms up there, okay? Eastern North Carolina is not any stranger to hurricanes. It's a big deal. And notice we've only had one quote-unquote Category 3. and that was Hurricane Fran. But think of all the damage that all the other ones have caused. Reduce river capacity. This is the Tar River. You can see in the center of the river, we've got a lot of sandbars. A lot of sediment has settled there. We're losing our channels. Talk about beaver activity. Now, this is a large dam that we found in one of our drainage districts, holding back a lot of water. But fun facts about the beaver. The beaver is the second largest rodent in the world. Its predators, coyotes, foxes, bobcats, and owls, they're all native to here. The beaver is not native to here. It was brought here. A beaver can stay underwater for as long as 15 minutes. It can weigh up to 55 pounds. Trust me, they get bigger. And beavers, they build their dams with their strong teeth, cutting down a lot of trees. They are resilient. I can tell you, they will not stop. Invasive species, I talked about a while ago. This is what we call a privet bush. It's not native to North Carolina either. It's something that was brought here, but it's taken over our canals. We have to try to eradicate that because it hangs down into the ditch and it stops up water. So we have to work to keep that clean. General public. All right. You see on the left, for some reason, parents think that we'll buy our kids four-wheelers and we'll just turn them loose on the canal. These canals are very dangerous and they cause us a lot of problems. On the right, that was a party on New Year's Day. And we found that. And there's the gentleman on the right. He didn't know he was a star today. Effects of impervious surfaces. This is something that we struggle with a lot. But let's talk about impervious surfaces. This is in a local community. If you can see, if you look at this picture, on the right-hand side, there's a ditch. That's the canal. You see the travel way. After a recent rain event, this is what it looked like. This was not a hurricane, but this is what it looked like. It's hard to manage because of the development and the mass amount of impervious surfaces. Our canals in eastern North Carolina cannot handle the amount of water we're getting. This is a home in a local municipality. Now let me say this about this municipality. I've worked with this municipality. They're great people. They're put in a box. This home was built in an area where there was no FEMA flood study. Okay? There was no... Their planning board, the numbers from the engineer, they all match. Everything works out great. They can't make decisions because there's nothing they can do. This is the canal to the right. And then you see where my drainage easement is, within 5 to 6 feet of that home. This is after that same recent storm. Now, that house was built just over a year ago. So you kind of get the idea, this was done in areas. We are developing, development's coming. I'm not standing up here and telling you I'm anti-development. But what I am telling you is we've got to be smart about what we're doing. Solutions. Dr. Murphy, I'm almost done. We talk about water quantity regulation. We do a very good job in this state of managing water quality. We've got to focus on water quantity. We got some new regulations coming from the state. That's a great thing, but we got to make sure they're enforced. Landscape buffers. I always encourage landscape buffers. Landscape buffers helps to keep fences and barns and trailers out of my easement so I can do my job. But it also helps to keep people away from the canal. The canal is dangerous. When that water's moving at a fast-moving pace, the current, people do not need to be near it. Sediment management. We talked about sediment management. I showed you the picture. What a big deal that is in eastern North Carolina. And the water is continuing to spread out. Water storage. We talk about water farming. You're going to hear more and more about that as we go. The commissioner is a big proponent of that. And so that is something we really need to look at. Water farming is something that other states are doing, and we need to have that on our radar. Debris removal, thank you. Thank you for putting an effort into debris removal. We've got to continue to keep things clean. Preventative maintenance. I would a whole lot much rather stand up here and tell you about the preventative maintenance that I'm doing, because if I'm doing preventative maintenance, then that means that we're not reacting to something that has happened. That means we're not reacting to a life that's been lost, and we're not reacting to property that's been damaged. Smart development. That pretty much speaks for itself. And finally, I leave you with this slide. In this room, there's a lot of people from a lot of different walks. Some of us stand on opposite sides of the aisle. This is not a one-size-fits-all solution. It's going to take every single one of us in this room, no matter what department you represent, no matter where you came from, in order to make this a better success for our citizens here in North Carolina. Thank you.
I want to thank our speakers this morning. We'll now have a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we'll go to the panel discussion.
How many folks we got on this panel?
5, including me.
Okay, very good. Everybody sitting at the couch?
Yeah.
They said they wanted to use handheld, so I guess.
I guess. I don't know. Maybe I might get another chair. Because if we got 5,
yeah,
that'd be 3, 4. We need a little chair.
I don't know if there's any more nice chairs.
That's okay.
I get you like one of these.
Yeah, just a regular one would be fine.
Okay. Why don't you keep that mic?
Yeah.
So we know which one you got, and then we'll hand the other guy.
That sounds good. That's all right. It's all good. Yes, ma'am.
Are we gonna be pretty much on schedule with the panels?
Yeah. We're right on time at the moment. So, and I don't think the panels will take quite as much time as we have allocated.
I've got his name. Did you see the guy I walked into the thing with last night? It's one of your consultants. Wilmington.
Oh, Jay. You talking about Jay?
Jay, my stalker.
Yeah.
He was telling me a lot of things that you were doing.
Yeah, Jay Warsaw. Yeah. He's a good guy.
I didn't.
He has done some consulting work before, not for me, but
But he was telling me things that you had done.
yeah.
That I had not been aware of, so I didn't realize that we were so closely aligned, and I appreciate I appreciate the position that I kind of have to make of being a coach for you.
Absolutely. No, we're definitely on the same page. Sure.
You get us some money, you get us some farmers and some good old rednecks, we can take care of this problem. Get folks like, folks with Saturday.
What do you think, David Rouzer? I think the thing has got is
You've been with me long enough, we can almost spit it out like I did.
Yeah.
Bring a wagon.
Yes, glad to be here.
Seriously.
Hey, good morning, Congressman. Susan Monroe with Carolina Offshore Plant. My folks in Houston are very highly
Where I send the check?
in DC. Yeah, so more to come. Thank you for your leadership.
Great job. Oh, that's it.
If I can get my panelists to come on up. Yes, sir.
Hey. My pleasure. Well, thank you, sir. I was a little concerned that my
What's that?
Thank you for having us. They're already on.
We can get everybody back in the room and settled. We'll get going.
Stuff at the end, so yeah. And we need to recognize Barbara. She's in the yard.
We can get everybody settled back in. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Dr. Murphy, I have us all strung up by our toenails.
But our clock had to have it reduced.
So we're going to go ahead and get started. Our panel this morning, our first one's titled, How is the State of North Carolina Implementing Solutions for Flooding of Farmland? And before we dive into that detail, I'd like for each of my panelists to introduce themselves. I'll start with my buddy here to the right.
I'm Lawrence Davenport. I'm a native of Pitt County, fourth generation farmer here. Live just across the river. I live on the Tar River. And so I've had, all my life has been spent in agriculture and dealing with drainage and those kinds of projects.
My name is David Williams. I'm the director for the State Division of Soil and Water Conservation, part of the Department of Agriculture. Very proud to be part of that department. I grew up on a dairy farm in Davie County, and I've been working for the department, and I've been working for Soil and Water for 26 years, and for the department for the last 12 years, I guess, 12 or 13 years now, since we moved over to CDA. But I'm excited to be here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Keith Larrick. I'm Natural Resources Director at North Carolina Farm Bureau based out of Raleigh. As Natural Resources Director, I deal with environmental policy issues that impact agriculture and impact our farmers. Of course, over the past few years, that's come to include the flooding issue, so we've been heavily involved with that and happy to participate today.
Good morning. I'm John Langdon from Benson, North Carolina. I'm a farmer, and my 2-year-old grandson is now the 5th generation on our farm, I'm pleased to say. I also serve as North Carolina Soil and Water Commission Chair, where we set policy and control the money that's spent. And we try to do a good job working with our division, working hand in hand together. And I would like to pause just a moment to recognize again our Representative Rouzer and Murphy and their staff to having the passion and the get her done attitude to address these issues, because that's the kind of representatives we need, and we appreciate you and your staff. Thank you.
Well, thank you, John. I appreciate those kind words, and appreciate each of you being here for this panel discussion today. You know, agriculture is a $100 billion plus industry, and a lot of people outside of agriculture may not readily think of it, but really our farmers, our farm families are our state's #1 conservationist as well. You know, Lawrence, you've had a lot of experience. In fact, I feel like I've known Lawrence since I was about 5 years old. He was 20, I think. And we've known each other a good long time. I hear the commissioner cackling over here. And speaking of the commissioner, and before I forget, I want to say a word about Zane Hedgecock. It was mentioned, Ray, what a great public servant he is, and he absolutely is, and appreciate all the work that Greg Murphy's team, Ray, and all the other staff and my staff have put into this. But I don't know anybody who has worked harder for the state of North Carolina and agriculture, aside from the commissioner, of course, than Zane Hedgecock. And I remember I met Zane Hedgecock when I was on the campaign trail back in 2000. A lot of people may not remember this, but back in a previous life, I ran for Commissioner of Agriculture. Steve Troxler was running as well. Jim Graham had just retired. And we're out on the campaign trail. And if Troxler wasn't there, Zane was there. If Troxler wasn't there, his wife was there. If Troxler wasn't there, his kids were there. Hell, I couldn't win. And Zane, I got to know Zane well, and he has been just such a true asset to the Department of Agriculture, and you, Commissioner, I want to take a moment to recognize you for that. You really have done incredible work, both of you. So Lawrence, getting back to the topic on hand here, you farmed a long time along the Tar River. You know, over time, what types of changes have you observed with respect to flooding frequency and levels?
Well, obviously, I say obviously, the river floods a lot more than it used to, no doubt about it. We used to take a 5 or 6 inch rain to really flood the river, and now a 2, 3 inch rain just the last couple of weeks has flooded into my yard. I built a house on the Tar River in 1976, and I measured the depth of the river in front of my house, and it was 24 feet deep. I measured that same depth in 2016, 16 feet deep. So over 40 years, we've lost, in my figures, 1/3 of the capacity of the river to hold water. So sediment is what has caused the river to the depth to change, there's no doubt about it. Now, sediment management, in my book, is huge in this effort. So I think that's one of the concentrations we have to dwell on is debris and sediment management.
Gentlemen, any of you have any other comments? Is that pretty much uniform throughout?
I agree with Lawrence wholeheartedly. When you think about the origin of our earth and where it began, and you think about God only made so many creeks and rivers and streams, and there's the ones that are still here, and what has gone on in the North American continent since the Europeans arrived, and that would be us, among others. And development and civilization over the years is just built up with the runoff and the stuff into those areas with the impervious surfaces we have, the rooftops. And when you think about the American Indian, he was uneducated and considered a savage maybe, but they were smart enough not to develop their tribes right in the floodplain. They were smart enough to be near the water because we have to have water for survival. And I look at this water as really a resource. We just need to learn how to manage it.
Yeah, I think when you look at flooding frequency and changes, the other big change is the population. As part of the DEQ blueprint, they put out the Noose action strategy, and there was a stat that really stood out to me in that. In basically just this century, the population in the Noose Basin itself has gone from 1.9 million to 2.7 million. And that growth isn't going to slow down anytime soon. When you look at the economic development and projects that are coming into the state. And like others have said, I mean, economic development is a good thing for our state. We just have to be even more mindful of how we're going to manage that.
David?
I'll pass for now.
So let's talk about, what's been done the last 20, 25 years as it relates to this issue. This is a complex problem because you have the same situation pretty much all over eastern North Carolina, all over the state. Same issues. Requires a lot of funding, a lot of demand, a few resources to tackle it, and it seems to me it has to be somewhat systematic too in going after it. And I've always thought, start at the coast and work your way back. That way you're not, disrupting anybody. If you start, say, for example, in Raleigh and dig everything out, well, then you're probably really going to flood eastern North Carolina. So you got to have a way for this stuff to get out and get to the ocean. Or I guess we could flood South Carolina too. I won't tell my colleagues from South Carolina that. But my point is, it seems to me there's got to be some kind of systematic program in place here, and it's not easy to do. What do you think has been done so far that's worked towards that end, and what do we need to do to really ramp it out?
Well, that's a very good question, David. A broad and deep question. I'm going to try to make it brief, but our agricultural community does have control of a lot of the land that this rain falls on and moves on laterally. The agricultural community has understood field borders. We've understood riparian buffers. We've also got programs with NCDA cost share programs for livestock exclusion to streams to allow those streams to not be full of sediment from the cattle, horses or sheep or goats or what have you. We've got cover crop programs now that allows us to have less wind erosion going into our road ditches and things which are veins of drainage. We have our no-till programs, our forestry reforestation programs. So agriculture is doing a large part of being the steward they need to be to manage this resource. And with that being said, when you think about the DOT does a really good job of designing and building roads and bridges, but it appears that in rural America we're not doing as good a job of maintaining those drainage ditches and keeping the culverts so that the small events don't create a large event. And it's going to be a lot of little things, not just one big thing, that we're going to need to do in the future.
Gentlemen?
So, yeah, John mentioned a lot of the conservation practices that we've traditionally put on over the years that are were designed and exclusive or extensively for erosion prevention, but those have wonderful additional benefits for helping water that would have run across the ground and find its way into the streams, we're now getting that water infiltrated. And so the runoff from agriculture over the last several decades has tremendously reduced. And the impacts of that runoff on flooding are significant as well, or the reduced impacts on flooding are significant as well. I think for flooding in general, I mean, as we saw earlier in some of the presentations, there's floods that occur at many different levels and intensities. And Kendall said one size doesn't fit all, and he's absolutely right. That we need programs and practices to address the small-scale fluvial and pluvial flooding and the riverine flooding, but also the major intensity Hurricane Matthews and Florence's that occur. That those are going to require a different strategy, but we can't focus just on that and ignore the frequent flooding that happens after the 2 or 3 inch storm that Lawrence mentioned. So we have to have practices that address all of that. And through our cost share programs, we've had great success on getting that water infiltrated and reducing runoff from agriculture. Obviously, we have less farmland in 2024 than we had 20, 30 years ago, and that's a tragedy on many levels. But from a flooding standpoint, that's land that used to be able to absorb water that is, in most cases now, cannot. That's why our farmland preservation is so important. Commissioner wanted me to make sure that I hit that, so I tried to hit it before I got to the end, so I wouldn't let him down. We have to do a better job of protecting the farmland that we have. We all like to eat, and we want to make sure we're able to do that, but also this land is critical to being able to manage the water, as others have said as well. We've also stored, we've created ponds all across the state. One of the things that came out of the study that we did in 2011 was the need to store more water on farms, and we've built 169 new farm ponds since that time, since 2011, and those ponds are storing water. They were built for ag water supply, but they also have the added benefit of being able to store stormwater to shave the peak of the hydrograph, to be able to reduce flooding and delay the release of that water. So there's lots of benefits to what we're doing.
David, that key word, infiltration, I'm glad you mentioned that a few times, but I feel like the farmers in North Carolina are doing an excellent job of recreating filtration into our water table and it not running laterally across. And you mentioned the AgRAP program. Tell us what AgRAP means. What is RAP?
That's the Agricultural Water Resources Assistance Program,
which is a very good program which holds water on farms. And I was kind of got to segue into thinking about, and I say this to provoke thought, futuristically, we need to be smart about locating and siting spots for potential reservoirs in our state, because this water is a resource. I mean, if you were in New Mexico or you're in Arizona, where you had 30-year droughts, they would love to have our water. So it's kind of a blessing, but we just need to be the stewards to manage this water to better benefit us in North Carolina and put a harness on it as much as we can, though we will not harness those hurricanes that come in, but we can control as much as we can by retaining that water. Today, our national cattle herd is the lowest in inventory ever in history. And because of it is the droughts from Texas to Montana. So those people out there would really love to have our water. So I say that to say, let's look at this water as a positive resource. Let's figure out how to manage it in a better way.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Lawrence, did you have something you want?
Totally agree with what's been said. I want to add one point. I don't think there's anything been done in the Thom River Basin proper as far as managing or infrastructure of any of that stuff. The Thom River was dredged around 1910. I can still show you the soil banks where they deposited that soil along the river edge. It's a very high quality sand that could be used for a lot of different things. So there is a value to that sediment. It's not just what you think of sediment. There is a value to it. And that dredging lasted for about a good 75 years. That took care of the problem in the Tar River. Since then, with all the hurricanes and all, it's totally changed. But I'm not saying, I know dredging is a bad word, so we use sediment management, but there is a value to that sediment, and I hope we can talk about that more.
Well, absolutely. Keith, did you have anything you wanted to add there?
Talking about these water storage, the ag-rat ponds on farms, I've seen some projects in other states where, when a farmer wants to build a pond, they can go to the Corps, they can demonstrate, here's this water resources need I have, and in many cases that pond is exempt from permitting, or it's a very straightforward permitting process. Thinking about flood storage, I think there's an opportunity to kind of build more kind of two-stage structures almost, where you have your typical water resource need on the farm, but then maybe that dam is a little bit higher and you have sort of a two-spillway approach where when a big storm does come through, that farm can hold even extra water. But then typically that first spillway would kick in and keep it at the lower level. So I think there's some opportunities there if we can get creative. That's a more complicated engineering, more complicated permitting process probably, but I think there's some opportunity there if we get creative about combining the water storage need with the flood control need.
So let's talk about the players in that process. Who needs to be at the table to kind of streamline, this effort? One of the things we're working on in Washington is permitting reform. And right now we're working on a host of bills as it relates to energy development and the weaponization of permitting that has prevented a lot of energy developments. But here at the local level, when you're talking about flooding and moving sediment, or however you want to rephrase dredging, then you run into there's a lot of red tape associated with that. In my experience, NRCS has probably been the best agency to work with, volunteer, based conservation, efforts. We deal a lot, obviously, with the Army Corps of Engineers. My team talks to them almost on a daily basis, given the number of issues I have in my district. And they've got a great team in place, but they're bound by rules and regulations and the permitting and all. What do we need to do? Who do we need to pull in around the table to really have a big impact in that realm where we can get this stuff done and get it done quickly, not have to wait 30 years?
It's a great question. You mentioned the Corps. When it comes to water resources projects, the Corps obviously has a big role to play. I think if we can, if you can take, I mentioned if you can demonstrate a water storage need on the farm, that makes that process much smoother. Maybe if you can kind of refocus that, we have the modeling that we're developing for the blueprint. Maybe have this modeling that shows, hey, here's a flood storage benefit as well. Can we kind of smooth that permitting process out? Kind of, if you're tacking it on to a project on ag land, maybe that's an easier process. Like you say, the Corps has their policies and rules that they have to follow, so maybe there's some work that can be done there. I have not talked with the Corps about this yet. They may tell me that.
Well, I haven't talked to the Corps about any of the things I got on my mind either. So,
but I think there's some opportunity there.
Well, Keith, I believe there's a lot of team members in this room today, Representative Rouzer, and I think about you're attacking this environmental issue. It's almost, if you want to look at it as a team approach, it's like a Super Bowl. We got to bring in some winning players if we're going to win this game of addressing this drainage issue. And so therefore, the team has to have a playbook, and we got to be working together, not against each other, and gaining some synergy in order to to do that. So I think a lot of those members are sitting in this room, or if they're not, they know some that are, to bring that team together to answer your question, Representative Rouzer.
Well, that I think is a very important component because your federal representatives, U.S. senators, state level, state senators, state house members, we deal with every issue from A to Z, as you can imagine. There's only so much time in a day, only so many days in a week. And, having a task force that, can identify all the correct players and understand the modifications we need to make at the federal level, at the state level, and how those can best be implemented at the local level, I think is a key component to this. In an area of leadership, so to speak, not by anybody's fault, but it's just a mammoth undertaking, that's, and keep in mind, we weren't thinking along these lines, until relatively recently because of what we've had to, what we've experienced and what we've endured from a flooding standpoint in the last 20 years or so, which is a short time frame, in the context of the whole.
I'm glad that you mentioned 20 years is a short time frame. We're focusing on flooding in 2024, but flooding didn't start being an issue in 2024. In the 50s, 60s, and 70s, we built hundreds of flood control structures in North Carolina, and many of those were done in conjunction with USDA through the PL 566 small watershed program. Those structures that were built with a 50-year life are now, do the math, 70 years old, 60 years old, 50, and they are in need of rehab, significant rehab, for them to continue to provide the flood control benefits that we have enjoyed for these 50 years. But the investment and the red tape that you mentioned, needing to address that, has been a barrier to getting that rehab done. As the standards have increased, the cost of doing rehabilitation has increased, and we need to address that problem because that is a protection that we have enjoyed that we've all forgotten about because we've assumed it all our lives.
Well, one other key point there too. What was the population in North Carolina in 1950? 3 million? Somebody can Google that and find out. I'm just guessing, but a lot more people now. Makes a big difference.
And that's when you look at those dams. Kendall, in his presentation, mentioned the cost of some of those structures. Those costs were not comprehended at all when these structures were put in. And then, one of the reasons that a lot of the cost has gone up, you may have some of these structures where downstream development, maybe it wouldn't have been a high hazard dam in the past, but now when you look at the risk of a failure, you have this infrastructure downstream, and so now it's a high hazard dam situation. So when you do that work on that dam, you're bringing it up to that high standard, which can increase the cost. And we need to protect folks downstream from these structures. So that's not a bad thing. It's just we have to keep in mind the funding need that has created.
That's exactly right. And the commission and the division toured these dams, a couple of years ago. We actually drove and walked the dams. They were nicely mown and taken care of, but the sediment had come in and filled half of them up, and the standpipes were in bad shape and in need of drastic maintenance. And the service it had done downstream to the communities were hard to even describe. And if those start to fail, it's going to not be good. But it goes right back to we need to maintain maintenance on our older structures and then look futuristic on what we need to do in the future. But all of it needs to come together.
Lawrence?
We all have to have rules and regulations and to make this economy work. I've never had a problem dealing with the different agencies. Sometimes it takes too long. Sometimes it's not what I want to do. But in the end, it's worked out. We've never had that kind of problem. I do think that sometimes, though, the people that make the rules aren't always affected by the rules. And so I do think sometimes when we are making the rules, we ought to have more input from the rulees, like me. So I wish the rulees could have more say-so in making the rules, and maybe they wouldn't be as stringent and hard to deal with.
Well, we can put Lawrence in charge of all the rules. Go ahead, Keith, if you got something.
I think I'm good for now.
Well, I think that's a fundamental, important, question. We've got about 10 more minutes here. Let me ask it, this way. What, all of you travel. All of you have seen operations in different parts of the country. Talk to us about anything you've seen elsewhere that another state was doing that you're like, gosh, this would be good to implement in North Carolina.
I have a 91-year-old grandmother that's very independent, lives alone, drives still in Yuba City, California. So therefore, it puts me and my family visiting out there quite a bit over the last 35 years. And I was sharing this with the commissioner earlier that I observed the agriculture, enormous agriculture in that state. I also observed the irrigation. I have observed the levees, the reservoirs, and I know she was threatened a bit from some flooding there a few years ago from the reservoir and the levee, which thank God it held. But I say all that to say there's a lot of things going on in other states that we need to pay attention to and watch what they've done wrong and watch what they've done right and take that information and bring it back to North Carolina and start implementing some stuff here in our state.
Well, and one of the things we've heard earlier and heard mentioned that Commissioner Troxler is a big advocate for water farming, or what we often refer to in the department as parking water. We think that that is a wonderful prospect. It's being done in other states where there's a lot of opportunity in North Carolina to do that. I see Dr. Dahl is in the audience here, and Keith's going to share some of her research later this afternoon, I believe. But one of the studies that she reported on was in the Bear Creek watershed. Through natural infrastructure, including parking water and other things, we could reduce flooding by up to 20% if we took full advantage of the natural infrastructure. And so that's stuff that we're doing some of it in North Carolina. We have a demonstration site for doing that that we're getting ready to start up at Bladen Lake State Forest. And it'll be managing water in a Carolina Bay, storing water for when we can benefit from it and use it, but making sure that we can release it and so that it doesn't damage the trees that are there. But it's a good demonstration project. We're also we're in the process of acquiring a farm in Franklin County, and the commissioner has announced his intention is to use that farm as a demonstration farm for managing water. And I'm excited about that. The funding came from in the most recent legislative budget, and we're thankful for that funding. It'll be a several-year project to get it going. But I think that's the type of vision that we need to think about how we can demonstrate and show these technologies and get them out there for others to adopt.
So in that particular case, expand on that a little bit. How do you effectuate that? How do you, what are the details there?
Well, I'll go back to the water farming, for instance. Right now, we have no funding mechanism for water farming. That's something.
Well, let's talk about water farming. Is that just digging another pond, or is that 3 or 4 other things, or what is that?
It is. And I'm taking part of Keith's presentation this afternoon, which I don't want to do, but
that's all right. People like me need to hear things multiple times.
Right. I'll do it. And next year we need Dr. Dahl up here in my place to making these points, because she can certainly do it better than I can. But it's storing water on farmland, putting berms in and control structures to be able to store the water and release the water in a timely manner. And when it's appropriate to be stored, it needs to be stored. When it's appropriate to be released, it can be released. But it has the ability to store that water, slow down the hydrograph, release it after the flood has passed, so that there's opportunity for it to reduce that flooding or reduce the water flow. The challenges there is that that farmer is still trying to grow a crop on that field, and so we have to make arrangements, financial arrangements with that farmer to compensate him for that loss. And part of the complication there is, how do you deal with crop insurance in that situation? That is a very complicated issue that smart people are going to have to get together to work out. But I think it's critical that we do that, because that can play such an important role in how we go forward with using the ag land base to benefit everybody, the communities downstream. And the farmer needs to benefit from it too.
Lawrence?
I'm going to use one of our own examples. About 20 years ago, we had on our farm, we did a project with the wildlife folks where we put in flashboard risers all along the swamps of the drainage district that empties into the river right on our property. So it was a mile or two of swampland that we were able to put in these flashboard risers and hold the water back. So we could hold the drained water off the fields back during the wintertime, and it would fill up. The theory was that all the nutrients and the pollution would settle in the swamp, and then in the spring when we let that water out, we're letting out clean water to go to the river at a time when the river could handle it. Just imagine the amount of swamp acreage there is along our drainage districts that Ken talked about. It's thousands of acres that could hold water easily and do two things: not only hold the water, but purify it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Keith, your members have dealt with a lot of flooding over the years. Talk about some of that experience and what you've learned from it.
Well, I think that's, when you look at land use in North Carolina, most of it is ag land or forest land. And so obviously, farmers have felt the effects of flooding. And like David says, I think when we talk to farmers, I'll touch on some of this later on this afternoon, farmers are ready to be part of the solution. Farmers, they know where the floodwaters go. Folks like Lawrence and John who have lived these issues, they know where floodwaters are. They know, what land they may have that, this would be a good spot for a project. This land floods all the time anyway. Maybe let's do something here. So I think farmers, bring a lot to the table as far as helping out with some of these solutions. When we talk about flood mitigation projects, the space to put these projects is on working lands. And so we just need to have, like David said, have processes in place to compensate landowners for putting these projects in and make sure it works for them and works for flood mitigation.
So we got about 5 minutes left here for this particular panel. I want to give each of you a last opportunity to kind of share your most pertinent thoughts. Lawrence, we'll start with you.
Thank you, David. The blueprint has been done, and it's certainly, I've read the whole thing. It's very good. There's a lot of stuff in there we need to do. I think it's a time, though, where the people who have done the study and finished it and done all the work have reached a point, and now it's time to turn the solutions over to the people that are going to do the work with the guidance of the experts and the folks that know how to handle the resources. But every stream in this state is different. Every ditch is different. Every drainage district is different. Every river is different. One size is not going to fit all. We got to go local with this solution. The resources and the tools and the expertise has got to move to the local level to go ahead and finish the job and get it done.
David?
So one of the things I wanted to be sure to mention was that we're beginning the process of updating the agriculture water plan that was done initially in 2011 on the heels of a historic drought. Our focus at that time was how do we make sure we've got enough water to meet the needs for agriculture? Well, here we are, 13 years later, planning to update that plan, but we're not talking about drought, we're talking about flooding. But that's a water management issue too. So we're going to be, as we update this new plan, or update this 13-year-old plan, we're going to focus not only on making sure we've got a good supply of water, but also how do we manage and take advantage of the water that we do have. And the commissioner is leading that effort, and we're getting also expect good leadership from Farm Bureau on that effort as well. So that's the exciting thing that we're hopeful or excited about. Farmland preservation. Zane said, make sure I hit farmland preservation again, and that is certainly a very, very important thing that we are. Our department, the commissioner, has made it a priority from day one that we need to make sure we are protecting and preserving the farmland of North Carolina for multiple reasons that we've discussed. That's where the action is in terms of being able to address some of these land-based solutions for flooding is on farmland.
I think my last thought is, as we talk about implementing flood solutions and the solutions that we already have in place, I think in either case, it takes people to maintain all of that. It takes money to maintain all of that. We've heard about practices that are in place, whether it's in a drainage district or a flood control structure, and the funding and the time it takes to keep those maintained and working like they need to. As this flood blueprint moves forward, we're going to have a whole nother series of projects that go in that are going to take time and money to not only put in but maintain. Some of that takes time and money, but some of it also takes active management. You may need somebody out there actually pulling flashboard risers on a project to let that flood water out, or make sure a water farm can bring water in like it needs to. So all of this is going to take the science and the modeling. We have to have that to do good projects, but we can't forget about the people and the time and the funding that it's going to take to keep all of that working moving into the future.
Keith, that's a good segue to what I wanted to finish up with as well. I'd like to pause a moment and thank the North Carolina legislature. A lot of you are in this room today for your generous funding for these programs. It's our lifeblood to clean our streams and rivers and creeks out, which is the arteries that we need to have done. And I look at the streams as like interstate and secondary highways. We don't leave broke down buses and cars in the shoulder of the road, or if we would, what kind of chaos would we have? But it's in our face, our highways. Our waterways are out of sight, out of mind unless there's a flood. But there's a lot of stuff in there that we don't see that the landowners, the taxpayers need to be aware of, and how important the flow of that water is, just as important as the flow of traffic on our highways. And I say that to say what you were just mentioning, and David and I have talked at the commission and the division level. We got these resources, but we don't have the human resources. We don't have the funds to keep engineering and the job approval authority people in place before someone's robbed them away from us. But I told David, I said, it reminds me of Winston Churchill. It reminds me of General Patton. We just going to have to get out and get it done. And so we're going to do what we need to do with what we got to do it with. But if any consideration to try to hold these employees in place with better funding so that other industries aren't robbing them would certainly be a help.
Well, I'll say, I've lost my microphone. I'll say workforce is a challenge for everybody, every industry across the board. It is the number one issue I continue to hear day in and day out. So anyhow, we're all in that boat. Let's give a big hand to our panelists here. Thank you for your.
Thank you.
I'll let this panel get down, and if my next panel can come on up. Lawrence, I don't know how you stayed awake in this chair. Yeah, no, it is. We've got a couple gentlemen here. I want to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves, but we're really honored to have both of them. Mark, go ahead.
That's Mark. Yeah, I'm Mark Harrell from Livingston Parish, Louisiana, and I've been doing the emergency management there for I think 12 years now. Recently retired about 2 weeks ago, so I'm blessed to have done that. But in the last 12 years, I've done a lot of waterway debris, flood management, elevated a lot of homes, purchased a lot of homes, just everything that is available for us in Louisiana.
Mark has been with us before at
Yes,
this
sir.
conference. Slightly abbreviated the first year, as I recall.
It was, and this is my third year, and I tell you, listening to the previous panel and some of the other speakers, I'm impressed with the movement that y'all have made in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Even the pastor sitting over here, he's impressed me, but it's been good to. Yes, sir, thank you. But it's been good, thank you.
Brandon?
So I'm Brandon Wagner, and I am from the Tensas Basin Levee District, which is in North Louisiana. My district is, the levee districts in the state of Louisiana are political subdivisions. We have 24. 8 of those are non-coastal, so the remaining are the coastal. We broken up like that. Our geographics look very similar to North Carolina as I've been listening today. We have a lot of the same issues that you guys are experiencing here, that we've either done it, we're doing it, or hopefully going to do it. We don't have the blueprint of everything that works, but I think that we are definitely making strides there. My district has 8 parishes, hundreds of miles of levee systems that are tied in with the federal government, primarily the Corps of Engineers. So we're the local sponsor for all of their federal flood control projects. We have several hundred flood control gates, a handful of pump stations, as well as static flood walls, as well as one of 2 of the only folding flood walls in the world. And so we have a very diverse array of flood mitigation techniques within our 8 parishes.
Now, you all have been hit with hurricane after hurricane after hurricane. My colleague Garrett Graves is a really good friend. He and I were elected to Congress at the same time. You probably never heard of him, but Garrett is, for those of you that don't know, Garrett is very much an expert in water and infrastructure and all the major issues that they deal with day in and day out in Louisiana. And so I talked to him a good little bit. We've had our share of hurricanes, but y'all have had far worse than what we've had. And talk about that experience a little bit and what you've learned from it. And Garrett has always told me that Natural Resource Conservation Service has been a huge help to you all in Louisiana. Why is that? What enables them to help you so much better than the other agencies?
They are better. They're easier to work with. They have been
Hold your microphone up.
They have been a blessing to us. Now, we work with FEMA constantly too, but NRCS has just been, they've bent over backwards to help us. If you need a little bit of guidance, they'll send a group in. They'll walk you through the process. I've been working with them, for since 2016. And we've done about $170 million worth of waterway debris, bank stabilization projects just with NRCS. They're just fantastic. And I think you work with them some here, but I think I have a couple of tricks that'll help you open up the doors a little bit more with your help.
So primarily, the flood control measures that we have in our area were put there by the Corps of Engineers. And with us being the local sponsor, so to speak, one of the problems that we run into is that the Corps has lack of funding. One of the things that's been mentioned time and time again this morning that I cannot reiterate enough is maintenance. Kendall mentioned earlier the lack of maintenance and what that's going to do, and we see that on a regular basis. So whenever the Corps, the major sponsor, says, hey, we don't have any money to do what we're supposed to do, then that's obviously a problem because we know what's going to happen next. So one of the things that we've seen recently is NRCS has come up with funding to kind of fill in some of the gaps in some of those locations where the locals can't pick up the tab for themselves. And so that's not directly helped my agency, but we have seen it help the locals, the local towns and parishes in our area.
I think the key to what he said here, if everybody heard it, it's local. Bring everything down to the local level and work it up.
Yeah. Whenever you have 24 different levee districts, and I said a while ago that 8 of them were coastal, 8 were non-coastal, okay? So in Louisiana, flooding, you got coastal and you got inland flooding, and it looks like you guys have the same thing here. And so they take 2 different approaches in some cases, okay? Some of the approaches may be the same, but they are very distinctly different. And at the end of the day, we have 2 organizations that help us that are state organizations. One of them is CPRA, which is the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority, which Garrett was actually, I believe, the executive director of at one point. And the other is the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, the Public Works Division. And so they actually help my agency up in North Louisiana. So we have the best of the best looking at what they're experts in. The coastal guys don't come and tell us how to do inland riverine flooding that may come to my area and stay upwards to 6 months at a time. And we have no idea how they're doing storm surges and so forth. So I think you guys have mentioned a lot of the good things that this is a collective, a systematic approach. It's not a one-size-fits-all for the entire state of North Carolina. It is very specific to location, location, location.
I'd like to say that I agree with you. He's the Yankee of Louisiana, and I'm the Southerner. So it's different types of events.
Yes.
So talk about the history in Louisiana. Is flood mitigation much improved now versus 5 years ago, 10 years ago? About the same, given the nature of the devastating storms that have come through? Or what kind of give us a picture of a snapshot of the last 10, 15 years?
I can say that as of right now, when I retired on the 8th, I left my jurisdiction with about $300 million worth of active projects, and it's all flood-related, either elevations, acquisitions, storm-related debris, bank stabilization. We do try to store a little bit of water, and I forget which gentleman it was talking about sediment traps. We're actually looking at sand and sediment traps now. We're starting to do some dredging, so it's a little bit of everything, and it's all come to light, I'm going to say, since 2016. So everything has changed.
2016 was also a turning point for us as well. Basically, the north part of Louisiana received almost 24 inches of rain in just a matter of a few days, and that was historic for us. One of the things that you have to keep in mind whenever you have levee systems, you have flood walls that's protecting maybe a river from you, is that you just trapped all the rainwater that's coming inside of that location. And so you have to equally get that out as well as keep the water in the river from coming in. And so it is a complex situation. And, but I've heard this time and time again. So to answer your question, I think we're doing way better. Mr. Lawrence mentioned something a while ago that I heard for the first time just about 6 months ago, and that was that the sediment and the sand that is being dredged. We use dredge. Dredge is a good word in Louisiana. We want dredging dollars, and the president puts it in budgets. We like it. So it's not an ugly word where I'm from. So we like dredging dollars. But I did hear about 6 months ago that there is they're fixing to do something with the sand. That's a great thing. I hope they take every bit of it. And so so we've been making good headway with that. And I will acknowledge the Corps' dredging vessels that come out of Vicksburg, Mississippi, as well as New Orleans, are to thank for that. So the federal government's done a good job for us thus far, and then our locals. We do have this Louisiana Watershed Initiative, and that is taking a comprehensive look at the entire thing. Some of you guys mentioned a while ago the modeling. Hey, you can't make an informed decision without science. And so we know where the water's going, and we're trying to protect down the road for what that's going to look like. So I think we're way better today than what we were, and I think we're just going to continue to get better. But I will say, as big of an approach as the LWI and the Watershed Initiative is, it still comes back down to the locals who know best. Amen. Somebody said something about the farmers. I have 11 commissioner board appointed by the governor that I answer to, and 60% of those men and women are farmers. And so they know where the water goes, and they're about as smart about it as I am. So I think we're better.
Well, now, what about the regulatory regime? Are there things that you look at and say, gosh, we could do this so much better, so much easier, in a much shorter period of time at a lot less cost?
One of, and I don't mind telling you that I am jealous. I did meet the regulatory chief for USACE earlier, and he sounded very committed to helping you guys move forward. We have regulatory issues as well. 408 permits, which are basically, design and construction of projects. We have 404 issues. So we have a lot of problems with getting permits reviewed by the Corps. And we get drug around for a while. We try to hit that on the front side and get them involved with helping us to make decisions. But the Corps, I don't mind saying this publicly, has taken a position that we're not going to make those recommendations. And we have a hard time with that since it's the Corps of Engineers, but that's their position. So, yes, we have a regulatory issue.
Yeah. Now, talk about, go ahead, Mark. I'm sorry.
I'd like to say that in 2016, right after 2016, and I started doing the waterway debris, there were some holdups with Army Corps of Engineers. And it took me about 6 months to get in there and build a real good relationship. And you've got a good regulatory chief here. I've met him. I like him. I probably have the best in the country, Martin Mayer. So he's been a blessing to us through the whole thing. And then we deal with wildlife and fisheries on scenic waterways, DEQ. CPRA gets involved. The Choctaw Indians get involved. But we've been very blessed with permits. We have. So I have really no complaints now. If you'd asked me the same question in 2016, I could have given you a list of problems. But now we're doing good.
It does change. So Louisiana's broken into 2 districts as far as USACE is concerned, the New Orleans district and the Vicksburg district. So I think it does change by policy on what district you may actually be working out of. I will echo the invasive species that, we've had those things shut down projects. The pink pearly mussel has shut down dredging at one point. I'm not sure what that is, but it has absolutely shut down dredging in the northern part of Louisiana up towards Arkansas on the Ouachita River. And so we've had some issues with those as well.
We've had an issue with the hill splitter mussel until we found out with all the research they haven't seen one on the Ament River in 30 years, so we finally got past that.
So what, based on what you've seen and what you know in North Carolina, what flood mitigation techniques do you think would be most applicable here, based on your experience?
Debris, and then debris. You have your study going on now. That's great. We have that in Louisiana. You know, like Jim said, we're going to benefit from it in the next few years. However, start cleaning debris. Start looking at your sediment issues. It's so simple, and it starts and ends local. So if you can help fund it, the locals know what they need, and just start cleaning everything out.
So let me ask this, how do you best coordinate, let's say we know where all the debris is, sedimentation, got it down to the nth degree. You know, there's the argument, well, if you dredge, clean out here, you're liable to flood further down. I've always thought start at the coast and work your way back. What are your thoughts?
You've said it right. That's it. I mean, you need to start. You know, whenever you take if you take our area, for example, you know, our big tributary is the Red River. It runs right through the center of Louisiana, north central Louisiana, and so whenever we're looking at a project, you've got to start downstream and go up. Right now, as of this conference, I just received a phone call from a local mayor, and she's like, "I got a problem. I have an issue where we're holding water here, and down at your pump station." You don't have any water. Well, there's a problem in between my pump station and here. Okay, so all of that is keeping one city right now on the brink of flooding. You know, and so you've got to start downstream and you got to clean that stuff out, and you got to head north. That's the only way to effectively do it without flooding everything else. With regard to the flood techniques that Louisiana is using, I would implore North Carolina to look at that again, like you guys have mentioned, comprehensively, and say, listen, here's the thing: the cost of a static flood wall in Louisiana is probably 10 to 15 times more expensive than a levee embankment is, and so we have a plethora of different things that fit to help with that flood control. So it's not a one size fits all. If you're in downtown, whatever city, you know, an earthen levee system may not be the key because it's taking up too much of that taxable real estate. But that flood wall fits right there. Maybe that farmland, you integrate that with, you know, an earthen embankment. It's perfect. And so I think that everything that Louisiana is doing could be, you know, respectively used in North Carolina as well.
I want to disagree with just a little bit of what was said. Usually common sense tells you start at the bottom and work your way up. Depending on what type of equipment you use, there will be some waterways. You've got to start at the top and work your way down, because if you start releasing all the water, it gets too shallow to work the equipment without damaging the water bottom. So there's been about 10 waterways. We start at the north and work our way down, so we have waters we work our way down. So don't always think it's from south to north.
How do you determine that, though? How do you know? What kind of test, or, I mean, you just go out there and look at it and you know, or how do you know?
Usually the first week of being in there and you realize you're sitting dead on the bottom, you pull all of your equipment out and go back up north and start working your way down.
So here's my other question. I have hundreds of communities in my district. How do you coordinate all that? I mean, how do you got all these communities?
So with the levee district, and I will say this too, that, you know, with the drainage, you know, district, he was talking about, you know, having right of way and this, that, and the other. So we're fortunate in the state of Louisiana that our right of ways are fairly expansive to be able to do most of the work. We don't have to do it in the channel. Yeah, I would agree. If you're working inside the channel, then you're having a bad day anyway. Okay, but working on the banks of this channel, having the ability to work, you know, as you're moving forward, that just makes life so much easier. The communities that are there, they know what the problem is. So I can tell you, whenever our equipment shows up somewhere ready to do something, it is, I mean, those guys are more popular than I am because they love to see them coming. And so they know what that's going to mean. I'll tell you something else, and that's occurring right now is that with the LWI, this watershed, you guys are talking about park and water, and that is a great conversation to have. So right now we have a huge sump area that my office has pump stations on, and we appropriated that property 50 or 60 years ago, and the town that it is in still owns the property. We just paid them to park water there. Well, the LWI, the Watershed Initiative, has infused them a lot of capital to go in there and make this a lake. So what it's doing is, number one, it's my sump, but they're going to make it bigger. It's going to hold more water, and it's going to turn into somewhat of a nice park, green space area for this entire town. Everybody wins in that situation. And so that's one example of the communities coming together and saying, hey, yeah, it's a sump area, but we're fixing to make it something better.
Let me ask this. You ever dealt with a landowner that wouldn't allow you access? How do you deal with that?
So we're fortunate. Our levee districts and probably half of the levee districts in the state have enforcement authority. And we're very cautious and careful whenever we do that, whenever we intrude on somebody, because we respect the farmers. We understand, and a lot of our property is on farmland. We have that from time to time. It's not something that, here's the thing. Most of these people, unless we're taking their property for the purpose of flood control, they want us there. They want us making these improvements. And we do have the law that backs us up as far as, the appropriating of property and so forth. So it's not a huge issue, but it is an issue from time to time.
Mark?
I know that I keep talking about the 2016 flood, but prior to that, we had flooding. We have hurricanes. We have everything. But in 2016, 83, by FEMA's calculations, 83% of Livingston Parish was underwater. After that, when we started clearing waterways, the landowners said, what do you need? You need me to move my house out of the way? Just come in here and clean it. So things have changed since that big event. And that was just a rain event, 33 inches of water in 12 hours. And then the interstate wall, the big flood wall down the interstate, 4 foot high, helped flood about 3,000 more houses. But
yeah, to echo that, we have recently, taken on other flood control projects where we may move a levee system or something, and the landowner, we don't have right of way, and so we have to go buy that before the Corps of Engineers will even set foot out there to help us. And in many cases, the landowner is like, I'll just give it to you. They understand the need, they bought in, and that's not in every case, but it's overwhelmingly the situation where we are.
Can I back up 1 minute? You talk about
Yeah.
how do you manage those different streams, creeks, rivers, whatever. You have drainage districts that encompass several counties here. That's how you go through the city and into the county and manage it from one end to the other. Now, the city, the counties have to be on board with it, but your gravity drainage districts here can do a lot for the communities.
So if there's, the human mind, at least in my case, I can only absorb so much. These folks are going to hear a lot of things, already heard a lot of things this morning, had 2 very good panel discussions here. What's your takeaway for our folks here? What is the one thing, based on your experience, that every individual, when they walk out of this door, they should have on their mind?
I would say every county, every municipality, every gravity drainage district needs to take advantage of anything NRCS has to offer, anything FEMA has to offer. But prior to that, get standby contracts in place so when a disaster happens, grab that funding and start moving immediately. Standby contract. That's the fastest thing to do.
I like that. Brandon?
So I would say that while there needs to be a comprehensive plan that you're not fixing to push water on your neighbor just south of you, fix your town and send it down south, you still have to look at flood control as a local measure. It has to be something that because I can tell you, Baton Rouge nor Washington knows what is going on my 230 miles of levee system, not like I do. And I know where the flooding is at. My mayors know where the flooding is at. My farmers know. And so while you have to have that oversight, you got to make sure that you keep it narrowed down to a point that it is common sense, it's logical, and it's working. So it's a local issue. It's a state issue, absolutely, but you gotta wane it back in to have that local progress.
Yeah. So a little earlier, I was musing, there were about probably 3 million people in North Carolina back in 1950. Well, I was slightly off, 4,038,814.
That was close.
Yeah, but yeah, not too far off. Today, as of last year, which it'd be greater today, July 1 of last year, our North Carolina population is now 10,835,491. And so anyhow, significant increase there. And of course, that came up in the context of our infrastructure, flood mitigation and everything else was put in place, back then. And here we are, 70 plus years later, with in many cases the same infrastructure that we had then, and a lot more people. Now, this is not a quiz on how many people were in Louisiana in 1950 versus today, but how much of an impact has population growth had for you all?
Huge. The runoff from all the development is really hurting everything we have. But we accept the people. We love the people that move in. We do like the development. We've, adopted a 2-foot freeboard for all the structures that are being built. I think we need to go to a 4-foot freeboard because the runoff from all the development is causing issues. So population does cause issues, but we love them, so we try to mitigate.
So is the legislature, is this something that they're focused in on? What kind of changes have been made at the legislature over the last 10 years or so?
I think we're probably, one thing that was already mentioned here is that, floodwater does not know or respect jurisdictional boundaries. It doesn't matter. And so our local legislators, one thing they can come to the table on together, it's flood mitigation. And I think we've been very successful in that. And, you mentioned that, y'all's, some of your infrastructure is aging. In central North Louisiana, we haven't actually been impacted by the amount of people coming as much as we have the fact that we had some of this stuff built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and we haven't touched it since. And that's a problem. And, and you go back to, if it's built by federal dollars and they're not helping to keep it up, then that falls back on our state. And so we're having to address those issues. And that just kind of big circle, but that's really where our issues have come from, not so much the people as much as just the lack of, maintenance.
Yeah. Any change in, building codes or any of that as it relates to, the increased growth?
So it's safe to say, and I don't want to speak for the entire state of Louisiana, but I think our governor would echo this. We're against FEMA 2.0 for now because we don't know what it means. We're not exactly sure what all the parameters inside of that are. And the problem is, and it sounds like North Carolina is kind of like Louisiana, we don't need to be punished because we were born in a state that has 70% of the nation's water flow coming right down through the middle of it. This is just how God made us. And the reality is that we've got to fix this and not punish the residents. And so we have a problem with FEMA 2.0. And if there was the biggest issue standing in our way right now, we think that's it. You don't want to price out through insurance, regulatory, and increase your residents. You don't want to push them out of your state. And so I think right now that's our biggest hurdle.
I agree. If you're going to punish...
Hold your microphone up.
If you're going to punish the folks that flood, let's go to the other states and let's apply the same things to the wildfires and everything else. That's so we could bring the rates down. So let's do it across the board.
You know, I heard this. There's a little small island town just south, a little place called Grand Isle. I was in an executive committee meeting with the mayor, and the mayor told me, and the entire room, that it is easier for the federal government to send money to some of these islands and some of these other places that are not on U.S. soil. Then it's easier for them to get money than he has been able to get money from our government from FEMA. You know, so it's easier to send money to these other countries that are not even part of the United States than what he's had to be able to rebuild. So FEMA's an issue.
Well, money from the federal government, if it's coming domestically, has all kinds of strings attached. If it's going internationally, it's more like a block grant.
Amen.
We would agree.
That's the difference, usually. Yeah. Usually. So, well, we're pretty much wrapped up here. I've got let's see, Greg, it says we're 11 minutes after 12. I think we wrap up around 12:20. There might be a question in the audience that has not been posed at this point. If there is, if you want to stand up and shout it, we got a couple minutes here. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just kind of curious about the debris removal. I've heard a lot about it during the conversations all morning. We've done quite a bit of modeling on that. I'm at NC State University, and I have a group of engineers that we do hydraulics modeling. And what we've seen is pretty low levels of debris in the streams that we model. These are ones that were funded through the Florence and then Matthew recovery. And in fact, that we saw undersized infrastructure like culverts under railroads and roads, that they are causing far more backwater issues than the streets. So I'm kind of wondering if we should make sure that we fully evaluate these systems to get a better handle on, A, is there a flood problem in that watershed that we're going to be addressing with our proposed change, and what are our options? Because there may be smarter choices for us than just moving debris that could potentially, as you clearly mentioned, flood a downstream area. And we've seen that where the concern was a flooded road, the debris removal was proposed upstream of the road. So in part, and that would only make flooding on the road worse. However, that road was being replaced by DOT, problem solved, because everything else was floodplain wetlands. Another thing we see is that when we've got a very small creek, 20, 30, 50 foot wide, and the floodplain is about 4,000, 5,000 foot wide, when we're in a 100-year storm, the water in the channel almost means nothing. The water's on the floodplain. So even if that channel is chock full of wood, it will make maybe inches of difference in water level. So we could be spending lots and lots of money on debris removal that's not going to effectively address the problem we have. Nor have we validated that the problem, proximity to the debris removal is there. What's the issue we're trying to address? Talking about dredging of the rivers. Rivers not only move water, they move sediment. That moves through the system over time. We may have pools, we may have shoals, we may have shallows. So you can measure in one spot, it may change the next year. That doesn't mean the whole river's filling with sediment. So before we dredge rivers, we should validate that this river is actually filling up with sediment throughout the system. And then rather than dig the sediment out, why not first look at addressing the sources of the sediment? Maybe we have construction going on. Maybe we need to do more farm management practices to reduce that sediment that's coming in. If my faucet breaks, water's coming in on my house, I could put a bucket under it. I could put a towel, get a towel and start drying it up. Me, I want to go to the source, right? I want to cut that water off first, then start working on drying it up. So we may have an excess source of sediment. So I guess my point is that these problems are complex. We need to really model and evaluate, bring people in that understand hydrology and hydraulics so we make smart choices. That if we're going to put millions of dollars into it, let's make sure it works. The Livingston Parish, I looked that up, 60-some% of the land in that parish is in the 100-year storm. You had a 500 to 1,000-year rainfall event. So yes, it's going to all be underwater. And I don't think if you removed all the debris in that county, if you got another 20 inches of rain, it's going to stop the flooding. The best thing to do often is raise the stuff up or move it out of the floodplain instead of spending money over and over for something that's going to return. How much of the debris comes with the storm itself, right? It's not pre-existing. In a storm, we have limbs and trees throughout the watershed fall. They get into the system. You're not going to prevent that. So I encourage more analysis. I've spent the last 5 years with my team really looking at flooding, looking at individual communities, saying what is the driver of flooding in this community? What are some possible solutions? Now let's model those solutions. Now let's put some cost to that and figure out what, if anything, we can do. So let's do it smart.
A lot packed in there. Guys, wrap it up here with a final comment.
I agree with everything the young lady says. I do. When you start removing debris out of a waterway, whether you're using FEMA funds, capped outlay funds, NRCS funds, you have to go out and take photos of everything. You have to do a benefit cost analysis, and only if there's enough debris in there will they fund it. So, and I agree, there's a lot of clogged culverts. In one of my slides with my presentation, you're going to see the interstate culverts. It should be a state or federal project. There are a series of 7 to 10 big box culverts with 70 to 75% sediment in it that they're not cleaning. We're going through cleaning it at the parish level. So I agree.
With regards to the dredging, one of the things that, and to make clear of this, why we support it so much is we trap water. Water was mentioned earlier as being a resource. It's absolutely a resource to us. So we have weirs along our tributaries that feed into the Ouachita River. The Ouachita River is actually a major source of commerce for us. So along the Ouachita River, we have a series of locks and dams where we trap the water. And so one of the things that happens is that the sediment will build up. I can tell you how it's building up. As the rivers rise and they fall, they're bringing sediment with them. And that has been substantiated by the Corps of Engineers. And there's no way to fix that we're aware of or that they're aware of. So it does require dredging to come in and make sure that commerce can still come back and forth on the river. I will be honest with you and tell you, and I'm not sure about the rivers in North Carolina. However, the equivalency of barge traffic on the Ouachita River compared to truck traffic is not even comparable. So the rivers within the state of Louisiana are vital to moving commerce back and forth from north to south for us. I will say this, that one of the issues that we see is that you are correct. At some point, you're going to outrun the debris that may be in the bottom. But I want to remind you that, or everybody, that if you're like us, you should take, if you have a CF50 channel that's designed to hold this much water, we shouldn't be flooding with this much water. And that's something that we've seen in Louisiana, is the fact that we are flooding with less water as a result of poor maintenance. And that's been a factor.
Let's give these two a great round of applause. Thank you, guys. Now I'll have Dr. Murphy come up and give us further instruction.
Great to see you,
All right. Thank you, guys. That was excellent. Great discussion. So, all right, now we have time for a little food and conversations between folks. It is about 12:20. We're going to convene back here in about 40 minutes or so. So please enjoy your lunch, converse with one another. All the stuff on your tables is free. You paid for it with your taxes, and so enjoy, and we'll get back here in a little bit. Thank you.
Alex.
All right, guys, if we can start assembling back to our seats, well, just so we stay on time. All right, guys. If I can get everybody to sit down, please take a seat. Few other housekeeping items, everything on the table. There are little booklets for folks. I hope you'll take those home. There's also little reminders. We will have a reception at Parker's Barbecue later on. It's the one on Memorial, not the other one. It's always a good after meeting dinner for everybody. And here's the hard part in the afternoons, and we have some really good speakers. It's always the post-prandial discussions that some people want to nod off a little bit. So if anybody get a little sweet tea or Coke, a little caffeine, keep them going. We've got some good folks here. I want to bring back up Mr. Mark Harrell, the Office Director of the Homeland Security and Preparedness for the Livingston Parish Council. Mark has been a great ally for us to query. You know, as we said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And I think it's important. I think we've heard some really great talks about this morning. A lot of studying's being done. A lot of study needs to be done. But at some point, as we say in the world of surgery, you have to put scalpel to skin to make things happen. So, Mark, it's up to you. Please help us make things happen. Thank you.
This is forward, backward, and laser pointer.
Okay. Well, hello again. Like I said, I'm Mark Harrell from Louisiana, and I've been doing emergency management for about 30 years. But the last 12 years has been in Livingston Parish. Prior to that, I was with the state of Louisiana. I got tired of that 2-hour drive into town every morning, so I got back in home. So just want to cover a few things. 3 years ago, I was here, and I showed this slide, and this was waterways that we were cleaning at the time. Since then, it's been complete, as you can well know, but Ida hit immediately after that. But again, this is NRCS funding, and I've heard some of the people here say, well, NRCS will only do 500 feet below or above a bridge. That's incorrect. With the help of your congressman, you can get what they call expanded authority. I've got a very good congressman back home. He wanted me to let you know that he is better looking than your congressman here and a little bit smarter, but he said they do work as hard as he does. So, but it's very simple if you want to do the NRCS work. Every municipality, every county, every political subdivision is eligible for that funding. It comes immediately after a disaster. So I'm going to start out again saying what I said on the panel. Put a pre-event contract in place so when the disaster hits, you're ready to move. You take advantage of the NRCS funding, you take advantage of the FEMA funding, and then you go to your congressional group and get other funding. Never give up on getting funding. They print that stuff in D.C. They have a printer, and they spit millions out a day. So go back and get all you can get. But this slide is what we completed after the 2016 flood. 3 months after it was complete, Ida hit. Right, that is what was completed during Ida. 370 miles. Now, it was 295 miles after the 2016 flood. Please keep in mind, this is one parish or county, if you will. This is not statewide. This is just one jurisdiction. So it's worked, and you can see that NRCS will do more than just around the bridges. So it is eligible, and take advantage of it. FEMA. Go back to NRCS will only do certain size watersheds. So in a lot of your larger waterways, a lot of your rivers, NRCS would not touch it. That's where FEMA comes in. So the ones that NRCS wouldn't do, I grab FEMA and we move forward with it. That is taking place at this moment, and it should be complete in the next 3 to 4 months. And by the way, on the very top of the blue line, that's where we're going to build sand traps and sediment traps, and then take advantage of some of the gravel pits. All right, you hear me talk about take it down to the local level. Please look at this slide, and if you can see the little yellow dots, if you can see the little yellow dots, that is culverts crossing the interstate. Now, that should be a state, it's a federal highway, state highway. You would think that they would maintain it. They're not. So every one of these box culverts, there's in groups of 3 to 12, and they're on an average of 10 foot square, 300 foot long, with 7 foot of sediment in it. So we've taken the stance that it's a local issue because it affects us on both sides of the interstate. We're cleaning them as we speak right now. Now, we did use federal and state funding that we got, but we're having to do the work. So take charge of your jurisdiction, whether it's a municipality or a county or what. Don't wait on the state, don't wait on the feds. Another issue, this is Highway 22. It is a state highway, and it works as a dam. So every time we get a lot of water, it backs it up, it floods, not many, but about 3,000 or 4,000 homes. So I kept asking the state to do something with it. They wouldn't do it, so unfortunately I had to file an injunction and a suit against the state of Louisiana. And my friend was a governor, so I named him. And before we even got to court, they gave us the funding to do this project. So now we're putting a 1,800 foot and an 800 foot bridge in to move the water on out. Again, it's the state's problem. It's their road. They refuse to take charge of it, so we did it with their funding. All right. I know some people don't like the word dredging. I like to call it sediment removal, and that's exactly what this is. So the little red lines indicate Blind River and Ament River. And we did do a very long study on that. It took us 3 weeks to survey everything and decide that that was a section at the mouth of the rivers that was full of sediment. So we pumped that sediment out and we put it in the areas that are in green for coastal erosion because those 2 areas were losing ground rapidly. So we used Go Mesa funding for that. Yeah, I'm going to finish up pretty quick here. This is a Corps of Engineers project. Thank goodness for the Corps of Engineers. And thanks to Congressman Garrett Graves for having foresight to get out and find the funding for it. This is a 12-mile diversion canal that goes from the Comet River to Lily Bayou with a pump station that's going to pump all the water into the Mississippi River. It's not a very large project. It's a little over $1 billion. And Congressman, I thank y'all for helping him get the increase in funding here recently. But I'm on that task force. That is not in my parish. That is in East Baton Rouge Parish, but it's going to pull water out of my parish and put it in the Mississippi River. So there is no silver bullet in what we do. I don't care what kind of project you try to come up with. You've got to do everything. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's stream debris removal, culverts, pump stations, diversion canals, elevating homes, buying homes out, turning it back to green space. You do it all, and then you're going to see some benefit. And then you'll look at some of this and say, well, that project's only going to reduce the flood water by 3 to 6 inches. I can tell you, in the lower part of Livingston Parish, if I could have reduced the flood water by 4 inches, we would have had approximately 6,000 homes that FEMA would not have considered substantially damaged. Now, anybody understand what the substantial damage means? So if your house floods, you cannot rebuild it until you elevate it. FEMA will not allow it. We ended up with 10,000 homes that were substantially damaged in 2016. So every inch, every half inch, every quarter of an inch adds up to protect life and property. So keep that in mind. So it doesn't matter what you do, just do something. That's all I can encourage you to do, is do something. I've done it for years, and I guess I'm very passionate because 83% of my jurisdiction went underwater. Now, we weren't the Lone Ranger. 9 other parishes went from 40 to 83% underwater during 2016. So we lost most of our schools, hospitals, nursing homes, and so many homes you just can't imagine. That was one of those floods where you claim waterways afterwards, and you get homes, you get cars, trucks, tractors, caskets. We recovered about 6,000 caskets. So, and that's what the waterway debris did for us. We were able to get in there and start removing that and giving closure to the families. So if I can do anything today, it is to encourage you, every political subdivision, to get standby contracts, be ready, and move forward as soon as you get the declaration. You've got to call the agencies in, FEMA, NRCS. You've got to explain your need. You'll have to go out and do some assessments because you're going to have to show a benefit cost analysis that proves it's worthy. But you can do it. You can do it quickly. And I can tell you, NRCS is the fastest funding source of all of them out there. So that's what I'm going to encourage you today. This is my 3rd year. I will say that I've heard more encouraging things today than I've heard the last 2. It looks like everybody's coming together. I applaud you for it. I really do. And Congressman, that's about the end of what I have to say. Thank you so much for having me.
By the way, tell Congressman Graves he has delusions of grandeur, okay? Actually, Mark brought up a good point about printing money. This is one of the things that we're struggling with. This is one of the greatest threats, if not the greatest non-ballistic threat that we're facing now is our debt. Doesn't affect anybody in this room right at this very moment in time, but now we're at $34 trillion. And just to give you a bit of perspective, 1 trillion seconds is 32,000 years. So we're talking $34 trillion, and it's a challenge here to make these funding sources work. There are those in Congress, I don't agree with them, that would cut this off right now. You can't. We have a duty to govern. We have a duty to do the things that we need to do. But we're really hard pressed because we've been printing money at a rate that's just not sustainable. And so it's just a balance. It's a balance. I wish we could grant whatever grants are needed and get moving as quick as possible, either to study or actually start doing things. It's just a balance that we're having to do. So, Mark, thank you for bringing that up. So, we have a great speaker now. We're waiting anxiously to hear from the Secretary. Ms. Beiser is the Secretary of North Carolina's Department of Environmental Quality. She started in June of 21, and this organization is really what we're all turning to help put studies into reality. And so anxiously awaiting, the blueprint came out for the state just, I believe, this past week, and really interested in what the Secretary has to say, and more importantly, not only what we see, but what we're going to do. Because I think, just to Mark's point, I want us to be encouraged that we're not just talking about this. And as I said at the end of the first meeting, at the end of the second meeting, if all we do is talk about this, then we should all go home. So we've found a purpose now. Now we're going to have a roadmap, and then let's start driving. So thank you, Secretary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Congressman Murphy, both for hosting the summit and also for your commitment to this issue. You know, North Carolina really has a track record of being at the forefront of some of the biggest issues facing both our state and the nation. Under Governor Cooper's leadership, we've led the way on PFAS and water infrastructure and clean energy. We're also taking a coordinated approach to address flooding with a first-of-its-kind program that takes a comprehensive statewide approach to flood resiliency, because we know that in order to tackle these big challenges, we have to all do those together. Today, as Congressman Murphy noted, I'm going to talk about the flood resiliency blueprint, where we are in the process of developing it, and how we're going to leverage it to implement meaningful projects that increase the resiliency across the state. This is a historic endeavor, and I'll tell you that DEQ feels very honored that the state leaders entrusted us with this responsibility. First, I want to emphasize that the end result of this program is making North Carolina and our residents more resilient to storm events. The blueprint is a tool to get us there, but the only way that we are successful in that endeavor is not the creation of a tool, but it's in creating a more resilient North Carolina. I grew up in Eastern North Carolina, and I am personally familiar with North Carolina's history with flooding and the impact that storm events can have on our lives, livelihood, and property. We know that we're experiencing more frequent and more intense storm events. Hurricanes and tropical storms such as Fred and Florence and Michael and Matthew have caused billions of dollars of damage and loss of life. And we know that it's not a matter of when, but if the next storm comes. At the same time, we see flooding in communities without major storm events. 3 inches of rainfall is all that it takes for the Lumber River to overtop. And just a couple of weeks ago, I know a lot of us felt the effects of a storm that caused flooding across the state, even caused a road in Cabarrus County to buckle. And we left tens of thousands of North Carolina residents without power. At the same time, North Carolina's economy is booming. CNBC, for the second year in a row, named North Carolina the best state in the country for doing business. I know that's something that we collectively take pride in, we want to see continue. With growth also comes more people and more buildings and more development, more roads and more infrastructure that we need to protect, and more impervious surface that can increase our flood risk if we're not careful in putting our residents at risk. So the blueprint is going to be a tool that aims to make our state and our residents more resilient to future storm events and flooding. Again, not just another report that sits on a shelf and gathers dust. That is not the intent of the blueprint. The intention is that it's a living, breathing document. That as North Carolina grows, as the weather conditions change, as our environment changes, we are able to use it as a tool to understand where do we locate critical infrastructure? How do we invest in projects that are going to mitigate the effects of future storms? A critical component to the blueprint is an online decision support tool. This tool will be accessible to policymakers at all levels of government, giving them the information they need to make smart decisions about where to locate critical infrastructure, assess the impact of policies before they are adopted, and invest in projects that both support their community and flood resiliency. It's a monumental undertaking. I'll say it again, this is the first of its kind in the country that's going to be this comprehensive and this complete. No other state has developed something on the scale or magnitude of what North Carolina is doing. We are taking lessons learned, however, from states like Louisiana and Virginia, Texas and Florida, as well as some of our local governments who have experience in flood resiliency with established programs like Mecklenburg County, for example, and others who have become experts by necessity just because they've had to deal with so many storm events in the past. We also have engaged stakeholders from academia, private and public sectors, including other agencies such as Emergency Management, Department of Transportation, Department of Agriculture. Thank you, Commissioner Troxler, for your commitment to this issue as well. There are so many people here today in this room that have shared their feedback, your expertise, have given us input, participated in our advisory committees, because we all have a shared goal of making sure that this project is a success. By bringing in stakeholders from the very beginning, even as we are crafting the scope of work, we are going to be able to create better outcomes for the residents of North Carolina, continually iterating and learning and improving the blueprint so that it meets the needs of our state. The blueprint is designed to unify all of the existing resources and knowledge that we have, all the existing data and mapping and tools that different agencies and different levels of government have developed, and putting them all in one place so that we can have a better view on what the actual situation is and put that data in the hands of folks who are making decisions. It'll be a one-stop shop that provides a comprehensive approach to flood resiliency by creating a standardized methodology for flood planning, in addition to the online support tool, and river basin specific strategies to address flooding for communities, because we know that how you treat flooding in the coast is not going to be the same way that you need to treat flooding in the mountains. There is different type of flooding, and this is going to help us account for that and making sure that we have those basin specific plans. We know that the tool is only as good as that underlying data, so we're committed to making sure the foundation of data is going to be what it needs to make sure that the tool is as useful as possible. So we're conducting hydrologic and hydraulic modeling that goes a step beyond the typical type of modeling that is done by FEMA. It's 2D modeling that not only accounts for flooding that occurs as a result of rivers overtopping their banks, but also accounts for precipitation. And so we are, since we are creating a novel product on an ambitious timeline, we are doing our job to make sure that we're doing it thoroughly, identifying where those data gaps exist, and we know that having that 2D modeling is going to be critical in order for this to serve the purposes. So we know that many communities are not experiencing flooding anymore just from their rivers overtopping their banks, but also from frequent and intense rain events that are causing localized flooding. I said this before, I'll say it again, this continues to be an iterative process. When you do something new, you're going to learn a lot along the way. We certainly have. We have already started incorporating the lessons from what we've learned, and we're incorporating that feedback to accelerate our progress as we go forward. Again, we're iterating, learning, and adapting every step of the way. We know that the next storm event is just around the corner, so our goal is to help some of the most impacted communities as soon as possible. And so to that end, we are looking for ways to balance the statewide planning process with beginning to implement projects, because the storms and floods aren't going to wait for us to have the perfect methodology. The General Assembly, as many of you may know, allocated $96 million to DEQ to be available after the draft blueprint was finished. And as Congressman Murphy referenced, that was just actually a couple of weeks ago. So we intend to use what we've begun with the draft and the Neuse River Basin pilot to start putting projects in the ground this year. In the Neuse Basin, we're identifying and prioritizing projects, and we're now expanding into 5 other river basins now as well. And we'll be prioritizing projects in those basins as we go along. And we're working to find the most effective and efficient method to put those into the ground and to get shovels working. The online tool is also under development. We're anticipating that beta versions are going to be available starting mid-April. This is going to allow you to zoom in on your community, to overlay GIS layers to visualize where flood hazards are co-located and who is impacted by them, and select from a range of strategies to improve resiliency and see where investments will generate the greatest method of return. So the idea being is that you're going to be able to zoom in on your community, see where the hazards are, and then say if you invest in these different mitigation strategies, run a 100-year flood storm event, you're going to be able to see what the return on investment is in terms of its impact to property and damage. You're not going to only be able to access this information yourself, but also share it with others so that they can see dashboards and metrics on spending, on risk reduction, and milestone completion, in addition to providing information on potential funding sources. So this is important as well. It's not enough just to create the tool, but we need to make sure that people have resources to be able to implement strategies that are going to help their communities become more resilient. So we're going to compile in one place all the different federal, state, and other potential funding sources so that as you are looking at mitigation strategies, you're going to understand where you might be able to get access funding to make those a reality. We have a blueprint website that's already live. If you haven't checked that out, please go to our website and take a look at it. It has all of our major actions, stakeholder activities, and reports so far. We'll continue to add to that as we go forward. Again, this is the largest statewide flood mitigation investment in North Carolina's history, and the decisions that we make from it are going to protect not only ourselves and our communities, but also our children and our children's children. We know that we can't eliminate all the impacts of flooding on residents and on our state, but what we can do through coordinated strategies, making sure we've got the right data to support our decisions, we can help minimize the impact that these flooding events have on the residents of our state. I am excited about our work on this project. I hope you're going to take a few minutes today to talk with our team. We've got a number of DEQ team members here today. Todd Kennedy, who's our blueprint manager, Mark Rechtenwald, who is our Division of Mitigation Services Director, and Sushma Mazemore, who I believe you're hearing from next, who's our Assistant Secretary for the Environment. We all share a goal for a more resilient North Carolina, and we know it takes partnership and support from all levels of government and from the public and private sectors to make that a reality. So I just want to thank you all for your commitment to this issue, for your continued work, and for your partnership as we make North Carolina more resilient together. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. So just clarifications, things are not quite complete. They're supposed to be finished in a week, but then I believe you said around April or so, that's when people can go and do the interaction. So that said, let's see what comes of this. I will tell you we're all anxiously awaiting actually putting things into action, so it's great to finally get something as far as a little bit of an action plan for the state. So we'll take just a second here and we'll do a little switcheroo, get stuff down, and then we're going to have our third panel of the day. I'm going to call up, I guess, Brett Walters, Jim Kilgard, Colin Miller, and Susha Mazemore, please. Thanks. Where are the other ones? Okay, all right. Okay. Actually, let me get rid of this thing.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. So, guys, we have a great panelist group this afternoon, and what I think we're going to discuss really is what's happening at the federal and state level. We just heard from the Secretary about the plan. Let's have a little bit more diving down on what issues we're dealing with these level. We have two from the federal level, two from the state level. Brett Walters is our Chief of Planning Branch in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in the Wilmington District. You guys are always on speed dial for us whenever we have anything, especially Ray Celeste in the back. Jim Kilgard is our State Conservation Engineer with the Department of Agriculture. Thank you for coming, Jim. Colin Mealor is a Senior Project Manager in the NC DOT, Department of Transportation, and Susha Mazebor is our Assistant Secretary for the Environment and for DEQ. So thank you guys for joining us. Just a little bit of the background here. Much of the recovery work that DOT does is funded through FEMA and FEWA as far as recovery funds. We have often these times have regulatory restrictions, and you know, when I look to see what one person has to deal with in getting FEMA funding, it's just unbelievable. I don't know if any of you personally had to deal with that, but when you have to go through 9 different full stages, it's just become a monstrosity. And again, I'm all about, I think, appropriate regulation, but we need now to start looking on how we streamline processes because, you know, as was mentioned earlier, we have 19 different departments of funding streams and different agencies that are having control over this at the federal level. And this is siloed, and this is nonsense, and some of the silos need to be broken down. We need to start working on comparing and constructing the resilient infrastructure that we have. You know, to Mark's point about building a highway that doesn't have any way for water to get underneath it is pretty short-sighted. It becomes a huge dam. And so looking forward to some of the discussions here this afternoon and how we are, as agencies, will start really working together. So let me ask this, guys, for everybody, if you wouldn't mind just going around briefly, just introduce who you are, your background, or what you bring to the panel. Go ahead and start, Mark.
So I'm Brett Walters. I work for the Corps of Engineers. I'm the Planning Branch Chief, and I've been just in the Wilmington District for about 9 months now, but I have about 29 years in with the Corps overall at the Alaska District, Charleston District, Walla Walla District, and now here. And, you know, the Corps is able to partner to find solutions on these things, on these problems, and address them.
You know, I often, guys, I will tell you, you know, they didn't teach politics and all this stuff in medical school. So I've been learning a lot on the fly, and we get a lot of calls, and good, bad, or indifferent, a lot of the fishermen, a lot of the folks at inlets like to call my cell phone directly. I don't mind that at all, but they say they can't get out. The ships are trapped on sandbars or perhaps down in New River. Our Marines can't train. And so these guys have been a great help. What saddens me sometimes and hurts my heart is whenever they had to mention the environmental studies. And that's what kills me because that's a 12-month wait. And so it's a reality, but I swear I wish we could streamline that. I want to keep our environment clean, and I think everybody in the room does. But when we get stopped with mussels that haven't been found in 30 years, as one of our panelists discussed earlier, we're just killing ourselves to do it. But anyway, thanks for coming. Appreciate your expertise.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Kilgard. I'm the State Conservation Engineer with the USDA's Natural Resources Conservation Service, the Raleigh State Office. I've been an engineer with NRCS about 20 years, includes stints in California and Texas. Came to North Carolina as the state engineer in 2018, just before Florence. Florence ended my honeymoon period as a state office.
Quite a baptism.
Yeah. I think with NRCS, we've always promoted locally led. And in my mind, I think we have a lot to offer just because of the breadth of our programs. I will probably contend with Mark a bit about how programs are run and how available funds and things like that play in with the how different situations are viewed following a flood event. But there's a lot of different avenues. And one thing I appreciate about NRCS is we are non-regulatory. We do work with partners, and we don't have authority. What we do is then turned over either to the landowner or to the sponsor after that work is done. So, but there's actually quite a bit of history with NRCS and flood prevention in North Carolina. That's very impressive. So.
Great. Well, thank you. So, Chuck, will you please introduce yourself and introduce yourself and tell us what you're bringing to us, talking about us today.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm Sushma Masemore. I am an employee of DEQ, Department of Environmental Quality. I've been at DEQ for about 17 years. But prior to that, I was in the private sector. And one of the things I did was work with the business community in finding common sense environmental solutions that made good business sense. And so one of the things we did was work with public sectors and private sectors to find reasonable solutions that made business sense. And I bring that thinking to DEQ. My role right now is as a regulator, but I also work significantly with all of our divisions to bring as much funding and services to North Carolina as possible. So one of the things I'd like to talk about is how we're using those federal dollars and state dollars in a smart, efficient way to provide those benefits and services. One of the challenges that we have is staffing and expertise. We're working with evolving, new, challenging times. And so part of what we do is train our people, and motivate our people, and empower our people to meet these kind of questions that we're raising today.
Great. Thanks. Colin?
Yeah, good afternoon. Excuse me. My name's Colin Mello. I'm a project manager with DOT at the moment. I started at DOT longer ago than I'd like to admit, and I've worn a few hats since I've been working there. But recently, since about 2018, I've been one of the core people at the department that's working on integrating resilience into the department, into everything we do, all the way from long-range transportation planning, into individual project planning and design, and then all the way through construction. So This is my third water summit. Happy to be here.
Well, we always enjoy Colin from coming, not only for his expertise, but it's nice because he talks funny just like we do in Eastern North Carolina. So, great. Now, I'd like to ask a little question. You know, it's funny, when I go to D.C., I kid with some of our folks from the Northeast. I was actually born in New York. Don't anybody spread that rumor. But fortunately, I was evacuated when I was 5, so that's why I tell my northern folks that's why I talk funny. So, it's all good. So thank you, Colin, for joining us. Let me ask this because this question for everybody. One of the big things in surgery is efficiency. If you're a slow surgeon, you can be a good surgeon, but if you're a fast surgeon, you're much more efficient. There's less time to lose blood and some of the other things, less time under anesthesia. So I've learned all about efficiencies. One thing that just always hurts my heart, as we say here in the South, is that more bureaucracy, and it's become now exponential. So I'd love to see what state, federal processes you guys believe should be revised to stop this. How can we better allow government to be a better functioning organism, if you will, for the people that we serve? So just if everybody can go around and give a little explanation of how you think that can be helped.
Well, it's, going back to the regulations that you were talking about earlier and how long it takes just to get through the environmental processes, that's been a struggle for years, and it's not getting any easier. I can tell you that me and my staff are working hard to do those as efficiently as we can. The rules are changing regularly. And the number of rules that we have to comply with is not getting smaller. So from the Corps' perspective, more broadly, about 10 years ago, they started with the headquarters and pushed down a 3x3 policy to basically get our studies. Most of our projects start with studies at the Corps. And we have to do a feasibility study to make sure that the project is justified, is engineeringly feasible and environmentally acceptable. And the new policies pushed us to get all of that done within 3 years. And we do our best to fit that 3-year time frame. And most of the ones that I've been involved with, in fact, all the ones that I've been involved with have met that 3-year limit. And $3 million is for our large studies is the maximum that we would spend. That is a pretty good record. You know, it sounds like a lot, and it is. But you know, if you look at private industry, if you look at what they spend to before they invest major infrastructure investments, they spend between 5 and 8%, about depending on the private industry itself, but on making decisions and getting the permits and plans in place. And I think at least on the Corps side, we are doing that or better for making the decision and getting all the required permits and stuff in place.
I think that's an important point, because I will tell you, there are some folks that just say, look, the inlet's, you know, filled up, just dredge it. And I get it. And part of my job is educating that it's not as easy as it seems. And so I thank you. It'd be great if we could put that 3 years to 2 years. Can you do that for me?
Well, on a small project, we can. You know, we have a
Let's not promise too much here.
we have a program called the Continuing Authorities Program that's designed to have those studies and the environmental compliance done in about 18 months. And I can just tell you some work that I've done recently, or been part of. My team did the work, not me, but we built 3 projects. On average, it took about 5 years from the time we got the letter requesting our help until the project was done with construction. So it can be done faster, but it's not always easy.
Yeah, I absolutely understand. And I think folks understand that. Just sometimes, as I'm sure many people, they just become impatient when water's flowing in and some of the other things.
Sure. Now, some of those projects are the large projects. If you get over about $20 million, those projects have to be reviewed all the way up through headquarters and Assistant Secretary of the Army, and they get passed on through ASA and the OMB to Congress, and they have to be authorized.
No, don't pass it on to Congress. It'll never get done.
So those tend to take longer, and so they have to be authorized, and so those bigger projects take longer. And I don't know, without Congress making changes, I don't see how that could be accelerated very much.
Great. That doesn't sound too good. Congress actually changing. So I think, and I'll move on here. One thing I had to learn is that we can make legislation, we can authorize something, and that's great. We can say, yes, you do it, but then there's this other thing called appropriations. And you can authorize everything in the world, but if you don't pay for it, it never happens. So this is one of the other things I always love on the appropriators, especially folks that will cover things for Eastern North Carolina, because I'll hand them something, but then they got to pay for it. So great. All right. Thank you, sir. What's next? What's going on with you?
Well, from the NRCS perspective, so all of our conservation practice standards have a section that says, right in the beginning, that we have to follow all federal, state, and local laws, and so permitting is a part of our agencies working through the process, whether it's with a landowner or whether a sponsor needs to handle it. So I thought about this question beforehand, and it's not really an issue. It's just another step in the process. And as far as efficiency goes, you know, with locally led, at least my observations, things can take time because a lot of organizations are not necessarily spun up to be able to implement things very quickly, because it's particularly post-disaster, post-recovery activities. So, but I do appreciate, one thing I did want to mention is the NC, North Carolina's Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. They really are a valuable partner, and I think that they've been very proactive in assisting the ag community as far as permitting and things like that goes. With the disaster recovery, it's just part of the process. I know we're required to.
Yeah, it's just hard it's just so hard right after a disaster because people are displaced. My gosh, after Matthew, people were displaced for 3 years. And you get frustrated, understandably so. And so just all that we can do to help speed things up is great. Ms. Mazemore.
Yeah, a couple ideas that I have are, one of them is flood resilience projects are in the same area as our Water the USA. And the way DOT has a process for expediting their permitting, there could be an opportunity for nationwide permitting for infrastructure-related resiliency projects. I think that because we are talking about a new normal, coming up with those strategies at the state level, national level, it benefits everybody. So if we can provide some quick permitting pathways for planners and designers, we could save money and time. So perhaps the model that we have for highway projects could be also applicable for infrastructure-related resiliency projects. So that's one area. Internally within the state, I would say contracting process. We can always find efficiency improvements. DOA has a process for IT projects that has been streamlined to a fast-track approach whenever there's an IT project. So could there be a procurement process for resilience projects that could be in its own bucket that could be processed at the state level through the administrative procurement process? Another is allowing local governments to make their choices that they may deem perhaps more stringent or less stringent depending on what their needs are. So empowering the local governments to perhaps go above the state minimum to meet their flood resiliency requirements is a local level of flexibility. And then finally, I'll just say, with everything you heard regarding the flood resiliency blueprint, is to ensure that we have a dynamic and an ongoing tool that evolves as our needs evolve, being able to sustain it, being able to upkeep it, ensuring the data are current and relevant. And I'll give one example. A couple of years ago, the Army Corps of Engineers did a study in one of our basins to look at flood mitigation projects. We are working with the Army Corps of Engineers to re-look at that area because we haven't really found a solution. And the key thing is there's been so many changes to the infrastructure. We had floods and we had hurricanes, and then things have been moved. Infrastructure has been moved, roads have been built, things have been lifted, and as a result, those tools and models are outdated. And we're having to work with, let's get new updated information so that the next set of mitigation planning is accurate and representative.
Sure, great. Colin.
Yeah, thanks, Sushma, for the shout out there, because I think DOT has worked hard. I've heard a couple things already this morning about working locally, and so we've tried to do that locally. We love working with the Wilmington District Corps of Engineers, and we've worked hard with them working through some of these permitting problems. Nobody necessarily likes regulation, as we've talked about, but the regulations are necessary to protect the natural resources of the state of North Carolina, and so we want to be cognizant of that while working towards, building and implementing infrastructure that we need. And so along those lines, we've worked on some nationwide permits and some regional general permits, which are localized permits specific to the state of North Carolina, to help us do our work and help us implement what we're trying to do. We've also found that programmatic agreements are things that we can work out with federal agencies, Fish and Wildlife, National Park Service, Corps of Engineers, and down to the state level, DWR, Division of Marine Fisheries, Wildlife Resources Commission. We have programmatic agreements with all those natural resource agencies so that if we are reacting to disaster and we have disaster funds, we have these programmatic agreements and specific local permits in place that do streamline the process and make things work a little bit better while still protecting the environment.
That's great. I think, we've all talked now about local, and this is where everybody comes from, and this is where the most important parts come from. I think what I'm hearing really is this is not only a legislative fix, but also an agency fix. There has to be essentially a mandate from the top that we're going to now speed things up. We're going to not get caught in bureaucracy. And the sad thing is that with bureaucracy, it becomes more bureaucracy, it becomes more. And so it really comes from both levels, not only from a legislative standpoint. I think, honestly, personally, it probably more of an agency standpoint, as we find out a lot of things with the federal government. So hats off for you guys to try to make things more efficient. I urge you to try to continue on that process. We want to do what's right, but we also want to do it. So thank you. All right, this is for Ms. Mazemore and Mr. Miller. DEQ has been involved in a lot of resiliency efforts across many of the programs. Would you mind highlighting these for our audience? What's been good, what's worked, perhaps what things you could have done better?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take a moment. I was involved a couple of years ago in bringing many of our state agencies to look at what our vulnerabilities are to weather-related hazards. And part of that vulnerability assessment brought together an awareness and an understanding across our state agencies and our programs that are at risk of not being able to support our public. And as a result of that, I worked with Colin and many of our partners, including the Department of Ag. We produced that resilience plan. And out of that came the climate science report that some of you had quoted earlier. So it has brought our teams together, our staff, to a level of incorporating these climate-related issues into our programs. And what do we do about it? So thinking proactively. So one example is our North Carolina Resilient Coastal Communities Program, which is a model of a successful process where state agencies can work with local governments in providing grants and technical assistance to address their local problems. To date, over $2 million has been spent on vulnerability assessments for over 40 communities. Over $1 million has been spent each on design and engineering, as well as implementing actual projects at 5 locations. 95% of that funding has gone into stormwater management and flooding, and 80% has been about nature-based solutions. More recently, our water and wastewater infrastructure funding, which spread funding from the federal level that you all supported, that particular funding has distributed over $370 million in water infrastructure projects, things like lifting pump stations, providing backup power, and providing general infrastructure from floodplains. It supported about 50 applications and multiple projects within those applications. Our Division of Water Resources does stream restoration, and this restores streams and rivers back to as original place so that it can prevent some flooding across those streams. Over $2 million has been spent on projects for that just in 2022, and we have $7 million in projects that are in queue and ready to be spent. We're at planning and construction stage. More broadly, as you all know, one of the first things that goes out when a storm comes is the power. And our agency has been at the forefront. We're national leaders in designing resiliency strategies to address and prevent power outages. So part of the IIJA funds, we're getting $9 million per year for 5 years. We're investing these funds to our local cooperatives, our utilities, and co-ops and munis to spend infrastructure-related resiliency projects to keep the power on, make our power grid more resilient. And if I may just talk a little bit about dam safety. One of the biggest things that happens is during a storm or after a storm is, are those high hazard dams safe? And so what we're doing as part of our resiliency effort is not waiting for the situation to be in front of us, but being proactive. We have completed a study on H&H capacity in our Cape Fear River Basin. That report just got released about a month ago. We're looking at dam breach models along our most flood-prone areas, and we're looking at rehabilitating our high-hazard dams through local government partnerships. And along with that, we need one of the greatest tools that's needed for state planning, local planning, is the building block of infrastructure planning, and that's what we call probable precipitation modeling. North Carolina has not been current. It requires funding and study. So we are, through NCOR's grant program, we are in the process of working with experts to develop those future projections for rainfall statistics. It will be used by infrastructure projects, construction companies, local and state governments. And in coming months and years, we're going to have that data set available. It will also help with the Blueprint project. So these are some of the examples, but I hope that folks get a sense of a variety of things going across at our department.
Great. Can you look at those on the website?
I had a feeling you're going to ask. There is one document that all state agencies have produced every year for the last 4 or 5 years, and these are all in there and plus more, and I'm happy to provide a link to that.
Great. Yeah. Jim?
I did want to give a shout out also to our local partners with soil and water conservation districts. So a lot of times they're the drivers for any actions or activities that we're a part of. And they've been wonderful partners in developing some very innovative agreements for post-disaster recovery for primarily ag communities, but really for any community that's impacted. And then also that with the part of at least the NRCS culture is always going back to relationships and agreements. So again, going back to the time or efficiency aspect, it's, once you're in an agreement with NRCS, we're kind of married and we got to just work out our differences along the way. So.
Yeah, isn't that all fun? Interesting. Can you talk a little bit more about the electrical part? Because I think that's something we don't talk about enough, and resiliency, because it is one of the first things that you lose is the power. And if you're driving an EV, you can't drive it anymore. And how do we prevent those things going forward? How do we get them above an area where we can actually depend upon electricity during the storms?
It's a great question, and it is a dilemma that we're tackling almost every place in the country. One of the ways that we've defined resiliency for the power grid is localizing the problem and providing local solutions. So part of that is understanding what causes power outages. Is it happening at the distribution level or is it happening at the transmission level? And that's a big difference. Is it happening where the main power grid is, where it's under control of usually the utility, the larger utility, or is it happening in the neighborhoods or in that community, which may be in control of smaller organizations? And what we've learned through that resiliency planning is that simple solutions can make sure that those communities have that critical power within those first few hours. And when that doesn't happen, like the New Orleans model is they create these resilience hubs. And Louisiana just received over $200 million to actually establish these power resilience hubs across a location or a city. And what happens is you have substations and critical infrastructure that is designed that regardless of power outage, they have sustainable power through backup systems or alternative generators. And that community can have the ability to ensure communication systems are up, safety and emergency systems are up, but also local homeowners can go and fill out their insurance papers, get their phones charged, get water and other necessities. It's those first 7 days that are most critical, and that's where most lives are lost. So we're trying to use these federal dollars to go into our most vulnerable communities where power outages are the highest, and within that where those occurrences are even higher than normal. We've seen investments where people leave when there's a storm and nobody's there and the lights are still on. And then we have communities where people cannot leave. They're elderly, they're poor, they're not able to have their alternate places for safety, and they have no power. And that's where we're seeing a lot of discrepancies. But there's solutions to multiple ways. One last example I'll show is that the town of New Bern, one of the things we talked about there with them, and they've done an excellent job evaluating how to keep their power on. And they designed a solution of putting a backup redundant substation. And we helped with them on their FEMA project to submit that for a grant application. We hope this $9 million we're getting from the state, from the federal government and our matching will help these kind of communities be more resilient.
Yeah. I know that during, did I go out? I think you might have. Am I did? I joined the club. All right, well, I know that during Hurricane Floyd, our hospital became essentially an island, and we had to have fuel flown in for close to 2 weeks. And so that's when you have people on ventilators and surgery and all the things that are difficult, that truly life-saving things. So thanks. Colin, let me ask you a little bit. We want to talk about living shorelines, on how we, keep water out, but also protect our shoreline. So can you give us a little illustration of what you know about living shorelines? Give me an example of one. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not just NCDOT, but a lot of development folks in the past where we've got development next to water resources, especially down the coast, in order to protect that land or that development from the water, from floods, from wave action, from storms, we'd harden the shoreline. We'd put in either rock protection, riprap protection, or we'd put in vertical seawalls. And it turns out that those sort of hardened structures just reflect the energy that's coming in. And if they get over top, they tend to get undermined from the back. The reflected energy tends to undermine them from the bottom, and so they're not a particularly good solution. And so some studies were done looking at coasts really worldwide, where people recognized that these hardened structures were having problems, and yet there were areas of salt marsh and natural areas that after a storm showed almost no damage at all. And so that's brought about this concept of the living shoreline, to where what we're doing is we're breaking wave energy away from the shore, so that on the other side of that wave break, we can have deposition of the sediments that are coming in. Within that deposited area, or the depositional area, we can grow plants, salt marsh, and that this particular system is way more resilient to storms. So this is the concept of the living shoreline. We can one-up it from there if we take that wave break or the wave revetment area that's offshore, and we don't just use rock, we start using structures that are friendly to things like oysters and oyster growth. Now we have a totally natural system that's not only helping the uplift for the local ecology and the local environment, but it's also protecting the roadway. So we have an excellent example. If anyone's down in the neighborhood of Swansboro, in NC24 over the White Oak River mouth, I guess it's south of Swansboro there. East, west, and north, south gets mixed up down there. But anyway, I think it's south of Swansboro. We've put in a large living shoreline along there that's already unbelievably successful. I think it's only been in the ground 6 months. We're already seeing a lot of oyster growth on the oyster structures that we put out there, and we're already seeing growth of what they call SAV, submerged aquatic vegetation, or seagrasses. And so this system is becoming better over time, which is also one of the counterintuitive principles. If I put in riprap on a roadway, or if I put in a seawall or a retaining wall, its best day is the first day when construction is finished. After that, its quality goes downhill just because it ages over time, and we have to refurbish it and rebuild it. A living shoreline, once we've built it, it gets better over time. And not only does it get better over time as the plants grow and the other flora and fauna populate it, it adapts. So as sea level rise occurs, that whole system will move with the rising sea level and protect our infrastructure over time.
Now, there's a project, I don't know if any of y'all been to Cape Lookout in the last, year or two, but the shoreline there right in front of the lighthouse, not right in front of the lighthouse, but there's a building right there, was very threatened. And there have been put in not things right on the shore, but outside to help ameliorate some of the wave action and accrete some of the sand behind it. So that's an excellent example. And this is one of these things that we'll, start using on our rivers and everything else, because we just don't need, sand on the shoreline. We need something to help preserve that. So
And I'd just like to add on that one too. So at DOT, we don't do things small. We do things on a slightly larger scale than often regular developers do. And the Corps of Engineers and DWR, Coastal Federation, and Coastal Management all helped us with the permitting and the building of that living shoreline structure. We learned a lot. We didn't have to go all the way to an individual permit. We did it under a regional general permit. CAMA folks helped us with our permitting there, so that was another win in these collaborative permitting situations.
Yeah, this is one of the things where we actually did it right. So aside from building bigger, higher, longer, stronger, what's DOT's approach to making transportation more resilient? How do we do that now?
Yeah, so that's a big question.
Because we're adding, more and more roadways because business is so good, and we're inviting everybody and their brother to come live in North Carolina now.
Exactly, and they're taking us up on that invitation.
I know.
Yeah, so where appropriate, we will build higher and longer. So certainly the big example we've got of that at the moment is the Alligator River Bridge. We've got $120 million, I think, of federal funding towards that bridge. That's a bridge that our design year is 2100. So we're looking way out into the future. We want that bridge to be there, surviving storms and sea level rise in 2100. So where it's appropriate to build bigger and longer, we will. We can't do that everywhere. And so there's several things that we're looking at. On the most basic level, we talked about it today, about asset management, cleaning out pipes and culverts to make sure they function correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at targeted asset management of where that can be done at the local level. We're looking at things like hydroplaning on our roads. With these more intense storms and the rainfall that's falling on them, we see an increase in hydroplaning and vehicle accidents. We're looking at permeable pavements and different pavement materials that can handle increased rainfall and rainfall intensity, and we're implementing those where that's appropriate. Probably one of our biggest programs at the moment, sort of non-construction, we're looking at is FIMAN, Flood Inundation Mapping and Alert Network. And so this is a series of stream gauges that we've got across the state in cooperation with North Carolina Emergency Management. And what these stream gauges do, with some other data inputted, is that when a storm is happening, or before a storm comes, actually, we can start looking at what the flood level of a particular creek or river is. As the rainfall comes in, we can monitor that level, and we can actually predict in some situations what the hydrograph is going to look like over the next 24 to 48 hours. So that helps us plan, perhaps close roads or at least watch roads and bridges. That gauge network, while extensive at the moment, I think we have 75 or 100 gauges with plans for about 350 more with NCEM. That can't cover all the structures in the state. So we have another system that's called Bridge Watch. It covers 15 or 16,000 different bridges and culverts across the state. And what that does essentially is it monitors national weather data. It's got the data of the particular bridge or culvert. It's got the drainage area for that particular bridge or culvert. And so as the weather radar is predicting rain in a particular region, it models that and how that flow is going to interact with that bridge or culvert. And our local division folks and maintenance folks get pings on their phones, texts sent out. You need to go to SR 1448 and take a look at the bridge there. And it's an early warning system. We can get these bridges and culverts closed and people to stay off and it's been super effective.
That's great. Just bringing the hydroplane question really close and home. Sadly enough, about 2 months ago, we had a physician here in town, longtime physician, that had stopped to help someone who had hydroplaned off the road, and he was helping them, and sadly enough, four-wheel vehicle, everybody in East North Carolina has a truck, it hydroplaned and killed him. So it's a real issue. It's not just the black ice issue that we face, but it's trying to get water off a road, and if you can't, try to evacuate people. So, all right, thanks. Ms. Mazur, that's kind of a perfect segue to the DEQ's new blueprint. We got a little taste of that with the Secretary. Can you help us dive down a little bit closer on this? What's the process going on? Where are we going to actually see where the rubber hits the road and start making things happen?
Yes.
No pressure at all.
Absolutely. You know, we have a whole team of people working within DEQ, but also across the state government and our partners with AECOM. So I'll try to highlight it. But before I do, I just want to back up a little bit. And I just want to say that the blueprint requires a few fundamental needs for a successful endeavor. And one of that is a vision. And you all and the North Carolina leaders have provided that vision to us. And that vision is provide a forward-looking, solutions-oriented framework for handling the future that consists of excessive flooding, intense storm events, and securing the livelihood of our residents. So that vision is really the backdrop of us doing the next thing, which is how do we actually execute that? And so our team has been working with the stakeholders. I remember last year when we were here, there were a lot of questions as to how are you going about doing it? Where are you? And we're in a much better place to be able to show some examples of how that vision is being articulated into an actual action item. And so, first of all, you need a framework. Like any large endeavors, you need a foundation. The blueprint itself has a framework. That foundation is a process for how those future decisions regarding where we spend our dollars, where we find vulnerabilities, and how do we find solutions to that. That framework is in draft stage that you saw. We are going to be finalizing that framework for flood resiliency planning. But you can't just come up with a formula or a framework or a process. You have to test it. And you have to show how does a situation in one basin or one area translate to that framework. So we did that with the Neuse action strategy. The Neuse River Basin pilot, we applied the framework, we learned from it, we applied it, we talked with people, and we iterated over the last year or so. And so that draft Neuse River action strategy is also out. So what we want to do in the next few months is complete our final review with our stakeholders. Over 150 folks are participating in this event, in this process, and we want to make sure they have a chance to weigh in, and we address those comments and get that final phase one framework out with the Neuse action strategy incorporated in it. Phase two, which is already begun, which is the third step of this process. How do you put it in a format that anybody can use? It is automated, it is dynamic, so you don't have to repeat it in multiple ways. It's a one-stop shop for decision making. And so that phase two is what we call the online decision support tool. This website-based version allows the framework to be put into a visualization and data format so that decisions can be made. So we're looking at releasing the beta version this spring, where about 100 or so folks would be testers of that beta version, and then they would give us feedback so we can make improvements, and our goal is to get it released before the end of the year. So that data testing is critical because that's when you sort of tweak things and make it work and make sure it's understandable and it doesn't confuse people. So just putting those bells and whistles on is important so that those first people that use it, local governments or developers or project planners or agency folks, they actually are not saying this doesn't work, I don't understand it. We want to make those bugs work out. So that's the phase one and phase two for the Neuse River Basin, which is our pilot and our launching strategy. Then we want to replicate it. So phase three is replicating to the remaining 5 basins, the Cape Fear, the Lumber, the French Broad, the White Oak, and the Tarpam River basins. And there, our goal is to disseminate the process so that multiple vendors can support these basin planning. So the same format for the decision support tool would allow different vendors to take over those basins, put the appropriate data and information that they gather through the framework process and get them up and running. So we're not waiting for what we call a series process, but a parallel process. So imagine like swim lanes where you have multiple swim lanes where multiple basins are being populated in this system. And so that's where our phase 3 is, and our goal is to get all of these out with the associated action strategies for decision making. And I made it sound very simple, but it is quite rigorous process.
Sure.
Because at the end of the day, what are we trying to do? We're trying to allow folks to make decisions at different levels, whether it's at the policy level or local government planning level or somewhere in between. Part of that is going to require education and training. We don't want to build something and no one uses it. It must be a success means how many people and how often and how many different ways this tool is being utilized. As Colin just said, the Feynman tool has been embedded in state government. We use it in so many things. We want this tool to be the one-stop shop for variety of decision making, and it's going to evolve over time as the need grows. But that's how we're implementing this vision.
Has to be dynamic. Well, you'll have your chance this October since we had to move the conference to this January, so no pressure, but we need results in October. So we'll expect you, we'll give you a whole 2 hours to talk about that.
I'll ask our team to come on. How's that?
That's fine. That's fine. And finally, I'd like to talk with our Army Corps of Engineers. So we got a lot of this, that, and the other stuff on what we can do. So how do you help us have the rubber meet the road? How do you help us effectuate these type of things for our flooding projects?
Well, from the Corps' perspective, we have a range of programs that to help with these situations, ranging from our Planning Assistance to States program and the floodplain management system, which doesn't build anything but provides information, data gathering, modeling. We can help people fly LiDAR, and we pay for half of that in that case. Most of our programs are cost shared in some way. The next step up would be what I mentioned, the Continuing Authorities program. That's where we can build things. We call them smaller projects up to about $15 million or so. And those are cost shared. The study comes first, it takes about 18 months. And then, construction, it can go right into construction. We don't have to go and ask for Congress to act to authorize and appropriate money. There's money that comes in normally, and it gets prioritized within the Corps. The next step up is those larger projects we talked about earlier, where we need specific authority from Congress to construct something. Those are bigger, longer-term efforts. That are cost shared again. The study gets cost shared about 50-50. And then the construction of all of our construction projects, there's small differences in all of them, but generally 65% federal and 65% federal and 35% local. And all of them generally, there's always exceptions, but generally there's a cost share non-federal sponsor who pays for the non-federal costs of that.
Great. Taking personal privilege, does anybody, I'll probably maybe field one question from the audience. Anybody have anything? All right, with all people, please put your hands down. I can't answer that many. Actually, we do have a question in the back. Is there a microphone anywhere? There we go. Thank you, sir.
Hey, my name's Patty Richardson, and I'm from right down the street here. And I hear y'all talking about permitting a few times, and so I have a question. If the process of proper permitting is not followed on the state and federal levels, and it results in permanent damage to scores of adjacent property and upstream properties, number one, who's accountable? Number two, who holds them accountable? And then what are the repercussions? Because if y'all have worked so hard, which I'm so impressed with anything y'all presented for this blueprint, and then people are kind of doing their own thing, and it alters the path of what this blueprint is, what's our options?
I think the question is about coordination. How do we prevent somebody from doing one-off project that affects somebody else and affects somebody else? Who's going to lead the charge in overall guidance?
Well, I think
I guess we'll blame it on DEQ.
I can start. And, you know, that's really a good question for what our world may be next year or the year after as we start putting these projects in the ground. But it's a legitimate question. One thought about it is everything requires a process. The blueprint or DEQ is not in the decision-making role. We are not making those final decisions. We are providing, the tool is going to provide the access to information. What if this project is here in this space, in this location, it consists of this, what is the effect of that project in that area? It provides that information. It is up to that local entity or the project developer to then translate that into a submission. Perhaps it's through a grant program or through the funding that the legislature has provided. Part of that request will consist of how that project will actually get into its construction phase, eventually planning and construction phase. And that will require its associated permits and all that. So I think that as part of that planning process, their local governments, the businesses, the state agencies, and if the federal agencies are required, have a role to play.
Will the blueprint, if you had, and I think that's an excellent question because we don't want to live in community silos. We want to see if one community does something, does it affect somebody else downstream or vice versa? So is the blueprint, speak it out, blueprint supposed to have that dynamic component where if this changes here, you're going to see what changes are above?
That is the plan.
Okay, so that's really what it should be. It should be a dynamic thing. It's because we can see rules and consequences.
What will be, and being an engineer, I can always anticipate what the problems may be with certain concepts. You want to make sure that funded projects or as-built projects are then put into the system so that a proposed project is then integrated on top of that. And so you could look at the effect of that incremental change in that project with an existing built-out system. So it is complementary or adding value and not detrimental to something that might have already been built for a similar purpose, whether it's upstream or downstream.
Great. Well, I'd like to everybody give a round of applause for our panelists. I think that was an excellent discussion, and we look forward to a full report at the end of the year. Right? Get the book report at the end of the year. So, all right, thanks. Give us just a minute to change over the stage. Thanks. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Sure. Good job.
Mike, okay?
All right, thank you. That was an excellent panel, good discussion. Next, Keith Lyric is going to come up and talk. Keith was introduced earlier. Keith is the Natural Resource Director for the North Carolina Farm Bureau. If I could have everybody sit. If you have conversations, please either take them outdoors or... all right, Keith is the Natural Resources Director with the North Carolina Farm Bureau Federation. And this is going to be a very, very important thing on how we learn to work with agriculture across our state, especially here in the East, which is so agriculture dependent. So, Keith, appreciate your discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Murphy, for having me here today. I've been asked to talk about kind of examples of agricultural flood mitigation projects. And I'll just kind of right off the bat say a lot of what you're about to see up here is work that's being done at NC State, the Department of Biological and Agricultural Engineering and others have done work on this. And so I'm going to talk some about what they're doing, some what other folks are doing. So getting into it, this is a project that was done by Dr. Barbara Dahl through the NC Collaboratory, and they were looking at three main practices on ag land: reforestation, wetland restoration, and water farming. Reforestation is obviously pretty straightforward, so I'm not really going to talk about that, but I am going to talk about the other two practices. And specifically, when you look at the Bear Creek watershed, which is the aerial photo there you see kind of in the bottom middle of the slide, they looked at kind of the three different practices, and you can see the areas that, you know, they just would theoretically be suitable for these practices. And then on the bottom right there, you can see, you know, if all these practices were implemented in that sub-watershed, you could reduce kind of the peak flow at the outlet of that stream by about 20%. And that's some good results. It's obviously a lot of projects that would take to get that too. And then kind of one other thing to keep in mind, the Bear Creek watershed is further down, flatter land. You know, they also looked at the Little Creek watershed, which is higher up in the watershed. And what they found there is when you get larger slopes, these projects really aren't going to be that feasible. You know, when you're talking water farming, you know, if you're building 8 or 10 foot berms, you got all these other issues with that, and the projects just aren't that feasible. I did not. How do I move the slides? Is it? Oh, okay. So this next project, we're talking about water farming. So essentially with water farming, you're taking a flat farm field and building berms around the side of it. And then through water control structures, when you have a heavy rain, the water that normally flow off of that land is captured. And then once the kind of peak flow of the flood passes, you can open those gates, let that water out. So you kind of have temporary flood storage in these areas. And so NC State got a grant through the Land and Water Fund to test this out at the Caswell Research Farm near Kinston. And so what they're going to do, they're going to construct a new pond, kind of use the earth from digging that pond out to build a berm around the right side of that field. And so you're going to have your flooded area, you're going to have your control area. And so you'll be able to see how those two compare. You know, one thing we hear when we talk to landowners is, well, you know, if I put a project in, is it going to impact my other land? So they'll be able to look at those effects. They'll be able to look at, you know, after you have a flooding event, how does that impact your next crop? These are all questions farmers have, and so NC State's really going to be able to dig into some of these things and check that out. The green button. There we go. How do I go back? Because I'm going to... Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm pushing the green. There we go. Okay. I'm going to come back to that slide. First, I want to talk about some of the wetland restoration work. Wetland mitigation and restoration is obviously one of the potential practices. NRCS, through their Wetland Reserve Program, has been doing wetland restoration work in the ag realm for years. There's a lot of private conservation work for wetlands that goes on as well. The state's doing it through the Division of Mitigation Services. This is probably going to be a more attractive option. If a farmer has land, that only floods once every 10 years, they may not want to take that land out of production for a project because they can get used to that land. If you have land that's flooding every year or every other year, wetland mitigation may be a good, attractive option for that land. So it's going to depend on, what the farmers want to do. Again, you're building these on your less productive land. You could place it on the landscape to where it's intercepting water that comes through, and then that allows the rest of the farm to still maintain, its agricultural productivity. So here's an example in Hyde County. And what they're doing is you got the farm kind of at the bottom of that picture, and the flow from that farm would typically flow south into the Pamlico Sound. And so instead what they're doing, they have this historical wetland area to the north. They're going to re-wet that wetland area. So they'll actually have to pump this water to get it there. So a lot of these projects are going to require some infrastructure to make them happen, because you got to make the water go into these areas. And so basically they'll create berms and ditches and pumps to get that water over there. And so the result's going to be, that water will still reach the sound eventually, but when it takes a lot longer to get there, it's going to be a lot cleaner when it gets there. So kind of two opportunities there. Then kind of back to this slide. The collaboratory study, and then also with the Foundation for Soil and Water Conservation, has done a lot of work talking to landowners, talking to farmers about kind of their opinions on these water storage practices, their thoughts on would they be willing to participate in a program. I think the first thing, as Farm Bureau, the first thing we always have to say is we're talking about voluntary programs here. We're talking about willing landowners who get compensated for their participation to the point that it makes it an attractive option for them. And so, what we found, or I should say what they found, is, obviously a lot of farmers experience flooding. A lot of farmers have either delayed harvest, reduced yield, or completely lost yield due to flooding. And so when you're already in that situation, participating in a program like this maybe becomes an option for you. But at the same time, there has to be the adequate compensation to make that happen. And so they went through, how much compensation would you need to do this? If you're doing water farming, you've got a berm around a field. That water farming practice may only get used once every few years. The other years, the farmer is harvesting crops off that field just like normal. So, are you going to compensate that farmer with an annual payment, or only when flooding happens, or maybe it's an upfront fee? So those are all kind of contract things that folks have to figure out. And so they did work on, what kind of arrangement would farmers like to see. When you're talking about water farming, you can do that kind of lease arrangement. If you're looking at a constructed wetland, obviously that's a much more permanent thing. So in that case, you're looking at some sort of maybe a permanent easement, 30-year easement, or even just an outright land purchase in that case. And again, one of the things we hear from this, and that was the question at the end of the last panel, was, well, what if a practice goes in and it starts impacting my land? Down east, especially when you have areas that are really flat, it doesn't take much to send water in an unintended direction. And so people always have that in mind when you're putting these projects in. And so that's something with the modeling and the science and the engineering that, once we get that all in place, hopefully we'll be able to kind of ease people's minds on that.
Kind of opportunities to explore on this. This one may be more wetland related versus water farming, but you know, we have a lot of easements that are out there already. A lot of constructed wetlands, a lot of restored wetlands. You know, is there maybe an opportunity? They are already providing some flood storage benefit. Could we work on those, make them store more flood water? You know, there's a lot of those practices out there that we could look at. And then one of the thoughts that Dr. Burchell at NC State had was, you know, some of these, especially when you get to the coastal counties, is there an opportunity to maybe help reduce the impacts of saltwater intrusion down in the coastal areas? You know, it's a big concern in those coastal counties, and if we have more fresh water being stored on the land, maybe it holds off that saltwater intrusion and makes the rest of the farm able to be farmed without having that impact. One other practice I'm going to talk about here is called on-farm water storage and reuse. And really, we talked about this AgRat program earlier today, and sort of along that line, this is not a new idea. You know, these have been put out there for water quality benefits and even to improve crop yields through irrigation. But now we're kind of looking at it with this flood mitigation potential. And I mean, this is a simple idea. You know, you've got your farm that has ditches and tile drains probably already installed. So, you know, maybe that runoff from those fields is just going right into the creek now. So you could install some sort of pond, and that's what they did in this case, to intercept that drainage before it gets into the creek. So in this case, you've got a 7-acre pond, and the farmland around it, it's about 200 acres surrounding that area. And this was put in really to demonstrate the benefit of kind of capturing stormwater and using it for irrigation. But we'll talk about some of the other benefits as well. So this is the same pond from the previous picture, kind of at 3 different times of the year. So the top picture in March or so, kind of going into the growing season. It's pretty much full. And then the bottom left picture shows at the end of the growing season, the July-August time frame. They've been using it for irrigation. You can see it's been pumped down quite a bit. The bottom right picture is after a tropical storm has come through. You can see that pond is full. It's a 7-acre pond. It's got, what was that, 3 or 4 feet of stormwater that it has held in that pond. Again, this was not built with flood mitigation in mind, but you can obviously see the benefit that projects like this could have. You know, also, I mean, you could manage this, you know, to help with flooding. You know, if you got to the end of the summer and you had a wet year and that pond was full, and you know a storm is coming, you could lower that pond manually and still get the same flood mitigation benefit. A project like this, the good thing about these types of projects is there's multiple benefits to this. And so real quick, we'll talk about water quality benefits. NC State looked at, for a couple years, they looked at the inflow into the pond and then the outflow from the pond. And you can see the obvious reductions in nitrogen, phosphorus, sediment. This is all stuff that would have gone straight into the creek without this pond. So, you know, in the past, we've kind of, we have put these in for water quality benefits. And so this just shows the potential and the obvious benefits of that. And, you know, one thought that we have is, you know, the more benefits you can have, the more funding streams that may open up to get some of these projects put in place. And so the last benefit I'll talk about related to these types of structures is the crop yield benefit related to the irrigation water. If you look at the top left kind of bar chart there, you got the different months of the year. So really, when you're growing corn, it's that June, July time frame that's really critical. If you have a drought during that time, it's really going to impact your crop yield. And so you can see that the yellow bar is the evapotranspiration from that corn crop. And then the dark blue is the rainfall. So you can see in that June window, there's quite a shortage. And so they were able to irrigate that crop with that pond, and they were able to, if you look at the yield, which is the upper right, the dark red is the yield with the irrigated side, the orange bar is the yield that was not irrigated. And you can see those ears of corn on the bottom right. So from a farmer's perspective, if you can get a project in that's going to mitigate flooding and improve water quality, but then you can tell the farmer when you have a drought year, you're going to have 100% better yield with the field that you're able to irrigate off of. Yeah, obviously this is an attractive thing to a farmer. And then kind of real quick, back to the water quality, when you put, say you put your full allotment of nitrogen out on your corn crop and you have a drought and you only have 50% yield. Well, you put 100% of the nitrogen out, but you only grew 50% of the corn. So through no fault of the farmer, there's some of that nitrogen just isn't going to get used by the corn crop, and that nitrogen is available to run off the field through runoff or leaching or whatever. So having a full yield crop makes the best use of the nutrients that farmers put out on those fields. So I mean that's another benefit. It's financial benefit obviously to the farmer through that yield, but it's also a water quality benefit by using that nitrogen that gets put out on the land. And then when you kind of look at the overall potential, this is the Pamlico, the Tarpam, Neuse, and Cape Fear basins. You're looking at about 2.4 million acres of cropland in those three basins. So, if we can control the runoff from, obviously we're not going to be able to control all the runoff from 2.4 million acres of cropland. We talked about some of the limitations before. But if we can get some practices in that can help control some of this runoff, help slow it from getting into the creeks, obviously there's a lot of potential. And we've talked about kind of the willingness of farmers to participate when it makes sense for them. So, I think there's quite a bit of potential. Again, we've got to make sure that programs that get put in place work for farmers. We've seen, kind of easement programs and other kind of water quality programs before get put in place, and they just don't quite work for farmers, and they don't get the participation that folks have thought they might get. So if we can kind of work with the farm community, do more of these one-on-one, kind of small group with farmers on what types of arrangements work, there is some opportunity here. And then kind of real quick, last thing I'll talk about is some of the stormwater BMPs. If you're in the stormwater world, NC State does a ton of work on stormwater BMPs. This isn't really ag, but we do, a lot of this work goes in at that rural ag interface. And so, NC State does a lot of work on stormwater BMPs. They also do a lot of work on stream restoration projects. And that's another area where, farmers can really see a benefit from a stream restoration project. You have a lot of cases where a stream, you got water flowing through there through big storm events, and maybe the stream bank is moving, it's eating into their field. You find a lot of cases where if you're looking to do that kind of work, you will find a lot of willing farmers who would like you to come work on those projects because that's an issue for a lot of farmers. And then kind of last thing, because I just got a minute or two left, when we talk about constructed wetlands, obviously we're not just going to put these related to ag fields. This is a big stormwater wetland project near New Bern. They're able to kind of pump water that would otherwise flood low-lying areas kind of in the city and get it into this constructed wetland. You get that water quality benefit, but also it's parking that water, same idea. We get that water away from where we don't want it, and we hold it there and let it get into streams kind of slower long term. So Dr. Murphy, that's really everything I've got to cover. Happy to take a question if there's time. Otherwise, we'll get the next group up.
Anybody have a question?
Thank you.
It's an excellent discussion because that's a win-win-win because it helps our farmers irrigate, gives us better water quality, and helps us prevent disasters. I'm still begging for a way for us to be able to take our water, park it, and sell it to California. So I think they'll give prices over there they'd love to have it. So we're going to switch around. Last panel for this afternoon, we're going to have some local leaders tell us about what's going on in their districts. So just give us a few minutes.
What do you want us to do?
Right here. All right, class, let's start. I would have been a terrible professor because chop, chop, chop. All right, we have a great panel here today. Mayor Will Lewis from Havelock. You have your own cheering crowd. Congratulations. How much did you pay them? We have Commissioner Jackie Newton from the wonderful County of Pender. Okay, what did y'all do together? Y'all really helped out with it. Mayor Bill Saffo from Wilmington, longest mayor, I think, in Wilmington forever.
Forever.
And Mayor Zeb Smathers from Haywood County. Okay, y'all can knock it off now. I think it's been a long day, but we're still presenting. So anyway, great afternoon. If everybody can just introduce themselves a little bit, and then we'll start asking some questions.
I'm, again, Mayor Zeb Smathers from Haywood County, 20 minutes west of Asheville. I'm here with my representative, Mark Pless, in the back. I told some people earlier it's nice to go somewhere and not see people I'm related to. So thanks for having me down east. But again, flooding is a major issue for us in 21. We lost half our town, and more importantly, we lost 6 lives. And so we'll get into that. But again, it's great to be here, especially spend a day where we realize this is a North Carolina issue. And it's bringing out leadership across partisan lines. I think this is the issue of our time. Everyone in here cares about our communities and what's going to take to make sure how we react to the next storm coming, because we know it is coming. So.
Great. All right, young lady Jackie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you for keeping this issue alive, keeping things moving along, and holding the agencies and everyone else accountable. Thank you, Dr. Murphy.
No problem.
Thank you, Congressman Rouzer. We appreciate you. So, County Commissioner since 2016, 5th generation on a little country piece of land. Had just gotten my newly elected self when we had 2 back-to-back storms and started the process with Mayor Saffo, led by Tony McEwen, into a group that included all across the board from every political party and perspective, municipal, urban, a group of people that started a grassroots measure that it was quite a thing to see this issue of resiliency growing from all kinds of aspects, even to the western part of the state, as Zeb. As I mentioned last night when I made remarks, seeing the process and seeing how this thing has grown and gotten momentum, and our legislature has supported and funded, and watching this thing grow and come to fruition has been the highlight of what I consider my political career, such as it is. So it's been quite a thing to see.
Great, great. Mayor?
Yeah, I'm Mayor Bill Saffron from Wilmington, North Carolina. I have the distinct honor of being in charge of the largest island nation after Hurricane Florence. We were literally cut off from the world for 4 days, and if you want to see havoc, come down to Wilmington in the aftermath of a hurricane and see what happens to people and how they react when they can't get fuel, when they can't get medicine, when they can't get water, and they don't know when it's coming. To see literally parking lots being used for landing zones where we were doing a lot of water rescues in the surrounding area. And in the aftermath of that storm, over 30 inches of rain stayed on top of us for literally 2 days. Storm moved at 3 miles an hour. You could walk faster than the hurricane was moving through the community. We all got together, 60 elected leaders in the eastern part of the state of North Carolina, and started having some significant discussions about what could we do and could we get help in starting to work on a lot of the flooding issues that we were all seeing. Hurricane Matthew, and of course Hurricane Florence, and tropical storms that come through there from time to time. And lo and behold, what we found was it wasn't just the east that was experiencing the flooding, it was also the Piedmont, it was also the west and the mountains. And from that came a great bipartisan, great bill that I am proud to say that the state legislature and our elected delegations all supported and worked on. And thank you, Congressman Murphy and Congressman Rouzer, for all your work there at the federal level. And I know how challenging that can be because
you have no idea.
I can only imagine from what I see on TV, but I just want to say thank you. This is a good public policy, and it's something that's been greatly needed. And I think what we are seeing here in the state of North Carolina and the actions that the legislature has taken and the local folks have taken, I think is going to be a blueprint that will be used around the country again and again. Thank you.
Great, great. Mayor Will.
Will Lewis, Mayor of Havelock, North Carolina. Trying to figure out how to sit in this super comfortable chair but still look professional.
Exactly.
That's why I'm cowered over here. I'm trying to. I'm not scared of Mayor Sappho. I'm just trying to.
Well, next year we'll make things a little bit less comfortable.
Yeah, make it a little less comfortable.
We're not whining.
If you're not sure where Havelock is, we're about 2 hours north of Mayor Sappho in Wilmington. Also, right on the edge of the coast, we're the last stop in Craven County before you go into Carteret County, surrounded by 2 major creeks that go straight into the Neuse River. And I've had a lot of respect for this the last 3 years for a lot of the same reasons that they've said, but also because no matter what the flooding event is, in my experience, whether it's a tropical event or a rain event, the way that all of our communities come together after a storm in a reactive way is an exemplary of the best of human nature, right? And to do the same thing that you're doing here on the proactive, on the front side of that, trying to bring everybody together to solve that problem before we have to get there, is the way we should be doing it. So thank you for that.
That's great. You know, Mayor Sappho just said seeing people come together. I will tell you, just from personal experience, I went right down into Haiti about 6 days after the earthquake in 2010 when I don't think if anybody's old enough in the room to remember, but close to 300,000 people were killed, and it was absolute chaos. And that's the way it was just helicopters everywhere. It was an absolute war zone. And if you've ever been involved in one of these flooding events or anything like that, you can see the best of humanity, but you can also see if people are not getting water, people are not getting their baby fed, grandmother's not doing well in her nursing home. So they're challenging times. This is not just an academic interest. This is a true reality of how this affects people. So thank you guys. So I'm gonna start off with Mayor Lewis. Can you tell us a little bit about what's happened in McCotter Canal? Tell us what it is, what's going on, why does it need to be renovated? What are you doing with the Golden Leaf Foundation?
Sure, be happy to. I'll start with a thank you to all of the experts that have already gone today, because before today, if you asked me what type of flooding we had in Havelock, I would say yes, we got it all.
You got smart.
And I'd probably say something like it was confounding or frustrating flooding or maybe inexplicable. Today I can use alluvial and pluvial words, so I'm up in my game next week. This is the south and western part of Havelock that you see here. That's Highway 70 on the bottom and Highway 1 up near the top. And this is probably close to 40% of the city of Havelock that drains directly into this red line right here called McOtter Canal. Everything you see green on the right-hand side of that is Croatan National Forest. And so this canal runs right up through the middle. It's a little over 3 miles long, starts at 70. And for those of, I graduated from the North Carolina State University, but I am not an engineer. But when you look up this line and it turns hard right there, that's why some of y'all probably gasped when I said that was the canal, right? You don't typically dig a canal where it's going to take a hard right turn to move as much water as this canal moves. And best I can tell with my experience, this canal may have been dug by a pack of pit bulls chasing a rabbit down the edge of the Croatan National Forest, because it was a 6 foot deep at this end, and we're at elevation 17 feet in Havelock, and we have, well, like you, virtually no topography. So the water starts here at 5 or 6 feet deep and has to go 3 miles through wetlands with no delineated canal, under another highway, across Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, under the end of one of their runways, and into Hancock Creek. So there's a lot of challenges there. And to add to that, it's not just about moving the water that drains all of these houses, all of these businesses, and all of these schools and government complexes, but also we have a road that runs right along that red line. You see those 2 X's that say Well 5 and Well 6? Those are actually 2 of our wells that provide clean water to the entire city. So we have a dirt road that runs along that canal. It's 2.6 miles long, and when that canal erodes, we lose access to our wells. So that adds a whole nother level of concern for resiliency when we can't get to those wells. So trying to figure out what to do over the years to a canal that was built with 1-to-1 sides. So literally, I say pit bulls, but it probably was an excavator, and the side walls are just straight vertical cliff sidewalls. We all know, and you've seen millions of pictures today on these screens of 2-to-1 laybacks, 3-to-1 laybacks that make a whole lot more sense in protecting the edges of a canal like this. So what Golden Leaf did, and when we partnered with them right after Hurricane Florence, and we suffered under it just like you did, and our analogy is it was like getting run over by a turtle, right? Just felt like it wouldn't stop, and it was going so slow. And the volume of water that went through this canal blew out multiple sections of the road and the edges of the canal. And trying to figure out how to solve that, our first partner was Golden Leaf, and they had money that came down from the federal government to the state, and it was being administered by Golden Leaf, and we received a little over $600,000 from Golden Leaf to start doing some stabilization along the banks. We leveraged that with a community development block grant of a couple $100,000, and then put some of our own City of Havelock money into that, and we were able to spend just over $900,000 in stabilizing a couple sections. And if you look at the right side, this picture is an example of a stabilized section, and you'll see the right side of that canal is still vertical walls. But the left side here is laid back with gabion baskets, terraced, and then has natural vegetative plantings that go on top of that to stabilize that wall. Every area that we put in 2019 with that money, in the first stage of stabilization, is still, now it's all green now, you don't see the matting that they used to hold the turf. It's all green now, and still stable and not blown out. And this is in spite of the fact that as we open those areas up, we find out that a lot of that Croatan National Forest is also draining into that canal. And so not only are we draining our city in it, but we're taking the forestry water at the same time. And a lot of that comes underground, so it blows out the side of the canal from underneath, not necessarily even on top. And these gabion baskets in this system has held. That was the spark that kicked us off. We are now working through a $3.2 million grant that we got through the Stormwater Infrastructure ARPA money that came out. We applied and received that grant. We're in the first part of working on that to do some more stabilization. But that's how Golden Leaf helped us get started on an actual solution.
Great. So you don't have a different canal, you just stabilize the canal that was built, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Hopefully catch the bulldogs one day. Commissioner Newton, can you tell us about what's going on at your local level? What's the most workable solution? What are you guys able to do?
Well, I was speaking earlier today, and I was reminded that we've recently received DOT funding for resiliency projects, one of which was about $960,000 of DOT resiliency monies that were used to put runoff basins underneath roads and underneath municipal areas down at Surf City for runoff purposes. We have received, which we lobbied for back, when was it, a couple years ago, to have DOT funding, 210 between where I-40 and on into the beach. It tends to flood, and did in fact flood. We have a great deal of funding available to increase the shoulder of that road and broaden that road to make it less subject to flooding. And that's important because just as Wilmington was an island, Pender County also was, because on the other side of I-40 in the Curry area around the Black River community, we had terrible, terrible flooding, 500-year flooding post-Florence. We had 64 homes that were completely and substantially flooded out, and the owners signed up for FEMA buyout program. Of those 64, I'd say about 8 to 10 eventually couldn't wait and were able to sell their property or otherwise dispose. To date, of those 52 or so remaining houses, about 8 to 10 have been lifted up, but we've got in excess of 46 homeowners who are to date still having to pay mortgages on their homes that flooded out and incurring the cost of current living. So when I go to Raleigh and I'm talking to agency people and I'm frustrated and I'm throwing a hissy fit or being mean, as Tony McEwen will say, I have to answer to those people. I have to look these people in the face who may or may not be on the verge of bankruptcy and say help is coming. But you know, sometimes delayed help is no help.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Absolutely.
grassroots where we're at and what we're dealing with. And while intellectually I can appreciate the progress that has been made in the 2 years that we've been mapping and blueprinting, roughly ballpark, it still, I'd like to see shovels in the ground. I'd like to see progress for all of us across the state.
And that's the challenge between, you know, studying things, making sure it's the right thing to do, and getting money in the hands of people who need it. You know, Matthew, three years afterwards, people were still living in, you know, other housing. So again, this is where the pressure is, and you know, that's one of the reasons we're all here, is to apply a pressure to every level, to legislators, to agencies, because of the human factor that you all have to face to face with here. So.
And that's the benefit of us being here like this, is because I wanted to hear from the agency's perspective, but it's gratifying to know that the agency perspective is hearing from us.
That's great.
On the ground.
That's this whole conversation. So, Mayor Smathers, you have a little bit different issue in the mountain. You're not able to park water like here in the flatland people. And so tell us how you guys are doing up there.
Well, I mean, again, for many people here, and it's the truth, I'm a mayor of a town roughly 3,000 feet above sea level. And I have to check tropical forecasts as of Canton was 300 feet above sea level. Even 2 weeks ago, we were filling sandbags because we came very close to flooding again. Instead of having snow, we had massive amounts of rain, and it was deja vu all over again. I'll walk you through a couple years in Canton. Obviously, all of us dealt in 2020 with the pandemic. In 21, I watched my sister, who lives on the river, She lost her husband and her home within 2 weeks when the remnants of Tropical Storm Fred hit Canton. And we literally had an hour and a half to prepare. Myself, including Representative Mark Pless, there were literally people in the water pulling people out because there was no warning system. We couldn't prepare it. It was just one of those, a monstrous flash flood based upon a lot of debris in the river, even near Mount Pisgah, and it built up and it busted and it just created this wall of water that went down through the Crusoe, Bethel area, ended up in Canton. Again, lost town hall, police department, fire department, our river district, our brewery. You know, you're not a small town. If you don't have a brewery these days, you're not really a small town. So I mean, that's
got to do something with.
I mean, there was. I mean, literally, people are running. We're cut off from the rest. Again, I'll say this. Luckily, and again, talking about what binds us as a state. The New Hanover Fire Department was there because they got a warning system to be up there, and they just happened to be in Canton. We would have lost more lives if it wasn't for the bravery of the New Hanover Fire Department, and I always will see, the people of Wilmington always will have a place to call home in Canton because they were in the water with swift training rescue. Because guess what? Our fire department, other fire departments were underwater. They were losing their homes. And then that was 21. And, 22, we made it through. And then 23, as many of you know, in March, we're a paper town. We pride ourselves in being a paper town. Evergreen Packaging, 1,100 people announced they were shutting its doors. This is a factory, 180 acres in the middle of town, on the river, and also treats our wastewater. Our wastewater for the town is on the mill site because they need it as part of production. And so the first call I had to the governor was, what are we going to do about wastewater? And so we are now, with a lot of prayers, a lot of people in this room, a lot of funding from Raleigh, we were able to secure funding for wastewater. But as it concerns flooding, I think one of the most important words we've heard here, today is how connected mitigation is. It's economic development, it's environmental protection, it's housing, it's all connected. So as we rebuild and reimagine Canton, and we literally have to rebuild a city on these 180 acres through some environmental challenges, the only hill that I will die on is if we do not take advantage of tying flood mitigation into the future of the mill. To take some of this land, Canton was built in a swamp. This mill was built in a swamp. Mother Nature is undefeated. We have to take this moment to find a place for the water to go and look at what mitigation can serve as flood protection, but also economic development. I'll look at places like Greenville, South Carolina. Things have been able to be on the river, and you may be at a concert at an outdoor arena on a Saturday and it floods on Tuesday, but the water has somewhere to go. But we have to be lockstep in rebuilding a town 20 minutes from Asheville at the same time as protecting for flooding. We have to do both. We have to be able to galvanize all these resources, and if we do, those investments will not be, drive the next 50 to 100 years for the entire region economically. It will save homes and save lives. And so it's worth that investment, but you have to have the audacity to lead and really go large. I mean, people look at us and say, this is going to be a miracle. If you're able to rebuild this town again, it's going to be a miracle. No, this is the moonshot. This is the Milltown moonshot that we can do something amazing. And there was a time in this country, the big projects, and so much today has been talking about the big projects. You have to have audacity to go big and to do those moonshots. I mean, that's what built this country, that's what built this state, and now I think this, again, is going to be a chance for us as deal with flooding to really do something amazing that, our children and grandchildren can look back and say, did you meet the moment? Because this is going to happen again.
Are you building uphill?
No, all of it's in a... Thanks, Tony.
Yep.
So, checks in the mail. This is going to be, a lot of the mill sites, 180 acres, it's in the floodway. But there's ways to go around that. I think part of it will be built around flood protection and mitigation. That still leaves a lot for new development, but it's also important to tie it to our past. I think some of these small communities, and I will say that, I said this again last night, going to your point, especially respectfully in D.C., I know there's some city folk in here. There are more Cantons in this state than Charlottes. And this is a state full of small towns. And they look to their elected officials that better days are ahead. And it may be a small community. They may not have a tax base like some other people, but their stories and lives matter. And I think one challenge we had in DC, especially working through larger organizations, is like we may not be the biggest place in the world, but these people matter. And their challenges and their taxpayer money is just as important as anywhere else. Right. It took forever to get a FEMA emergency declaration. We saw it happen with other states, Texas, Tennessee, that happened 2 weeks after us. You know, a FEMA declaration does certain things, but when you're waiting on it, it sends a signal that you don't matter as much as other people. Mm-hmm. And I think it's constant for people in here that our communities, even the small ones, matter just as anywhere else in this state. And I think that is the battle we face with any of these issues that we see in small town mayors.
That's really one of the agency parts we can maybe change that a little bit, because there's such strict criteria. You can be one house off and not get it versus one house over and still get it. So, you know, we're talking a little bit about flooding that happens, you know, slowly from a downhill from the middle part of the state. But if you've ever been involved in a flash flood, and you guys have seen the video of the tsunami in Indonesia, how a massive wall of water will just lift cars, lift buildings, people are lost. It's a tragic and sudden occurrence.
We had several people that were washed away several miles from their home, and we found them in trees. They took their belts off and tied it to trees and held on until they could be rescued, because the tsunami, that's exactly what we witnessed. It was just a wall out of nowhere that just moved mountains and landslides. And I mean, but for people with their belts, we'd have had more loss of life.
Yeah, some of the things that we have a hurricane, we know here in Pitt County that a few days after a heavy rain in Raleigh or just north of there, it's going to be coming and the Tar River is going to rise. But you don't see an entire wall of water coming down the Tar and taking out folks. So quite a different challenge. So thank you. Mayor Bill.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you're doing in Wilmington.
Well, we're doing a lot in Wilmington. We are obviously looking at every piece of property within the incorporated city limits to look at resiliency and to make certain that whatever we're building, wherever we're building it right. Last thing we want to do is continue to throw good money after bad, and continue to, when an area is flooding, is to go back in there and to rebuild in that same floodplain. It just doesn't make any economic sense. And most of those folks are exhausted, so they want to move from those particular areas into other areas, and we're working with individuals to move those folks out of those areas. All of our buildings, we have to look at resiliency in respect to during a hurricane, if we're going to ask people to come in to stay with us, to embed with us, to work with us, our city employees, county employees, emergency management, we need to make certain that all of our buildings can sustain at least a Category 3 to Category 4 storm. And so all of our buildings are being looked at to being retrofitted and taken care of in that respect. And then the other thing is the amount of people in shelters in the aftermath of a storm, like in the storm that we just experienced. A lot of these folks were in these shelters for several weeks, and not having a place to go back to, making certain that we have areas that we can take people if we have to for longer periods of time and stay. And then the other, of course, the most important part from my perspective as the mayor is getting access into Wilmington off of Interstate 40 or the secondary roads. I know that the Highway Patrol was very, very instrumental and helpful in getting supplies to and from our community. As roads flooded, they would let you know, and as roads opened up, they would let you know, and keeping that traffic off that road to allow emergency personnel in, Duke Power in, was very important. Also, working with the state emergency management, what we learned was the fact that if we're cut off from the world for 4 or 5 days, we may have to have a ship that would come in from Norfolk to bring supplies to the community. And we were in desperate needs of a lot of different things there, and working with emergency management, having backup plans in the event of something like that happen. I will tell you just a funny story. Not a funny story, but kind of a crazy story, is that we were running out of fuel I believe it was at the hospital at the time, 600 patients in the hospital, and we needed fuel. Mm-hmm. And we had to go to Colonial Terminals there on the river and commandeer fuel from a terminal that had already earmarked that fuel for some business somewhere within the state. And we said, this is an emergency situation that we have here. We need this fuel to keep these generators running, or we are going to have people dying left and right. And to their credit, understanding the magnitude of what was happening, said, absolutely, you can do that. Making sure that we have secondary fuel depots available to us. So after every storm, we will do an autopsy to make sure that what did we do right, what did we do wrong, and what can we do better. And I can assure you that any storm will bring some unpredictability that nobody was aware of, that we don't know where it's coming from. But I do want to say again to Congressman Rouzer and Congressman Murphy and to all of our elected delegation in Washington, y'all did a phenomenal job in getting resources to us. Also with our local delegation in Raleigh, it was a tremendous group of people that really came to the rescue of this. But the other thing is, I was thinking about this the other day. In the aftermath of a disaster like that, the outpouring of support from all over the world really is outstanding. You cannot believe it. Samaritan's Purse, Red Cross, you name it, every nonprofit large group in America is coming there to help your community, your state officials, your federal officials, everybody's there. Everybody's pulling together, the community comes together, and it is just phenomenal to see that. You don't see that in every country in the world.
No.
And you've been to a lot of disaster zones, and you know what I'm talking about. But to see that in this country, it's impressive, and you see how fast you can get a community back on its feet. To what Mayor Smathers was talking about, in the aftermath of this, and this whole blueprint, and what the legislation we were able to get passed and supported, now comes the hard work. And going back to your point, Congressman Murphy and Congressman Rounds, I know you folks work very hard to try to streamline that process.
Yep.
Because the citizens are demanding it. We're the point of the spear. They're coming to all of us. When is this going to happen? How fast can we get it done? We've been waiting for this stuff to happen. Anything that you folks can do to streamline that process for all of us is important. And I know every regulatory agency that's part of this has a role to play in it, and it's important to them, and they're there to protect all of us. But we also have to, at some point in time, come together and say, okay, it's time to go. I always say, heck, we landed 12 people on the moon in 4 years, and that was a significant undertaking by this country, and we could do that. And I'm sure we can do this, because we're on our way, and it is a testament to all of us, everybody in this room that's playing a part in that. But we also have a responsibility to the citizens that we all represent, that we all support, to try to get that infrastructure and try to get those things done as quickly as possible. And the resources that we have here in this state and in this country, from the federal government to the state government, gives us a lot of that information already. Plus what we're doing now with the blueprint is extremely important. But the faster we can get it done, the better off we're going to all be, because we could have a storm this year. It could be just as powerful, if not more powerful, than the last one that we saw. And based on some of the climate predictions, it could be. But we don't know. But what we do know is it is going to come. We just don't know when.
To follow up on some of his comments, I lived at Wrightsville Beach. And when a hurricane would come, party, everybody be happy, it would roll in, and it was over. But I didn't realize that my poor mom and dad, living down in Pender County, were dealing with the aftermath of the tornadoes and the flooding and the everything else. I mean, they tell me about it, but I didn't experience it. Mm-hmm. But what I did experience was after Florence, at 6 o'clock in the morning, at the Scotchman, people were running out of propane in the area of the county where I live. We're on well water. Mm-hmm. If you've got livestock, if you've got children, you have to have fuel, you have to have propane to run your generators. We were running out of fuel, and that truck you got, it was probably intended for us. No, I'm kidding. But I would like to take this opportunity.
Did you show up in black masks and stuff? Or?
Yeah, he does. Okay. He's like Zorro. But I would like to take this opportunity. I spent the day seated with Colonel Crumpler. Is that right? Captain. Can you stand, please?
She's giving you a promotion.
Yeah, this, better to err on the side of caution. This gentleman is in charge of 20 counties and the Highway Patrol, and we talked about some of the challenges that they endured, and I know that they did on behalf of Pender and New Hanover County, being landlocked like we were with I-40 flooded and 210 going out of Pender County. That looked like the Jolly Green Giant had taken it and snapped it like that, and there was no piece of concrete for a quarter of a mile any bigger than that table. That was truly awesome. But you guys, I have seen them in our emergency services centers. I've seen our Highway Patrol. They don't get enough credit for being the backup and being the forces that they are to be with us and keep us safe, and thank you.
Absolutely. You know, it would be quite an amazing thing. You know, you hear about the Mercy ships doing this, that, and the other stuff. I worked with the Mercy ship when I was in Haiti. I believe Katrina had some ships coming in and helping New Orleans. But would that not been remarkable that had you do that in Wilmington? You know, I just going back to the power of water. I went down and worked in Waveland, Mississippi right after Katrina, about a week afterwards. Charlotte had this hospital, a bivouac hospital, and our folks here went down and worked the second week. It looked like an absolute nuclear blast from the storm, about 1.5 miles, if not 2 miles inland. And I remember seeing an interstate where the debris was piled up at least 20 feet, and the interstate was about 2 miles inland. And so, yeah, there's a lot we can do. Mother Nature is going to do what it's going to do in some forms, but when you have communities after these things come together, but if at some point you don't have resources, I will tell you in Haiti when we did not have water, people do desperate things in desperate times, and God forbid we would ever be sourced with that and have to face those things in this country. So this is why really I have to say, and we put pressure on agencies, every 3 years, you need to look at your programs and say, what red tape can we cut? What can we do to cut the bureaucracy rather than adding to the bureaucracy so that we can get to the people that we need to help? So, thank you.
And Dr. Murphy, just one more comment. It is like being in a third world country when you can't get out, when you're stuck at home, when you don't have power, when you don't have water, and water is everywhere. You can't get emergency services in the event of an emergency, and you just don't feel safe. It is like being in a third world country, and that's why we are so aggressively asking that we get started, just pieces at a time. We don't need to be perfect, but we need to be prepared.
And I will say this, it's very different. When so much happened in Haiti, they have an expectation of living down here. I remember one little boy, the third day I think was there, overheard me having a conversation, and he asked the question, and he said, "Do you mean you eat every day?" So if you take that level of what people expect, and then but you add this is what Americans expect, and you bring them down a little bit, that's nothing compared to what a good portion of the world lives. But bring them down even this far is an absolute calamity to us. But we can be brought that far very, very quickly. So thank you guys very much. Any questions from the audience here for a second before we move on? All right, you guys knocked it out of the woods, so awesome. Thank you. All right, we have another speaker. If we can bring up the podium. I think poor Tommy's didn't clean up. Did I do that again? Tommy Fennell's coming. Tommy's going to finally back clean up. We're in the home stretch here. Tommy works with the Army Corps of Engineers, so you're going to one that's going to fix everything, right? Yes, sir. That's what your job is. We told you how to do it, so. All right, come on. We're going to bring some up here. There's back, and there's your laser pointer right there. Okay, all right.
probably won't be that long. Okay.
I'll get down there.
You know, there's nothing like being.
Yeah, hit the bottom.
Yeah, hit the bottom. Yeah, how am I going to fix everything if I can't even work a microphone, right? I do appreciate the opportunity to be here. Like I said, I'm with the Corps of Engineers. I've been with the Corps of Engineers for about 22 and a half years. 20 of those years were in the Charleston District with the Regulatory Division. I worked in the Conway office, Myrtle Beach area, the northeast part of the state. And from then, about a year and a half, I came to the Wilmington District and have been the chief of the Regulatory Division for about a year and a half now. And I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of you, and a lot of you I've been able to meet today, and I appreciate the opportunity from the congressman to be here again, like I said. So a lot of enthusiasm today, a lot of great ideas. I'm learning a lot of things, and I think there's no better way to end the day than the nice, cold, wet rag of regulatory permitting, right, Congressman Rouzer? I think that's the best way to do it. And so what I want to talk about a little bit is what we've done since I've been here in the Wilmington District. And here are our field offices. The one closer to you folks are going to be the one in Washington. Probably most folks are going to have the one in Washington, and we have a full field office there with the branch chief and several project managers. And you can see the counties that are kind of color coordinated that those offices handle. So when you have a project in that county, for the most part, that's accurate. It changes based on the volume we get. I sit in the Wilmington office. There's the Asheville office, one in Raleigh, which is extremely busy. And Charlotte now it's now a full-service office, but it was a satellite office that was handled out of Asheville and Raleigh. They kind of bounce things back and forth, but as everyone knows, Charlotte's kind of busy. That Piedmont-Raleigh area is busy. So we stood it up a year and a half ago. It's full service and fully staffed, and we're helping the people there process their permits and work on some solutions. At Raleigh, we've actually added some people to that office to try to help on some of the backlog that we've got there. So I would like to say, for the bipartisan infrastructure law, I want to thank Congress for that funding. It's enabled us to actually improve our timeframes, look for some different ways that we can help folks. And if you could keep that level of funding there, that would be great. But I do appreciate that, and it's helped us a good bit. A couple things I want to talk about. I want to just talk about sort of the authorities that we issue permits on. Now, permits, the Corps of Engineers does a lot of things. They do projects for the nation, and Congress funds the Corps, like you heard Brett talk about today. They will build things, taxpayers' dollars, beach nourishment projects, different things. What my shop does, Regulatory Division, is for everybody else. Someone needs a driveway. Someone needs to build a subdivision. Toyota is coming to North Carolina. They need to come through our office. So what I'm trying to do is to make sure that we're postured, particularly since everybody's interested in North Carolina, which is a good thing. People want to relocate here, whether they want to live here or do business here, to make sure that we're engaged early and often so that there are no surprises once they get here, because we want them to be happy here. Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act, that's been around since 1899. That's basically your docks, piers, dredging, things of that nature. Coastal areas, you're going to find out that's going to be something most people are familiar with. So if you need a dock, you need a pier, you need to dredge something, Dare County dredges a good bit, and we've been successful with working with them on some permits. And there's a few going out of the door next week, Congressman. So the last ones I think they're waiting on should be out of our door next week. So that's one of the permits that you're familiar with. It's been around a good while. Clean Water Act is near and dear to most people's heart, and that's probably why they've got me here. To kind of explain the authorities under the Clean Water Act and the impacts of the recent court case. And Congressman Rouzer, being the chair of the Water Resources and Environmental Committee, is familiar with that and has worked closely. I've worked closely with his staff and his office and trying to navigate the uncertainty of some of that law. And I'll talk a little bit more about that and why it's important when we get on into it. But, a lot of people like, Congressman Murphy, they would say, well, we're going to just throw Congress under the bus because if they won't fund it, we can't build it. I'm not going to do that. I throw the court under the bus because the court keeps changing the law. So I won't throw the congressman under the bus. It's the court system that keeps putting us in the jam. When I started in 2000, there was a rule change called SWANK, Solid Waste Authority in Northern Cook County out of Chicago. And what that did was that's the first time people heard of an isolated wetland. There was no such thing as a wetland that was not jurisdictional under federal law under the Clean Water Act for permitting until that law. Then in 2007, we had Rapanos. And then in 2015, we had another law. And then in 2020, we had another law, and now we've got another one. And so it's that different uncertainty, the regulatory uncertainty. What the congressmen are talking about is to try to help us explain to the public, I don't even know what I need. You know, what kind of permit do I need? And it's complex enough. And so while sometimes I'm not going to be able to give you a solution, I can make you a promise. And the promise isn't always a solution to your problem, but it's going to be that I'm going to listen, and that I'm going to engage with you early, and that I'm going to explain to you what the process is, so that if you need a permit, if you have a project for a local municipality where you're going to have to fund it, or you have a project where NRCS is going to give you money and you need a nationwide from us, that's where I come in to assist folks understand what that requires, what we need before you come to our office, so we can get it out of the door and you can get those projects in the ground. So not to be a roadblock, but to kind of help you navigate this. So 404, the Clean Water Act. Basically what you want to think on this one is, I tell people when my dad asks me what I do, he thinks I lean on a shovel all day because I work for the government. I said, basically, I just keep dirt out of water. That's what I do, keep the dirt out of water. So if you're gonna place fill material in a wetland to change the bottom elevation, that's when you're gonna need a permit from us. That's gonna be your infrastructure projects, your big subdivisions, even a driveway, you need something in your backyard. That's gonna be something you need from the Corps. And that's what my shop will help you with, and that's why we have those field offices everywhere. Now, there's another thing that's going to play a part of that sometimes people will hear, well, I need a JD. Somebody says, I need a JD from the Corps. Well, what's that mean, a JD? Well, there's two kind of, it's thrown around and interchanged often. There's a delineation, which means I know I have wetlands on the site, but I just want to know where the line is. That's a delineation. Doesn't have anything to do with the jurisdiction under federal law. Someone, say you have a home somewhere, you want to build a barn in your backyard to put a pool in, just want to know where the wetland line is so that you can stay out of it and don't need a permit. We can show you where that is. You don't need a permit from the Corps and you're on your way. That's one of my jobs too, is to make sure that if there's a way that I can help you without driving you towards a permit, it's just as important to make sure that my office helps you figure out what you need and if you need a permit from us at all, because that gets into a lot of other involved things that we'll talk about in a minute. Now, a wetland determination, in which Congressman Rouzer is working on a good bit with some of the Sackett fallout, is it jurisdictional under federal law? Is the wetland in my yard jurisdictional under federal law, and how can a person know that? And with the rule changes in the past 7 years, and I can tell you with 7 years in the past 22, it gets complex. And the agencies, when we have a rule change, we have to work through that, and then we'll put out guidance. Now, where we are right now for this law is in September 2023, and you're going to love this. We're the only state in the southeast in North Carolina that's under the 2023 rule. The remainder, you can go north to Pennsylvania, and I think you can go out almost to California and down to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is under 2023 too. Everyone else is under 2015. We're implementing 2023. So when you hear Mr. Wagner and some of the other folks talk about the core districts and things are different, he's not wrong. And it gets frustrating when people are trying to get a permit because things are different to do. But in North Carolina, we're under the 2023 rule. There are certain exclusions, things that are not jurisdictional that are written into that law, into that rule, that actually are a little bit beneficial and more clear, such as intrastate wetlands. So if you're in South Carolina and North Carolina, there's a wetland on the boundary, not a river, but a wetland. In South Carolina, that's still jurisdictional because it's intrastate, goes across state lines. In North Carolina, that same side of the wetland is not, because a wetland across the boundary is not a jurisdictional feature as long as it's not connected. So that's where some of the differences get confusing. So which one do I need? Well, a lot of times you only need a delineation and you may not need anything. So what I've told our project managers for the last year and a half is when someone just submits a piece of paper, because they don't know, you know what, I need something from the Corps, they fill out something online and send it in, and Abigail and Ray have to deal with this a good bit. call them and see what they're trying to do. You know, you're going to have a stack on your desk, but you know, half of that stack may be, well, they don't even need a permit at all, or they just need this, and we can get it out of the door. So that's one of the things in North Carolina with the district that we're trying to do to be a part of the solution, and try to educate people on what things are. Now, the Sackett court case, which has affected jurisdiction, and we're still trying to figure that out on a national level, and we're getting a little closer, can be explained here. I'm not going to bore you with that, because if you really, really want to know the definition of a water United States, what adjacent means, what contiguous means, you will know just as much as I know by reading that. So if you go to EPA's website, there's all this great information that you can read right before you go to sleep. But honestly, there's a lot of good guidance, and that's why my office is here. And I say that tongue-in-cheek, is because if you want to know, call us. I mean, we'll definitely help you. And you've got a lot of environmental professionals. I see Ken Wilson out here with Dare County. We deal with a lot of the folks that understand what's going on, and they'll help you also. Now, I will tell you this. We're in the phase of coordination. And with every rule change, the EPA and the Corps of Engineers want to be sure we're consistent. We want to be sure that we understand and are doing things the right way or the same way across the nation, not the entire United States, not just the Southeast. So there are some jurisdictional determinations that are obvious that we don't have to coordinate. If the wetland is directly adjacent to or part of the Cape Fear River, contiguous, that doesn't need to be coordinated. That's an obvious jurisdictional wetland. If the wetland is not contiguous but adjacent, well, what's the adjacency mean? And that's what we're working on. And I was in one of the, with General Spellman, when Congressman Rouzer was there not long ago when he testified, continuous surface connection is at the heart of what adjacent is. That can mean different things. Could it mean a swale? Could it mean a ditch? Does it mean an ephemeral stream? We've had several in the state of North Carolina that we've elevated to EPA and to headquarters to try to understand what that means. And what we do in North Carolina in our district is we don't elevate them and ask them the question. We elevate them and explain this is why we believe this, and ask them to give us that answer or concur. So whether we decline jurisdiction or assert jurisdiction, when there's a continuous surface connection or adjacency, that has to be coordinated with EPA. That's where we are right now. EPA has several that they're taking a look at in North Carolina. We hope to have an answer. I always hesitate to put a date on it, but we are nearing the end of when that's going to be. We think we're going to get some further guidance pretty soon. Once we get that, we're going to start doing outreach, probably right here in Greenville. We're going to have one in Greenville. We'll probably have something in Charlotte, something in Raleigh, something in Asheville, so that we can get out into the community and explain with a good slideshow, show examples of what it means, what's jurisdictional, what isn't. And that's going to be a nationwide push, Congressman, just so you know. That's some of the money that we're going to use at headquarters with the big contract to push that out for the enterprise. But we're getting pretty close to doing that. So coordination, that's where we are. There's time frames on those. We are lucky to have a Region 4 EPA who cooperates with us really, really well. And that's been going pretty good. Now, we have options for that. So if you have several different kinds of wetlands, and here's an example. You have a river, and this looks great on your computer, but when you're in a big room, it doesn't look so good. So you have a river, and then you have a wetland that's obviously part of that system that's contiguous, that you can kind of see. It's hard to see, but right here. That's jurisdictional. And then you have one on the other side. This is the Cape Fear River, and this is Fishing Creek that comes off to the Cape Fear. These wetlands come right off and are a part of that system. Even after the Sackett determination, that's contiguous. That's obviously going to be a jurisdictional area based on the guidance. These in the middle do not have a continuous surface connection, whether they're not connected by a swale, no drainage feature. So we'll decline jurisdiction over those. And I will tell you this. I grew up on a farm. I grew up in a rural community in South Carolina. I'm a regulator by nature, but I don't want to regulate things if I don't have to. So if we believe or we are not able to document something based on the guidance, we'll decline jurisdiction. And I believe that's what we need to do for the people of this state and this country. So that's how we're doing it right now. We'll take a look at these, coordinating with EPA. Usually within 2 to 3 hours, they'll send them back and say, we concur. It's only the ones where we're having some questions that are going to make acreages of difference on continuous surface conduction that we're coordinating up with EPA headquarters. So when it comes to permitting, what's my job and how can I help find solutions, or maybe not find solutions, but navigate the different communities like Asheville? I heard the mayors talk of different things that they have, projects that they have that may not be quarry-oriented or may not be funded by the government, but something that you want to do. We have a lot of tools in the toolbox. We have standard permit. That's the one that people really are afraid of because it's the big monster that requires coordination with Fish and Wildlife. It requires coordination with marine fisheries. And it sounds bad on the front end, but one of the things that we've been doing in the past year and a half is a pre-application meeting is key. If you have a project, the sooner I'm aware of it or my office is aware of it, come in, talk to us, let us get the agencies there at the table, tell you what the challenges may be before you submit an application. That makes the process go a lot faster. Because if you do your homework, remember when you were a kid, your mom said, you do your homework? Yeah, I did it. And you got a C, that causes my office to get a D or an F because I'm not working fast enough. I don't want to do that. I want to help you understand what you need, get the right people in the room so that when you come in with your project, there are no surprises. So you at least know what to expect and your expectations with your time frames and your timelines of what they're going to be. General permits is where you want to stay. That's my favorite thing in the world. North Carolina has a ton of them. We're very efficient as an organization. Between 5,000 and 6,000 permitting actions a year, I will tell you now, over half of those are general permits, probably up to 80%. Those are the 45 to 60 day range permits that are authorized. If you meet a certain threshold, half an acre, quarter of an acre, we can get those out of the door real quick because the environmental assessment's already been done. All we're doing is checking the box. Do you meet those? So that's where you want to stay. Bank stabilization. There are some different things that we're working on now, living shorelines and aquaculture. Aquaculture is big in the state of North Carolina. I have reached out to my folks at the National Marine Fisheries Division, and we are potentially going to look at a regional general permit to streamline some of the aquaculture permitting in the state. We have it nationwide, but I think we can do a little better. And so we're going to try to look at some of that for an efficiency. So when you come in for us, you have nationwide permits, standard permit. Standard permit, if it's going to be over an acre of an impact, and that's permanent fill, not temporary, you're going to have to go through that process. You're going to want to have a pre-application meeting, and we're going to want to come to the table and talk about what's going to be required to set those expectations. Nationwide, a lot simpler. The decision's already been made. You don't have to have off-site alternatives. Everything can be done off-site, just a few configurations. Those are a lot easier, a lot simpler. Now, they still take a long time, and people say, well, why is a nationwide still taking me 120, 130, half a year? Some of it's going to be my fault. I can tell you, when we had a backlog, it was a long time. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it wasn't. But we've improved, and our goal now, and I checked the numbers yesterday, 80% of the permits that come in our door, we're meeting that standard. When a year and a half ago, we were at 60. So we're improving because of the people, because that we're calling people to see what they really need, and that we're letting people know, what do you need before you come into the office? You know, how many times have you been to the DMV and trying to get something from the DMV? And not picking on the DMV folks, love those guys. That's a tough job. But you just don't know what you got to have, right? So I'm trying to change that perception, trying to help folks out, trying to be part of the solution and help you navigate through some of the mysticism that is the regulatory program. Couple do's and don'ts, really easy. When you come in, delineate those wetlands. If it's according to the size of the project. If you want something in your own personal property or it's a small project, we can normally do that for you. It won't take long. I try to prioritize those projects for the public because a lot of people don't have a lot of money to hire a consultant to delineate wetlands. We can go out, call our office. We try to do that as quickly as we can, help you and be on our way. If you have a bigger project that's going to be funded by someone, consider hiring a wetland consultant that can delineate the wetlands for you, that can figure the impacts and the mitigation, put that package together for you. It's a turnkey job. It's a lot easier. It's like somebody come in, they'll speak our language, we speak theirs, and then you get what you want, and you don't have to deal with us, right? But we're not so bad to deal with, so don't take that the wrong way. So don't prepare the bare minimum. Do your homework. Ask us. Don't be afraid to call us. We're not going to bite you. And ask those questions because we want to help make sure you understand them. And try to have the best understanding you can of what that design is going to look like, what your project's going to look like before you come in. Any change to that project could result in us starting over if it's going to be increased. So the closer you can get to knowing what you want, the better. This is one thing I have in my toolbox. I have a few things. This is one of the things that we can use within our CS that I've been successful with in the Charleston District in South Carolina and Horry County. It's nationwide 37. There is no limit on the impacts. There's no limit on the mileage. This is what Mark was talking about earlier. He's been successful with, I believe, down in Louisiana. Nationwide 37. A lot of them are funded by NRCS. If you qualify, they come to our office. I would like to see some of those started in North Carolina if someone has a project. Now, I've listened to a lot of folks, and I understand there needs to be a lot of alternatives and a lot of work done to where do we do this so you don't impact someone else downstream. But what I can tell you are some of the tools that we have in our toolbox as a regulatory division that will expedite a process for debris removal, maybe some of the dredging or some of the things that you need to do, some of the smaller projects that are fast if we can have a pre-application meeting and start talking about those things. So I know everybody's getting ready to go to this reception, and I hope that you guys have had a good day today, and I appreciate being a part of this and look forward to it hopefully next year, and to continue to get to know you, to continue to be a part of the solution and answer your questions. And feel free to reach out to me at any point. I'm available. Best to get me by email because I am deaf. I cannot hear very well. So I can read, but if you call me on the phone, I've been told I sound very mean. It's because I can't hear you. I just want to get off the phone and get you to send me an email. But I'm available, and I usually answer my emails within 24 hours if I can, or if not before. So I appreciate it again. And with that, do you have any questions? Yes, sir.
For me, it's just a comment. Everything you just said, he means it. I met in their office a couple weeks ago over wellhead dredging issue, and we walked out of there, we were on cloud nine. We never had that much cooperation and desire to help us get to where we need to be that we had when we were in his office about 3 weeks ago. So he's a breath of fresh air, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. Yes, ma'am. I can actually hear you. You're from NC State, right?
Here, let me get your microphone.
Here you go, sir.
I appreciate the hearing.
I would say one thing to Tommy, as far as the EPA, sometimes it's better to ask forgiveness than permission.
Okay, so my understanding is other than a Pocosin, all wetlands are in low-lying areas. So most of our problems with flooding have happened where we built in low-lying areas. So then if we fill or ditch or modify these, the water that's being stored in those existing wetlands is going to go somewhere else. So I'm wondering if you have concern about this new SACIT, the rules and what the consequences, that's part one. And then if y'all have considered what areas, have you mapped out or done some delineations just to get a general idea of how much of our wetlands are at risk because of this new ruling?
At this point, it's difficult to say. It has been impacted. And as far as concern it's a tough word because I want to do my job and help people. I believe the federal government is a 30,000-foot view. I believe that's who we are. The state government should have robust programs to protect some of the things in their states. Some states do, some states don't. The loss of wetlands, whether, this has nothing to do with political boundaries or opinion. Wetlands act as flood storage. You're exactly right. So what happens when we fill them? It's like a bathtub. It's like anything else. But That's not for me to say. So I would say, from my standpoint, my job is to help someone figure out what the rules are, determine what you can and can't permit from a regulatory standpoint, and then navigate that process because it's complex. We do, in the permitting process, I will tell you this, the permitting process does, like Shushma said earlier, account for upstream and downstream impacts to people. We're unable to authorize things if that happens. I mean, we rely on the engineering from the private consulting worlds and the engineers because the regulatory division doesn't design and we can't recommend. I think Mr. Wagner said earlier, we can't recommend a solution if it's an entity or, Mayor Lewis, if he wanted me to say, well, how would you do this? I can't. I could suggest you consider a certain alternative, but I can't do that. So regulation-wise, I think all of us in the room would say wetlands are important. I would think, also want to say, understanding what it means to be regulated and clarity on that is also as equally important. And I think that's what most people are after. And that's what I'll be able to help on. If that kind of sort of danced around your question, I think, didn't it?
I mean, have y'all started looking at what extent of our existing wetlands are going to be lost?
We're not to that step. I think what happens is I will tell you this, the determinations that we do are available online. The one that I showed you today, I could show you because it's online on our website. So every permit that we issue nationwide, every permit that we issue or delineation that we do, we have to post them on the website. So I think what we're doing is allowing people to see that for themselves based on the determinations. And it's so early in the process, it's hard to determine what the impact's really going to be based on what we will have the authority over. It has been impacted. To what degree, I'm uncertain.
Just ask a question. Is it your presupposition that developers are going to go into wetland areas and start develop? How do you see that? I mean, is this happening in communities now? I will tell you, on 4th Street, on the other side of 4th Street, right after Hurricane Floyd, massive flooding just in that basin there, and now they're houses primarily for university purposes that are at least up on 15-foot stilts. And I've always thought that's absolutely ridiculous. So is that happening in more communities where people are pushing the limits on it, or?
We already allow filling of wetlands with mitigation. So we already have tons of mitigation. So it'll open up more of that potential for impact.
Well, that's one question I was going to ask Mayor Saffo.
Mitigation required. So they're already taking wetlands and doing mitigation, so these would be ones that would require no mitigation.
Is Mayor Saffo still here from Wilmington? He'd take off. I just wondered what pressure that Wilmington is getting, because so many people after the pandemic, or everybody's moved to the coast, or a lot of folks are coming from North Carolina, but how much pressure is happening in Wilmington itself to push those boundaries. So, all right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Do you want to just do questions? You want to just do questions, and if there aren't any, we'll wrap up?
Yeah. Well, thank you all for being here today. A couple of things I want to mention as it relates to Tommy's presentation, and then another initiative that I've been working hard on in Congress related to what we've been talking about here today. But number one, the Clean Water Act from, I guess, 72 or 74? 74, I think.
I wasn't born then.
Yeah, me either. And anyhow, Congress could have settled this whole issue early on if Congress had just defined what a water of the United States is. So the statute specifically says water of the United States, but it never defines what a water of the United States is. And so all these years, you've had all this litigation, all this turmoil, all this havoc, all because Congress chose in their infinite wisdom back in the early 70s that they weren't going to define water of the U.S. And I suspect that they did it that way because they themselves probably couldn't figure out what a water of the U.S. is. And they were scared that if they put it on paper, they wouldn't have the votes to get it done. So anyhow, here we are all these years later, and eventually this will end up getting resolved in the courts, when really it should be resolved by Congress. But could we figure out what a Water of the USA is in Congress today? There's such a political divide on some of these subjects that we probably would not be able to get a majority vote. Well, we might get a majority vote in the House, but we'd come nowhere close to probably getting a supermajority vote of 60 in the Senate that you got to have in order to address the issue. And then I'm sure some creative lawyer would find another way to file suit and end up back in court anyway. But anyhow, just a little editorial comment about that. The one thing I did want to mention, there was talk at the forum here, the panel discussion just before Tommy came up, talking about disaster programs. And one of my pet peeves is we appropriate dollars for disaster recovery, but it takes years before those dollars actually get in the hands of those that we appropriate the money for. And then by the time that happens, there have been 4 or 5, 6, 8, 10, 20 other disasters in the meantime that they siphon away our money, before it actually goes to those that it was originally appropriated for. So I have a bill that basically gets rid of that entire system and puts in place a simple block grant program so that when we have a disaster in North Carolina and Greg and I vote for a major disaster appropriations package, which we've done a number of different times, the money, 50% of the money is given to the state immediately. State auditor does an audit. If everything checks out and nobody's misused it, you get the other 50%. It makes it simple. Simple and easy. But again, in Washington's infinite wisdom, nothing is simple and easy. It's got to have all these strings attached. But I really think that would serve our constituencies so much better than the process where we have now, where the state has to apply to the feds have to look at the application and say, no, you didn't do this right, you didn't do this right. They go back and forth month after month after month, and then, nothing happens. People at the state level blame the feds blame the state, and everybody's doing this. It doesn't work. And so anyhow, why don't we make it simple and easy and get the job done? With that, what are we going to open it up for questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Anybody have any questions of me or Greg here before? There's one in the back.
Can we get him a microphone?
I think a microphone is coming.
Or are they all up here? Sorry.
Oh.
I'd throw it to you, but some things might happen.
Hey,
you got it.
Is it on? Okay.
It's on.
I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Daryl Norris. I'm the stormwater engineer here in the city of Greenville. And I just wanted to express a way that I think you can help our local communities in doing some of these projects. The city of Greenville has spent a lot of effort and dollars identifying flood control projects and various different projects to improve our infrastructure, and are looking to put those projects on the ground. And we've been applying for grant funding and received grant funding from multiple different venues. But one of the things about it is that with every funding source, it gets handed down through various different agencies. And at each agency level, they add their criteria. Mm-hmm. Every criteria that gets added to a grant is dollars added to the project. And the idea is that from the funding agencies, they want to see, well, wouldn't it be great if this controlled water quality and quantity and was nature-based solution and environmental justice and blah, 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 blah. The truth of the matter is, I take the same project and I paint it with a green brush to match the grant requirements so I can get the funding. But when I do that, it doubles the cost. The truth is, we could, if we put those dollars towards the goal without allowing the extra restrictions on those grant funds, we could stretch those dollars much further and accomplish much more of those projects. Because every time we have to green up a gray project, it increases the cost. And so I would just encourage that as you're allocating money, and I'll use the ARPA money that went towards stormwater projects as a great example. It was allocated for water quality, for water quantity projects, and it went to DEQ to be administered. And when it came out from DEQ, they said, wouldn't it be great if we could also get water quality benefits out of this? And so you scored extra points. It wasn't a requirement, but if you offer the points, you have to get the points to get the money. So as a result, we had to green up our gray projects, cost twice as much to do the same end result for flooding. So I just encourage all legislators that I meet to do that, to try to make the funding available for the original purpose without allowing the other agencies to add those extra restrictions to it.
Absolutely one of the kernels of what we're talking about today, and it's streamlining things and not adding on extra goals from the intended objective. So, any other questions? Yes, sir.
Yep. Ken Wilson. I work for a coastal engineering firm out of Wilmington. Work with a lot of the coastal communities on erosion projects, navigation projects. But I just want to build on what that gentleman just said. And from your perspective, I mean, the FEMA process and everything, all the red tape that's gone along with that, it has built a massive industry that is dependent on that process. So when you two try to put legislation in place to simplify it, you're going to be hit with massive pushback from that industry to try to keep that from happening. I mean, I'm in the industry, but I would be 100% for that, because he's exactly right. You know, he's going to take one project, he's going to frame it to fit the regulation, and it's going to cost twice as much to do the exact same project that, you know, these farmers over here could do for, you know, pennies on the dollar. But it's going to cost, you know, professional engineers to come in here and do all these things to dot all the I's and cross all the T's, and it's just, it's money that's not well spent. So just be prepared for that and have an answer for when those lobbyists come in and say 10 reasons why you can't pass this legislation. Well, you know, this is why we want to pass it. This is why we need to pass it.
All right, yeah. To that
John?
point, you're spot on, because this is what, I mean, I tell you, this just drives me crazy in the medical industry. From what happened 30 years ago to today, we spend 5 times as much as we need to on every instrument, on everything like that, because there's this add-on, this on, this add-on. And until, honestly, we break it down and start over again, maybe that's the end result.
John?
Representative Rouzer, I commend you and applaud you on your efforts to expedite getting the money out into the field when we need it. And Dr. Murphy, if there's an emergency surgery and you're waiting for the insurance company to decide on whether they're going to pay 6 months later, it's not an emergency anymore, is it?
No, and we don't even count the the insurance companies to pay us anymore, so we just kind of do it and hope for the best.
My point, a lot of this stuff is for like EWP, Emergency Watershed Program. It's not emergency after a year or two goes by. So excellent move on trying to get that money out quickly as we can.
I know how frustrating it is. It's very frustrating for us too, believe me. And yeah, you know, the bigger government gets, the more intertwined it is with many other entities, as has been expressed, and it makes it hard politically to make the kind of fundamental change that needs to be made, for sure. But we keep fighting.
All right, any
Greg?
other questions? We'll wrap up. All right. David, you're on.
Well, Greg, I think I'm pretty much done. And from the looks of everybody's face out here, I think they're pretty much done too. We're all ready for some drinks and some barbecue, I think.
Absolutely.
But anyhow, really appreciate everybody being here. This, I think, has been a very helpful and instructive summit. We're going to continue to build on this. A lot of good ideas exchanged. I hope folks have been able to glean a good little bit from it. meet some folks that can be helpful to you as you try to improve your situation in your local areas. Flooding affects everybody, every community at some point in time, and so this is a really important issue long term. Greg, always great to work with you, and thank you for your work of not only yourself but your team to make this successful.
Great, thank you. I will tell you guys, I don't know of any other instance. We've taken a subject of water, and there are lots of different tributaries, pun intended, to some of the things that we're doing. I don't know we're anywhere other issue we're able to bring different groups together, academics, legislators, agencies, et cetera, under one roof and actually try to effect a change. I think this is personally tremendous. I hope one day that we don't have to have this conference. Wouldn't that be a nice thing, where we work ourselves again out of a business? That's not going to happen anytime soon. I'm very encouraged, but I also think one of the purposes is we are held responsible. We highlight this issue, but then we have folks in academia, we have legislators, we have agency folks that are held responsible in front of this group. So, it's not like folks put out report cards, we get them from our voters, but other folks don't necessarily get them. So there's a good issue to this. Bring it to the limelight. Let agencies come out and report, not just in internal reports, but report real things to real people who are knowledgeable in this area. I think it's an excellent thing. So next year, actually, I guess it'll be this year, we're going to be having we'll have our yearly one. Again, promises to really be, I'm very fortunate and I'm very appreciative of all the work that goes in on this, especially at our staff levels who do a tremendous out, not only in DC, but here in the district. That said, it's time to end. There is going to be a dinner. I believe it starts at 5 o'clock over at Parker's on Memorial. So the food is there free again. It's amazing. And so thank you all again. This is tremendous. Please take the little books home, and safe travels. Thank you. Thanks. What happens?